Chapter 1. Wearing their green colors, I now found myself surrounded by one of the most notorious gangs in all L.A. County, the Sheriff's Department. The quick-formed mob shuffled me to the front of the fully seated San Fernando Valley courtroom and toward the unforgiving steel door that would soon separate me from freedom. My sentence was 14 years. And even with good time, I'd do at least 12 years. Shit, what the fuck was good time? I now had 2 strikes, and in this wonderful state of California, any felony, even as minor as pissing in public, could be used as a 3rd strike, which meant an automatic life sentence. The steel door clanked behind me, sounding like the dungeon portal of some medieval castle sealing my fate forever. I was then escorted down a light green cinder-block hallway that led to a 15 by 15-foot cell filled with others of all races whose fates, like mine, had already been sealed.
So what happened?
A wood, short for peckerwood, and prison slang for a white boy, reluctantly asked. They maxed me out, 14 at 80%. In the state of California, any violent felony conviction would result in a mandatory 80% served of the total sentence. All the surrounding small talk fell silent. When it came to be getting broke off, getting a lengthy sentence, it was no laughing matter, and taken very seriously. Within minutes, the silence was broken by the outside jingle of keys fumbling to open the holding tank door. The door opened, and a Mexican young man entered. The steel door quickly slammed behind him.
Motherfucker!
Another Mexican yelled from behind me, falling with a hard overhand right connecting squarely with the new man's forehead. One-on-one! Someone yelled from the small, contained crowd. Now, down on one knee, stunned and bleeding from the gash in the center of his forehead, the new man rose to his feet. Everyone in the holding tank, except the 2 combatants, stood atop the 12-inch stainless steel bench extruding from all 4 walls, leaving only enough room for a shit and piss-stained toilet sink combo mounted in the corner. One-on-one! The same voice yelled again. Now I could see who was shouting the command. He looked to be some kind of shot caller. The tattoos on his neck and shaven head seemed to radiate fear and respect from the majority of the tiny man-made arena. This shot caller and the 2 fighters were Southsiders, Mexicans who represent Southern California in prison. Now squared off and encircling each other, we all watched in silence. The new man, the smaller of the 2, was now bleeding profusely from the first punch. Blood streamed into both eyes, obviously impairing his vision. His definite struggle to see cued his larger opponent to charge like a shark on a wounded seal. We all watched in silence, while the bloodied, outmatched man became bloodier with every connecting punch. "Okay, that's enough!" yelled the tattooed shot caller. The fight came to a sudden stop. "Clean his ass up!" he commanded, as other Mexicans quickly grabbed toilet paper, dabbing at the numerous gashes, doing their best to stop the bleeding. I overheard it had to do with someone's cousin getting shot, but never knew for sure and really didn't give a fuck. The Southsiders without a doubt ruled L.A. County Jail, and outnumbered all other races, 2 or maybe even 3 to 1. There was an ongoing joke I'd always heard about L.A. County Jail. Question: what has 2 black eyes and no shoes? Answer: a white boy in L.A. County Jail. Which seemed to be pretty much the truth. The whites were by far the biggest minorities. After everyone had their day in court, One at a time, we were taken from the tiny holding tank, shackled together and marched down a corridor through a diesel-fumed sally port, where an idling bus awaited us captive passengers. I was tired, stressed, and couldn't wait to get back to my county jail bunk in 9000 block, located on the 9th floor, to catch up on some much-needed sleep. Like the last 3 months while awaiting sentencing, I awoke again to the loud trumpeting of reveille through unseen speakers. I guess it was the county's way of saying, "Wake the hell up. This ain't a dream and it's breakfast time all in one." Grabbing the rust-stained towel from across the bar at the foot of my bunk, I zigzagged my way through human traffic in the direction of the dorm restroom, only to find myself in the rear of a line made up of shirtless, tattooed thugs with towels draped over their necks, waiting to brush their teeth with powdered toothpaste and 3-inch toothbrushes. Within minutes, dressed and ready, we all lined up, and like every morning, we were marched like programmed robots down the 9,000-floor corridor to the escalator, which made its way down to the lower floors. The chow hall was located on 5,000, the 5th floor. About the size of a high school gym, it probably fed about 500 men at once. Coming through the door, you picked up your tray of slop. Then you were seated on one of the rows of the end-to-end stainless steel picnic tables. With only 15 minutes to eat, you were then herded like sheep through another door and back up the escalators to your housing unit. Crawling back in my bunk, closing my eyes, I tried to give my stomach a few minutes to digest the powdered eggs, cream of wheat, and piece of bread I'd just eaten before starting my morning push-ups. "Ereckson! Roll it up!" blasted over the speaker. I got out of bed and quickly grabbed what few belongings I had, throwing them in my sheet. With a mattress tucked under one arm and a sheet thrown over my shoulder, I made my way to Steel Door. "Where am I going?" I asked the deputy, whose mind was occupied on other things. "We said..." Chapter 2. Peter J. Pitchess Detention Center, or known as Wayside, was first built for prison use in 1938. It was a minimum security facility where inmates worked on a farm setting. In 1983, the Wayside Honor Ranch was renamed the Peter J. Pitchess Honor Ranch. All farming operations were shut down in 1992. Then, because of state issues, the jail itself was closed in 1995 and reopened shortly after. It's currently running and operated by the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department and is an extension of the Los Angeles County Jail. As of 1998, with all 3 facilities, north, east, and south, it has a combined capacity of approximately 8,600 inmates who await hearings and trials. Not only is it the county's largest jail, but also the oldest. Known as Wayside to all county inmates, the North facility is now the Maximum Security Detention Center, also known as Supermax. And because of its reputation for extreme violence, it's often referred to by inmates as the Thunderdome. I sat in silence, with about 30 others as our bus headed north on Interstate 5. Looking to my left, in the distance I could see the towering roller coasters that scraped the sky at Six Flags Magic Mountain. A smile came to my face thinking of days long past. I remember walking with my kids, Jeremy and Bonnie, each of their tiny hands gripping mine as we strolled through the local town carnival. Each of their young little faces filled with anticipation of what the day will bring. I miss those days. Where does time go? As the bus turned off Interstate 5 on exit 173, now it was my face filled with anticipation of what the day will bring. The bus rolled slowly, passing a large sign, reminding all present that we had entered the 2,600 acres known as Wayside. As the bus made its way down the winding hot asphalt road, our destination began to appear in the distance. The dismal, gray, pentagon-shaped buildings could probably be considered by some as an architectural masterpiece, but through my eyes, it was just another L.A. County human warehouse. Entering the huge garage, giant steel roll-up doors automatically begin to close behind us to ensure no escape. My heart starts to race. I can feel beads of sweat start to well up on my forehead. I've got to keep my composure. I know that image is 90% of the battle, and the other 10% is the willingness to do whatever needs to be done, without hesitation. After exiting the bus, our convicted crew was marched into an open room, and then ordered to form a large circle encompassing a group of deputy sheriffs, who themselves surrounded a table supporting a box of latex gloves and what looked to be a batch of pre-counted sack lunches. After dropping what measly belongings we had directly in front of us, one by one we were unshackled. Now fanning out and facing us, the deputies spaced themselves one between each two of us. I'd been through this drill so many fucking times I knew it by heart. And the part I hated most was coming next. We were then told to drop the linen, get buck-ass naked. As we all stood in our birthday suits, a deputy spoke. "Okay, gentlemen, raise your arms above your head. Now bring them down in front of you. Let me see the palms of your hands. Now run your fingers through your hair. Reach down and lift your nutsack. Turn around. Lift your right foot, now your left. Bend over and spread those ass cheeks. Now squat and cough." The deputies always looked close at your asshole, thinking some type of contraband such as dope or a weapon would shoot out when you coughed. But in all reality, I just figured them to be a bunch of gay bastards who got off on checking out 200 to 300 different assholes a day. One of my many fantasies was when spreading my ass cheeks was to rip a nice, greasy fart. But more than likely it would probably result in an ass beating, with a one-way ticket to the hole. And one thing was for sure. To fight or rebel against the Green Gang, especially in their house, was a futile battle that couldn't be won. Over the years I've seen a few men try, but the stupidity was quickly beaten out of them. Since I had just come from the men's central jail, all the preliminary bullshit had already been done. After the customary strip search, we were given clean underwear, a set of blues, always too big or too small, a sack lunch that consisted of 2 pieces of reddish bologna sealed in plastic, a bruised red apple, and a rock-hard sugar cookie. Oh yeah, and if you were lucky, you might even get a mustard packet to smear on that stale bread. Now in a single-file line, and our hands tucked in our elastic waistbands, we were escorted to the dormitory blocks, which would be our temporary homes until we caught the chain, the bus to state prison. We then entered what was known as the 700 block. The Supermax 600 and 700 block had a reputation of being 2 of the most violent places in the entire L.A. County jail system. And as luck would have it, there I was. But the thing I had going for me was I wasn't your everyday run-of-the-mill white boy. I was the national president of the Mongols Motorcycle Club. And being that the club was made up of 85% Mexicans, especially in the Los Angeles area, that was a good thing. I knew the chances were good I'd run into an affiliate of some kind. And even better, another Mongol brother. Shit. There was a good chance the word had already spread I was coming. Hopefully, whatever circumstance lied ahead, it would be to my benefit. From our group, I and 2 others entered the 700-block dormitory, where my survival mode instinctively went into action. Like a laser beam, my eyes scanned my temporary home, not only looking for a familiar face, but a potential enemy as well. Abruptly, my intense thought was interrupted. Ereckson! You're in 22 up! While making my upper bunk bed, I sized up each man in the immediate area, and it was quite apparent they were returning the favor. Like a bird on a perch, I sat atop my bunk where I could get a better view. Now I could count the number of men of each race. It was imperative to know the ratio in case of a riot. I had to know what I was up against. I needed to figure out who would jump first. In case of a riot, they would be my first target. It was always an unsaid rule that the Woods, whites, would unite with the Southsiders against the blacks if something were to jump off, which, being part of such an obvious minority, was to our benefit. I knew that not every man would fight. Just like in the Mongols, you had the ones that would, the ones that might, and the ones that wouldn't. I just had to figure out which one was which. Each race had a representative. The idea was the reps were supposed to keep their own race in line and act as a spokesman if any racial tension were to arise. The big picture was that each race would police their own people, which, in theory, would prevent a riot. Yeah, right. It wasn't long before one of the Woods made his way toward my bunk. His strut had a hint of arrogance. As he got closer, on his arms I could see needle-track scars that his shoddy prison tattoos couldn't hide. His squinty eyes and the smirk on his pale, pitted face reeked of deceit. Reaching into his back pocket, he pulled out a comb. Dragging it through his greasy gray hair, he introduced himself.
How's it going, brother? I'm Blaze, from San Fernando Valley. I'm the rep for the Woods.
Unimpressed, I replied, I'm Junior, from the Mongols. Like magic, his taste of arrogance disappeared. Right then. What I really needed was a phone call. I needed to let people know I'd been transferred to Wayside. How do I get on the phone list? Looking at his feet in reluctance, he fumbled for an answer.
Well, since we're in the minority, the Woods only get the phone every other day. Sign-ups are a couple days in advance, and we just had them this morning.
I needed a phone call ASAP. I wanted to ease the minds of my loved ones, and of course Red Dog, my national sergeant-at-arms, who made it mandatory to immediately be informed of any sudden change. I ain't waiting no 2 days for a fucking phone call. Who's running shit around here? Blaze's head turned in the direction of a table filled with card-playing Southsiders. Which one? I asked while examining each player. Before Blaze could answer, I headed straight for the table. It was plain to see which one the hog with the big nuts was, figuratively speaking. All eyes acknowledged my approach, except his. Was it the odor of arrogance I smelt, or just an overabundance of self-confidence? Whichever it was, he purposefully ignored my presence. His actions assured me of two things. He was the one I was looking for, and it was time to play jailhouse politics. Okay then, let the games begin. I'm Junior from the Mongols. In my peripheral vision, I could see other Southsiders begin to move in our direction. Within moments, I found myself surrounded.
"I've heard the name,"
he replied, never removing his eyes from the fanned cards held in his hand.
"Let me get at you after the game."
I responded with a nod and returned to my bunk. Within a matter of minutes, he and his entourage headed in my direction. I could now see his stocky build and the confident swagger in his walk. Standing about 5'7" and built like a fire hydrant, his shirtless, scarred upper body displayed the tattooed pictures and words undeniably from numerous prison terms and a hard life on the LA streets.
"I'm Husky,"
he said, putting his hand out to shake. I gripped it firmly.
"I know a lot of your Mongol brothers on the streets."
This was a great way to open the conversation. Husky and I spent a good while throwing around the names of brothers and people we both knew. Even though Husky and I were from different cultures, we seemed to have a lot in common. And here, where in every dark corner lurked a potential enemy, it seemed I might have a potential friend. After dinner that evening, I watched as Husky and other Southsiders hovered around an unused wall-mounted telephone. I knew from what Blaze had told me earlier that the Woods would have no phone privileges till the following day. Just as I had given up hope, I heard whistle and looked to see Husky motioning me to the phone area. With a smile on his face, he said,
"You got 15 minutes.
My dad answered the phone, which was a rare occasion. My dad was hard as prison steel. Losing his mother at the age of 9, he was raised by an older sister, then later by his grandmother. Shortly after his 17th birthday, he enlisted in the Navy, where he saw action in the Korean conflict. While in the Navy, his dad was killed in a car accident. As a child, and even now, I never doubted my father's love. I knew his traumatic youth caused his inability to hug or ever show any physical affection. Growing up, he always told me, "Men don't hug, they shake hands." When it came to me and my dad, hello and goodbye always began and ended with a handshake. "How's it going? How about you?" After a short pause, I began to vent. 14 fucking years seems like an awful long time for a barroom brawl. Clearing his throat, he tried to disguise the obvious crackle in his voice. "It's not what you did that got you the time. It's what you represent." For the first time in my life, I realized the rock-hard man I knew as my dad was starting to cry. It was like a chain reaction. Hearing my dad automatically made my eyes start to well up. Looking straight ahead at the wall, I could only hope no one saw the tears rolling down my face. The last thing you wanted in jail was for someone to see you cry. It wasn't the 14-year sentence that got to me. It was the pain I heard in my dad's voice. "Dad, you and I both know I got railroaded by the local cops. And when the truth comes out, I should have a good shot at an appeal." I had taken my case to the box. Jury trial, with no plea bargain. If I had taken a plea, there would be no chance for appeal. Or for that matter, any other legal action. "Well, let's keep our fingers crossed," he calmly replied, then passed the phone to my mom. Mom always did her best to stay strong. even though I knew it was tearing her up inside.
Just take one day at a time,
she said in her optimistic, reassuring voice. And with a few more calming words, the call was ended with a good night. The fact of the matter was, appeals were seldom granted, and I knew my chances would be slim to none. Let's go back a minute. This whole case was a bunch of bullshit. Never in a million years could something so simple go so wrong. That guy in the bar came at my bro Reno with a freaking knife, and got what he had coming. A matter of fact, he's damn lucky that's all he got. Yeah, I smashed the guy's face with a freaking well glass, but he was trying to stab my bro, and I would have done the same for anyone for that matter. If I was just an average Joe, I would have got off with nothing but a self-defense charge. The fact of the matter, I wasn't an average Joe. I was Junior, the national president of the Mongols MC, and that little sawed-off piece of shit Detective Butcher from San Fernando PD went above and beyond to put me away. That little prick intimidated witnesses, tampered with evidence, and even lied on the stand to put my ass away. It was amazing how the knife was never found, and the whole self-defense case found its way right out the freaking window. I don't know what the hell Butcher had on these people, but every eyewitness the state put on the stand couldn't recall seeing a knife. Even Reno's testimony seemed to have no credibility whatsoever. Right before my eyes, somehow my simple self-defense case had turned to shit, and there wasn't a damn thing I could do about it. I was now 38 years old, and the way I had it figured, I'd be about 50 by the time I got paroled. There had to be a legal way out of this shit. I just had to find it. I needed more phone time. I had to let Red Dog know I'd been transferred to Wayside. With the phone still in my hand, I looked at the card table, locking eyes with Husky, who then held up his hand indicating I had 5 more minutes. Frantically, I dialed Red Dog's number. Hello? Hey, brother. They shot me to Wayside. Everything cool? I told Red Dog about Husky helping with a phone call. Red seemed familiar with the name Husky, but couldn't place where he'd heard it. This Husky sounds like a good guy to know. Red was right. Husky was a good guy to know. Red Dog continued. Scoggins is asking about the rest of his money. Scoggins was the lazy-ass dump truck lawyer that defended me. Or should I say tried to defend me on this case. This was the deal. We, the club, made a total of 4 cash payments to Scoggins, meeting each time in a dark, dingy titty bar. A payment was handed over in a brown paper sack. Because of this method of payment, receipts would be written on whatever means available, a bar napkin, a coaster, or even on a dollar bill. Yeah, I know what you're thinking, but you gotta remember what we're dealing with here. This is an outlaw motorcycle club, dealing with what turned out to be a 2-bit shitty lawyer. And at the time, a formal receipt was the least of our worries. In addition to the 4 cash payments, a bonus payment was to be given at the end of the trial. That is, when we won. For some reason, Scoggins seemed to think after losing the case, he still had the bonus, or what he considered the rest of his money coming. Just the thought of that son of a bitch getting even a penny more pissed me off. You tell that motherfucker he ain't got shit coming. I'm sitting in here with a fucking 14-year sentence, and that son of a bitch wants more money? Red Dog strongly agreed, and assured me he would pass the message on to Scoggins. I only had 5 minutes, so after a little small talk, Red and I cut it short and said our goodbyes. After the phone call, I went to my bunk for some much-needed rest. Just the thought of that red-faced alcoholic Scoggins pissed me off. Fuck that guy. What's he gonna do? Take me to court and sue me for the rest of the money? What? Use a handwritten receipt on a titty bar napkin as proof of a binding contract? I was glad those receipts were written on whatever means available. Chapter 3. I'd been in that stinkin'-ass dorm for over a month, and by now the realization had set in. Not only to myself, but to the club as well. All this shit was real, and I wasn't getting out anytime soon. Because of club protocol, my position as national president had officially been relinquished to my vice president, Long-Hair Dave. Giving up my position was a relief. It felt like a weight had been lifted off my back. Now, I could focus on doing my time and finding a legal loophole to get me the hell out of there. And besides, I liked Long-Hair Dave. He was perfect for the job. No old lady, didn't drink or do drugs, and had a legit 9-to-5 job. But most importantly, was honest. In my eyes, honesty is the most important trait. The national president had to have the trust of the entire club. The brothers had to know in their hearts that all decisions were for the best interest of the club. And I knew whatever Long-Hair told me was the truth. During my time in 700 Block, Husky and I had become good friends. Over the short period we had spent together, we had come to know a mutual trust and respect for each other. I guess this case, you could say, real recognized real, if you know what I mean. One morning after breakfast, I was approached by Husky and was informed the Blacks had intentionally disrespected the Southsiders by playing cards at one of their designated tables. Jailhouse rules went as this. Each race had their own designated playing tables. The number of tables depended on the number of men in each race. For example, the Southsiders had the largest amount of men. Therefore, they got the most card tables. This specific morning, the Blacks had purposefully decided to inhabit an unused Southsider card table. Numerous Blacks were posted strategically around and in view of the table, while a few cautiously played cards. Even though the table wasn't being used at the time, this was still considered a deliberate act of defiance and hostility, leaving the Southsiders with no choice but to act. I could now see Husky surrounded by fellow Southsiders in discussion. "Junior!" Blaze motioned me over with a hand gesture to where the rest of the woods were gathering. "It's going down! It's going down!" he muttered in panic. I could see now the Blacks and Southsiders began to rapidly separate to each side of the dorm. There was no doubt the shit was about to go down. "So where do the woods stand?" I asked Blaze. "It's not our beef." "The hell it ain't," I said as I made my way to where the Southsiders all stood in readiness. Not only was Husky my friend, but the woods had to prove an alliance to survive as the minority. You could cut the atmosphere with a knife. Nothing but 20 feet of day room separated the two large groups. Black men of all sizes stared at Southsiders, who fearlessly stood with clenched fists just feet away. The small day room, where men had laughed and played cards only moments earlier, had suddenly turned into a potential UFC octagon. Like a keg of dynamite, it was ready to explode. Somebody just had to light the fuse. Tension had turned the room into complete silence. As the two mobs glared at each other, I kept glancing over at Husky, trying to get a sense of when this volcano would erupt. At that very moment, a fucking shoe went whizzing by my head. The fuse was lit. Immediately, I rushed the guy that threw the shoe, taking him instantly to the ground. Straddling him, I began to rain down punches on his unprotected face. Though in the midst of utter chaos, I remained focused on my current task, pummeling that son of a bitch that threw the shoe. As I continued to throw blows, suddenly out of nowhere, boom! It was as if an M80 went off just feet from my head. I could feel the sting of rubber pellets on my neck and arms. Dazed from the explosion, I rolled to the hard floor, covering my ears and the side of my face. "Get down! Get down!" I heard through my ringing ears, followed by the racking of the steel bar doors. The percussion grenade had done its job, turning the full-on flame of a riot into a simmer. Covered head to toe in riot gear, fast and with purpose the Green Gang entered the smoke-filled dorm, subduing the stunned combatants. One by one, each man was stripped down to their boxer shorts, examined for injuries, cuffed with zip ties, then escorted to separate corners of the dorm according to race. After sitting handcuffed on the hard floor for what seemed like hours, the blacks, then the Southsiders were stood up and separately marched out of the dorm, where they would all be rehoused. As my friend Husky exited, he said his abrupt goodbye with a wink and a nod. Since the Woods were the smallest group, and we weren't initially involved in the riot, we were temporarily the only ones remaining in the dorm. Within a couple of days, our dorm was reintegrated with a new batch of blacks and Southsiders. Though these two groups were new to the dorm, the scattered rubber pellets that were missed by a broom acted as a reminder of the violence that had occurred just days before. Though an ember of new tension smoldered, it quickly fizzled out. As time moved along, every day was like the day before, waiting to catch the chain, the bus to state prison. I found myself looking forward to a convict's two best friends, visits and mail. On the weekends, I would get visits from the brothers, and my folks would come up about every third week. During a normal week, playing spades and dominoes 6 to 8 hours a day just wasn't doing it for me. So I decided to take up a new pastime, making Pruno. Pruno was the name for homemade jailhouse wine. It was relatively easy to make. The ingredients, 1 pound of sugar to every gallon of fruit juice, and a pinch of yeast to kick off the fermenting period, which usually took about 3 to 6 days depending on the temperature. Cooking it was the easy part. The hard part was getting the ingredients. And most importantly, the sugar. 1 pound of sugar. Raw sugar was almost impossible to get. But in the store, for those who had money, you could purchase bags of concentrated Kool-Aid powder, which were about 90% sugar. Though it left the finished brew bright red in color, 4 bags of the powder plus a few of the sugar packets you sometimes got for breakfast did the trick. The juice. About once a week, we would get an orange in our sack lunch, handed out every day at breakfast. Everyone in the dorm was usually happy to donate theirs, just on the hope they would get a taste of the finished brew. After a couple weeks, the gathered oranges were peeled and squeezed with the pulp into a plastic trash can liner. Then water was added to make the full gallon. The yeast kicker. For the kicker, we would use a sock tied at the top, resembling a giant tea bag, containing hand-formed bread balls and orange pulp. And the good thing was the kicker bag could be reused over again. Finally, the kicker bag was dropped into the trash can liner of fruit juice tied at the top, wrapped in a blanket, and then stashed to begin fermentation. The warmer the bag, the quicker the fermentation. Because of gases caused by the fermenting, the bag would swell and need to be what we referred to as burped, opened and gases released. Within usually 3 to 6 days, the jailhouse brew was ready for all involved to taste. When done right, 2 large cups of the bright red drink rendered a definite buzz, which usually followed with a headache and diarrhea. As time passed, the more pruno I made, the better I got at it. And when I say better, I mean the pruno got stronger. Soon everyone was saving their oranges, buying Kool-Aid and asking when the next batch would be ready. Before I knew it, I'd become the dorm brewmaster. But with all the glory came a downside. With brewing it also came the responsibility of hiding it. Getting caught manufacturing alcohol in the county jail could be another felony. Already having 2 strikes, 1 more felony could mean strike 3, you're out. Yeah, that's right. A freaking life sentence. I bet you're asking yourself if making pruno was worth a life sentence. Well, the answer is hell no. But like anyone committing a felony, no one ever plans on getting caught. The Green Gang were known to shake down, search the dorm at any given time with no notice. And when they came in force, leaving no stone unturned. The last time we were raided, my timing was perfect. I was in between batches and their search came up empty. We had heard rumors that when pruno was found on other dorm shakedowns, it was just flushed down the toilet. That rumor, true or false, made me feel a little more at ease about the possible consequences if I were to get caught. It had been about 3 weeks since our last shakedown, and they usually hit us about once a month. I knew we were due and had a gut feeling we were going to get hit, but figured I had enough time to get 1 more batch up before laying low for a while. 5:30 a.m. on the following Monday morning. In a matter of seconds and without warning, the dorm doors were racked, and a dozen members of the Green Gang rushed in. "Step away from your bunks and strip down to your boxers," said the stocky, no-necked sergeant. One at a time, each one of us were strip-searched. Then, in nothing but our boxers, sent to a holding tank directly across from the dorm. We all watched while our common enemy, the Green Gang, tore apart our dorm. Knowing for sure it was only a matter of time before they found my brew, my heart raced with anxiety awaiting the outcome. What the hell was I thinking? I could have kicked myself in the ass. I'd broken one of my own cardinal rules. Always go with your gut feelings. As I peered through the reinforced window in the direction of the dorm, I watched as the gloating little no-necked sergeant approached the tank holding a punctured trash bag like a prize-winning fish. They'd found my shit. "Who's in bunk 22? He yelped with a shit-eating grin. My bunkie and I stepped forward. "Who's the winemaker?" I had wrapped the pruno in a blanket and stuffed it in a laundry bag that hung off the corner of our bunk post. It was futile to try and lie, because I wasn't about to let my bunkie take the rap. The bottom line was I knew the job was dangerous when I took it. "It's my wine." With a satisfied look on his face, Sergeant No Neck walked away with the dripping evidence in hand. When we returned to the dorm, it looked as if it had been hit by a freaking tornado. Sheets ripped from the mattresses that now lay on the floor. Personal items such as cosmetics, food, and books tossed about with no regard. I guess they figured it was their job to fuck with us, as it was our job to give them a reason to. Later that night, before lights out, I was notified I'd be appearing in Sergeant's Court within 3 to 5 days for possession of contraband. What the hell? At least that was better than manufacturing alcohol in a county facility. Sergeant's Court was nothing but a bunch of formal bullshit. I was read my charge, which was possession of contraband, asked how I pled, which was guilty, and sentenced to 10 days in solitary confinement. The whole. From there I was led to a solitary holding tank with nothing to do but wonder what the next 10 days would bring. Awakened by the sound of the jingling of keys, I lifted my head from my toilet paper roll pillow and slowly rose to my feet. As the windowless steel door slid open, before me stood two unfamiliar deputies, taking a few seconds to size me up. "So, this is the national prez of the Mongols," one said as the other tightened the handcuffs around my wrists. With one dep in my side and the other behind me, I was escorted down an abandoned corridor to what was known as the Hole. As we walked, the bouncing keys and echoing of our own footsteps seemed to serenade a song of regret and loneliness. Arriving at our destination, we were met with yet another steel door, which led to a small block of single cells. There, my handcuffs were removed. Standing against the wall directly across from the control booth outfitted with one-way glass, I was stripped butt naked and thoroughly searched. It was the same old routine: hands, feet, lift your nutsack, spread your ass cheeks, squat and cough. I was then given a clean pair of boxers and a bright orange jumpsuit. As we walked toward the row of single cells, I saw that the control booth door was wide open, and at the panel desk sat two female deps. It was obvious they had watched and most likely enjoyed my entire strip search through the one-way glass. "Did you like it?" I said with a grin as we walked by. That didn't go over so well. I was told to shut the fuck up and keep walking. "Here's your new home, smartass." I stared at the black stenciled numbers on the white tray-slotted doors that slid open. As I entered the dimly lit cell, "Enjoy your stay," was said, followed by a chuckle as the door slid shut. Instantly overcome by the smell of urine, the plastic-encased fluorescent bulb gave off just enough light to survey the small room. It was obvious the strong smell of piss came from the filthy toilet and sink combo that was mounted to the left of the door. Adjacent from the toilet, a steel rectangle frame protruding from the concrete wall supported a 2-inch thick foam mattress, which posed for a bunk. After a few push-ups and some back-and-forth pacing, I laid down. The somersaulting thoughts in my head finally gave in to the silence and weight of my tired eyes. "Chow time! Chow time!" coming from an outside speaker woke me from a deep sleep. Clogging the sink with a wad of toilet paper, I made a small pool of water to throw on my sleepy face. Just minutes later, the tray slot opened and breakfast was slid in by a faceless hand. As the day began, the silence from the night before had turned into what I can only describe as a human jungle of caged animals. I now realized I wasn't alone. The noise ranged from cell to cell: conversation, arguing, threatening, animal calls and screaming, not to mention the blacks trying to harmonize to old doo-wop songs. During the day, it was useless to try and nap. Even toilet paper earplugs weren't enough to muffle the ongoing chatter that lasted till the wee hours of the morning. As the caged animals tired, there was, finally, silence. With a small bar of soap, I scribed the 10th mark on the wall. The daily routine of waiting for meals, push-ups, and masturbation had come to an end. My 10 days in the hole really wasn't shit now that it was over. With my orange jumpsuit gone and now back in normal blues, they returned the plastic bag containing my personal belongings. Throwing it over my shoulder, I began the walk down that same abandoned corridor, only this time in the opposite direction, toward the general population. The sound of bouncing keys and echoing footsteps no longer rendered a feeling of regret, but now relief. Entering the 6th floor, we approached the 600-block dorms, which would now be my new home. It was laid out exactly like the 700 block. The only difference were the depths and my new, soon-to-be dorm mates. With my bag of belongings still hanging over my shoulder, I stood patiently, waiting for the steel door to rack open. My heart nervously pumped with anticipation. You never knew what to expect before entering a new dorm. One thing was for sure here in Wayside. Hell's Angels were few and far between. For some reason, they weren't really popular with the Southsiders. More than likely because of their racist attitudes combined with the fact that many of my Mongol brothers were Southsiders before they were Mongols. I entered the new dorm and headed straight for my bunk. All I could think about was a nice, hot shower. That once every 3-day shower shit in the hole wasn't cutting it. As I undressed, I could feel all eyes upon me, which was to be expected. I was a new wood in the dorm, covered in prison tattoos and a good-sized boot. To those that didn't know me, I was a possible threat. And to those that did, I was a definite threat. Grabbing my flip-flops and a dingy towel from my bag, I headed in the direction of the shower. As I shuffled past a large group of Southsiders playing cards, I heard, "Hey, Wood!" There, in the midst, seated at the table was my old friend Husky. Our simultaneous smiles seemed to set all the staring Southsiders at ease, but had an adverse effect on the blacks that watched cautiously. I rushed through my shower. I couldn't wait to share the last month's events with Husky. As I approached the table, he stood from his seated position to give me a hug and a handshake.
How was your stay in the Roach Motel?
For a moment, I wondered how he knew, but hey, the Southsider Network knew everything that went on in that place. 10 days of push-ups and jacking off does the body good. Leaving the table area, we found a quiet corner to chat. Husky knew all the details of my trip to the hole, even though he was in a different dorm. Taking the blame and punishment for the Pruno, and my actions in the riot, had quashed all doubt and solidified my jailhouse integrity. Not that there was any in the first place. Shit. I just did what any normal convict would do. But then again, there was a big difference between convicts and inmates. Convicts were those who had been to prison and abided by a different set of standards. Inmates were the ones just trying to make bail. In the county jail, inmates were always the majority. But whether convict or inmate, you were always held accountable for your actions behind bars. Husky informed me that the dorm rep for the Woods had recently caught the chain, and the few Woods that remained desperately needed some guidance.
I bet you could use a phone call.
With a smile and another handshake, I made my way to the vacant phone. Did I really want the responsibility of being a dorm rep? I knew that's what Husky wanted. Having me as the Wood rep would guarantee a Southsider and Wood alliance in case of another riot. Being that Woods were by far the minority, the decision was a no-brainer. I needed the Southsiders more than they needed me. Ring after ring I anxiously awaited, but there was no answer. It wasn't like Red Dog not to pick up that time of night, so I decided to give Long-Haired Dave a call. Longhair picked up on the second ring and immediately filled me in on the heartbreaking news. Red Dog had been the victim of a hit-and-run accident and was in the hospital. While getting on the freeway, some asshole in a Benz forced Red Dog into the guardrail, crumpling his leg and his soft-tail Harley. I hung up the phone and walked back to my bunk. While Red Dog lay in a hospital bed fighting to keep his leg, I was stuck in this shithole, unable to help in any way. I laid down on my bunk and closed my eyes. My thoughts took me back to a time that seemed like just yesterday. It was the weekend right before the jury found me guilty. Red Dog and I had pulled over on the dark abandoned 2-lane highway for a smoke break. As we sat on our bikes admiring the distant sparkling lights of Laughlin, Nevada, I remember him saying, "Hey, Junior, you and I both know nothing lasts forever. How do you think it's going to end for us?" Pausing for a moment, I replied, "One of us will probably end up doing life in prison and the other getting killed." No, Red wasn't dead, and I wasn't doing a life sentence. Our situations were, in a sense, ironic. Was it prophetic? Nah, I don't think so. Let's just say I had one of those gut feelings. And my gut feelings were usually right. Chapter 4. 1997 had all the makings of being a good year. The drugs were good, and so were the women. And believe me, there were plenty of both. Who would have thought I'd be locked up a year later for keeping a bro from getting stabbed in a stupid-ass barroom brawl? It was now mid-June of 1998. I'd been in the county jail since April 27th, and even though it had only been 45 days, it seemed like a freaking year. I'd already been in a riot and spent 10 days in the hole for making Pruno. I was more than ready to catch the chain to state prison. For the guys that had never been to state prison, it was scary not knowing what to expect. But for us convicts who had, after months in the miserable county jail, we couldn't wait to get back. Prison was 10 times better than the county jail. There was more freedom, a big yard to roam around on, and the option to get a job or go to school. It was like living on a college campus. Work all day, then back to your cell for count, then chow and back to the yard. Time seemed to move a lot quicker. That is, if you didn't watch the calendar. Watching the calendar was one of the worst things you could do, especially if you had a grip of time. It could be your worst enemy, making time come to a crawl. At least in prison you could pick your friends instead of being cooped up all day with a bunch of freaking idiots trying to be something they weren't. I hated county jail, but until my name got called to catch the chain, I was stuck like Chuck. To pass time, I learned to play the card game Spades. The game strategy was simple, but it got a bit more intricate when playing with a partner. Partners would have to play in perfect sync to win. It seemed like everyone in jail played spades and everyone had a partner who they played best with. Tournaments were organized, and the winning team would win a pot of canteen items that were anteed in beforehand. Husky and I played the game well as partners. Always knowing what each other was thinking helped us to win our share of tournaments, and also when it came to jail politics. The respect we had for each other trickled down to the races we both oversaw, the Woods and Southsiders, and in our dorm. There was an unsaid but obvious alliance between the two. As a rule, each race policed their own people, which kept the big problems to a minimum. But when you've got 120 men of all ethnic groups living together, problems always arose. One morning Husky and I were bullshitting over a game of spades when his serious face cracked a smile.
"Hey, what do you think about hooking up with my old lady's friend?"
Peeking at my freshly dealt cards. Sure, why not? Husky filled me in on the details later. Her name was Gloria. Previously working together at a car dealership, Husky's girl and she had become close friends. Husky had never seen her in person, so the only description we had was that of Husky's girl. In past experience, I learned to become cautious when one female described another, especially when they were friends. She was described to me as being cute, of course, Hispanic, and a good girl, whatever that meant. Though her description was vague, the situation was convenient. Gloria would catch a ride with Husky's girl on visiting day, learn the visiting routine, and, of course, see if she and I were compatible. Plus, You gotta remember, visiting someone in the Los Angeles County Jail could be quite overwhelming for a person described as a good girl. Visiting day had finally arrived. Staring into a scratched-up piece of stainless steel that posed as a mirror, I massaged the pomade and water mixture into my thinning hair and scalp, taking a deep breath and exhaling. I dragged the tiny comb from front to back for the finishing touch. I don't know why I was nervous, but I was. I'd built a reputation on being calm, cool, and collected, but my heart was racing. I don't know, maybe it was the good girl thing or the wanting of a steady female visitor that made me anxious. Don't get me wrong, the occasional visits from my brothers and parents were cool, but I wanted someone nice to look at, you know? Maybe flash me a little cleavage through the window, and who knows? If things worked out, maybe even helping me with my appeal. The dorm gate racked open just enough for Husky and I to squeeze through. Side by side, we walked down the corridor that led to the visiting room. "Ereckson, you're in 12, I heard as the door opened. Swallowing to try to quench my dry throat, I counted as I walked down the narrow row of visiting booths. 9, 10, 11. There she stood. My eyes were immediately drawn to her enormous cantaloupe-sized breasts. Trying not to stare, I quickly made eye contact. Her innocent green eyes had a soothing effect. Simultaneously picking up the phone, I watched her lips as she said,
Hello?
To my surprise, our conversation began to flow quickly. She seemed to know a lot about me, as if she'd done some research. She was curious about why I'd chosen to live this type of lifestyle, and having been asked that question many times before, again, I didn't have an easy answer. Tell me about you. As she went on, I could hear her voice, but I wasn't listening. My attention had been drawn to her unblemished olive skin, and the way her long black hair draped her shoulders. Our conversation seemed to move quickly, and so did the time. Before I knew it, visiting was over. As she stood to say goodbye, I could now see how tall she was. Our eyes were even. Hope to see you again. Awaiting some sort of answer, she replied.
You will.
On the walk back to the dorm, Husky asked how the visit went. It was okay. As days passed, Gloria and I became closer. She gladly accepted my collect phone calls, sent letters almost every other day, and was now coming to visit on a regular basis. It was a good thing. Besides a friendly game of spades, my time and mind were completely consumed by her. Was it really a good thing? Or was I getting weak over a chick? Was I allowing myself to be vulnerable? These were the questions I kept asking myself. The last thing I needed was a freaking head trip over a chick. When you're doing a grip of time, having an old lady you can depend on is a positive thing. But on the other hand, having a jacked up old lady can make time stand still. My years in prison, I'd seen many stand-up guys crumple over jacked-up chicks. I even knew of a convict who was on the phone with his wife. Thinking she'd hung up the phone, it was accidentally left off the hook. Staying on the line and continuing to listen, he heard her having sex with another man. After tearing the phone off the wall, he returned to his cell and hung himself. I didn't need a jacked-up chick to make me do hard time. It was imperative to keep my mind and heart in the right place. As days passed, it seemed my heart was softening. Like the swing of an axe, with each visit Gloria chopped away at my heart until it began to fall. With visits every weekend, within a short time we had formed a special bond. There was nothing we couldn't talk about. She knew about my crime and my 14-year sentence, but seemed unfazed by it. And when I talked of appeal action, she seemed genuinely interested and eager to help in any way. As the law stood, I couldn't start my appeal until 60 days after sentencing. But in the meantime, I could get access to a list of state-appointed public appellate defenders. In other words, a free attorney that specialized in appeals. Maybe Gloria wasn't all that street smart, but was extremely book smart, and was more than happy to help in any way she could. Her beauty, warmth, innocence, and wanting to help me get the hell out of prison made me come to one conclusion. This shit was too good to be true. Was it love? Who the hell knows? But I wasn't about to let it slip through my fingers. In July 1998, only knowing Gloria for a little over a month, I asked her to marry me, and without any hesitation she said yes. Why would a beautiful, large-breasted, intelligent woman want to marry some incarcerated Mongol whose soonest possible release date was July 2010? I wasn't really sure myself. Was it the recognition of being Junior's wife? Or maybe she was genuinely in love. My needs were simple. A letter now and then, visits, and footwork on my appeal. Another thing to look forward to would be the conjugal visits, also known by the CDC, California Department of Corrections, as family visits. Once my designated prison was provided with all necessary legal documentation proving marriage, I could schedule a family visit, meaning 44 hours of unsupervised time with my new wife. While in the dorm, I had heard of an ordained minister that could, and already had performed marriages over a 3-way phone call. With a little asking around, I got his phone number and quickly forwarded it to Gloria. Gloria had never been married before, and I knew every woman looked forward to having a traditional wedding, and especially her first. It bummed me out I couldn't give that to her, but due to our obvious situation, the phone marriage would have to do. Within the week, Gloria had contacted the minister and sent me the necessary documents to sign. The rest was simple. I would send her back the signed documents. She would fax them to the minister. He would handle all the legalities. Then, at a prearranged date and time, I would call her, where they would both be waiting on a 3-way call. Without any hitches, no pun intended, in the 3rd week of July 1998, on a 3-way phone call from Los Angeles County Jail, Gloria and I were married. The following weekend, Gloria and I had our first visit as husband and wife. Even though we stared at each other through a glass window, there seemed to be a different kind of magic in the air. We laughed and talked about a possible future together. It was déjà vu. I'd been through this before. It seemed like just yesterday when 15 years earlier on my first prison term, I had had the same conversation with Joanna. Though I knew Gloria's intentions were sincere, I also knew what prison visits did to a relationship over time. I knew the chances of Gloria waiting around until 2010 were slim to none. As I watched her talk, I thought about our first family visit. I couldn't stop thinking about her slender, voluptuous body pressed against mine. Though it had only been a couple of months since I had felt any intimacy, I hungered for Gloria. Monday morning, July 27th, 1998. Like every other morning, I was awakened by the trumpeting of reveille. After standing in line to take a piss and wash my face, I returned to my bunk to get ready for breakfast. Like normal, at about 6:15 a.m., the dorm gates opened, and the rolling food tray racks were pushed in. Forming a single-file line, assigned inmates carefully handed out one tray per man. Sitting down at the designated Woods table, I examined my tray, which contained a small portion of cold powdered eggs, 2 pieces of bread, and a scoop of what they called grits. When suddenly our breakfast was interrupted by the crackle of the intercom. All remained silent, knowing the list to catch the chain was about to be announced.
Ereckson, roll it up.
Did I just hear what I thought I did?
You're out of here,
came from someone sitting at my table. Immediately looking over to the south side of the table, I saw Husky looking my way. With a wink and grin, he continued eating his breakfast. The day I'd been waiting for had finally arrived. Within the next hour, I'd be on my way to state prison. Suddenly, anxiety impaled my thoughts. I needed to call Gloria and let her know I was leaving. It could be months before I would see or talk to her again. My wish to call my new wife was quickly smothered. For security reasons, the dorm phones would remain off until well after I was gone. I had 20 minutes to pack the small amount of stuff I owned. Only legal papers and mail would be allowed to travel with me. Stuffing my belongings into a net bag, I looked up to see Husky standing there.
Don't worry about Gloria. I'll make sure she knows you cut the chain.
Locking eyes and a firm handshake, the deal was sealed. Husky and I had become friends. You meet people who forget you. You meet people you forget. But sometimes you meet people you can't forget. Those are your friends. Mark Twain. Chapter 5. North Kern State Prison, NKSP, or commonly known as Delano, is a medium-security prison located in Delano, Kern County, California. Opened in 1993, this state prison houses over 5,000 inmates. North Kern serves as a reception center for incoming inmates. Inmates usually serve 2 to 3 months at North Kern, while staff processes their criminal and health records, while also assessing their physiological and social needs before assigning them to another prison. The 150-mile bus ride seemed to take forever. The air-conditioned, windowless bus was designed purposely to rob us of any view, constantly keeping our location a mystery. For the last hour, I had been tortured by an itch on the back of my neck, which was unreachable due to my shackled hands. Except for the continuous groan of the engine and the occasional crinkle of a paper sack as someone dug for their stale sandwich, the bus remained silent. Finally, the groan turned to a purr as the bus downshifted slowly, working its way to a complete stop. We had met our destination. After waiting patiently, it was my turn to exit the air-conditioned bus. With my hands and feet shackled, I carefully stepped down to asphalt and was greeted by the hot summer sun. As a CO, correctional officer, also sometimes referred to as bulls, plural, removed my waist chain. The hot sun blazed on my shaven head. The sweat burned as it rolled down my forehead into my eyes. Though it had been many years, I knew this was just one discomfort of many more to come. I was now at the reception center, where I'd be locked down 23 hours a day for anywhere from 2 to 3 months while being evaluated. Our group entered R&R, receiving and release, where we were strip-searched, given a pair of clean white boxer shorts, then placed in a holding tank while our inmate C files, confidential files, were sorted depending on our committed offense and length of sentence. After a significant amount of time, each of us were plucked from the holding tank, given our personal belongings and a new bright orange jumpsuit with the letters CDC inscribed on the back, then moved to another holding tank containing other inmates from neighboring counties. Some hours later, we were led to the modules that we would call home for at least the next 90 days. My last time in a reception center was Chino State Prison in 1982. It had been 16 years, and things had since changed. While in reception, all inmates were now considered a level 3. Whether a dope dealer or a killer, we would all be housed together during classification. Level 3 also meant cell living, which gave you more privacy and was a hell of a lot better than a noisy-ass dorm. The housing module, one of 5, were made up of 4 concrete tilt-up walls, one side being the entrance and the other 3 sides were 2 tiers of cells. Slowly, the electric steel door closed behind us, ensuring no escape from this giant concrete cube. As I and half a dozen other newcomers, referred to as fish, were seated at the empty day room tables awaiting our cell locations, I looked up at the cells and saw the many curious faces peering, some even straining to see through the narrow window slots, wondering who we were and which cell we'd be assigned to. Now standing in front of the second-tier corner cell that would be my home, waiting for the door to electronically unlock, I glanced through the narrow window, momentarily locking eyes with the man who would be my new cellmate. With a clank, the cell door popped open a few inches, allowing me to open it manually. Stepping in, I shut the door behind me. Sitting on the bottom bunk, occupied with a legal pad and a golf pencil, it was clear by his demeanor he wasn't thrilled about sharing what was once his private cell. "How's it going, bro?" I said to break the ice. Never lifting his eyes from his project. "I'm not your bro." As I looked around the cell, on the wall directly across from the bunks, I couldn't help but notice the large pencil-drawn mural depicting white power and Nazi propaganda. Even though I was white and proud of it, I was born of Jewish descent and wasn't into the Nazi shit. Looking up to the top bunk, which was mine, I saw the bare metal rack. My mattress was rolled up behind his back for extra comfort. "I'll be needing that mattress." Again, never lifting his eyes. There was no reply. This motherfucker was mud-checking me, which left me no choice but to properly introduce myself. Dropping my small bag of stuff to the floor, I turned for a quick glance through the narrow window, making sure it was safe to make my move. Quickly, I undressed down to my boxers, so I wouldn't get any blood on my jumpsuit. Plus, it would be easier to maneuver in the confined area. I had to do this shit fast before he had a chance to get off his bunk. When suddenly, our eyes met.
"No problem, my brother,"
he said as he leaned forward to remove the rolled-up mattress. Oh, now we were brothers. The bottom line was he knew what was fixing to happen, and made the right decision at the last moment. I found that in prison, a lot of these so-called badass motherfuckers ain't shit when it comes right down to it. But then again, you may run across one that is. There ain't a horse that ain't been rode, and there ain't a rider that ain't been throwed. Grabbing the mattress, I threw it up on my rack. No other words were spoken. I was tired from the long bus ride, so I climbed up on my rack to rest. I don't know how long I'd been sleeping, but as I laid in the fetal position facing the wall, I sensed I was being watched. Instantly, I rolled over to see him now standing, back against the wall, staring at me. Like a smoldering fire being doused with gasoline, his pride had forced him to his feet. Then, like a coiled snake, he struck. Trapped atop the upper bunk, I put my back against the wall and used my feet to fend off his wild punches. After his ineffective flurry and now out of breath, He backed up to the rear of the cell, allowing me time enough to jump to the floor. Now, at his level, with just a few feet separating us, we squared off for combat. Like a bull with his head down, he charged for the takedown, smashing me against the cell door, which kept me afoot. In the grunting struggle, I managed to secure a guillotine chokehold. As the weight of my body slowly slid down the supporting cell door, the choke became tighter. Within seconds, his growls turned to whispers as he frantically clawed to release my deadly grip. Squeezing harder, I could feel his boiling anger fade to a simmer. I only had seconds to make up my mind. Was it life or death? Even though my anger said kill, my common sense said no. His fight was gone. I released my hold and rolled his limp, quivering body onto its back. His gasps for air were like a fish out of water. I watched as his face slowly regained its normal color with each breath. With my heart racing, I turned to the tiny cell window to see if our short but intense ruckus had aroused anyone's attention, meaning any bull that might be making his rounds. The coast was clear. Our fight for alpha male had gone undiscovered. Stepping over his shivering body, I took a seat on his bunk to catch my breath. Grabbing a hanging towel, I wiped the dripping sweat from my face. As I watched him recover, I realized how close I had just come to a life sentence. Taking his life would have meant no chance for appeal, and most certainly dying in here of old age. It was at that moment the realization came over me. How in the hell was I gonna make it 12 years in this stinking shithole without catching another case? Anything could happen at any time. Just an argument could lead to a fight like today. What if I run into our rivals, the Hells Angels? Surely there will be a violent confrontation. At any time, I could be forced to defend myself. The fact of the matter was, the miracle of an appeal was my only hope of ever getting out of here alive. Now, on his hands and knees, I helped him to his feet and onto his bunk. What happened? You just got choked the fuck out. As he bowed his head seemingly to regain his bearings, I could now see his razor-nicked and scarred head. Not only was he regaining his bearings, but like a prize fighter who had just lost a title bout, he was trying to cope with his defeat. After an hour of silence and mental acceptance of what had earlier occurred, he began to open. His name was Ryan, but he went by Rye. He had spent almost half of his 26 years in California state custody. Raised by a single mother, Rye lacked a male role model and at an early age landed himself in juvenile hall for numerous counts of petty theft. Now Rye had graduated to a grand theft auto and a string of liquor store robberies which had gifted him with an 18-year sentence here with the big boys. Living his young life here in Kern County, which was mainly made up of white middle-class households, Rye grew up in the system supporting white power groups, namely the skinheads. His medium-built muscular body, tattooed and scarred from many battles, now stood before me showing nothing but respect. The result of two unfortunate destinies had now led us here, to this place and time. Now there was nothing but time. As hours passed, I got to know more about Rye, and he got to know more about me. I told Rye about my case, and how that little prick Sergeant Butcher had intimidated witnesses and lied to get me convicted. How fucking convenient that none of the state's witnesses recalled what happened to the victim's knife. It was as if Butcher was holding something over every witness's head. I knew there were a lot of people in that bar that night that saw what really happened, but for some reason they refused to come forward. Rye agreed that my conviction was based on who I was, not what I did, and if I could get the right people to speak up, I might get another day in court. After all the introduction, Rye filled me in on the weekly routine of the institution. We got 2 yard days a week, which was rotated and shared with 2 other housing units. Blocks. The rest of the week, whichever the days they fell on, we were locked down in our own blocks, rotating 2 hours of day room time between upper and lower tiers. If we were lucky, we got a shower every 3rd day. Breakfast and dinner were in the day room with a sack lunch eaten in your cell. On days with no yard, Rye and I would work out in the cell doing burpees, push-ups and running in place, and triceps off the edge of the sink. Due to the hot summer heat and minimal cell ventilation, we constantly sweated profusely. Just lying in your bunk, sweat constantly rolled off your body, always keeping your sheets damp with moisture. Because showers only came once every 3 days, we took bird baths in the cell to keep the smell of body odor down to a minimum. On or about my 3rd week while on the yard, we, Rye and I, had just finished our bar routine and started our first lap around the track when the yard alarm went off, meaning all inmates must immediately get down on the ground. While sitting on the damp grass, we watched as the bulls ran to the east corner of the yard, where the dust was just beginning to settle. About a dozen inmates were handcuffed and marched away. There had been a skirmish between the Southsiders and the blacks. For the next hour, we remained seated while the next process took place. Each cell block was called off by number, and one at a time each race of inmates were separately stood up, frisked, and escorted inside. After baking in the hot summer sun for an hour, our block was finally called, and after the procedure, we were back inside. Because of the yard incident, the yard was put on lockdown. After 3 weeks with no yard and only 2 hours of day room every other day, the rest was cell time. Now, my routine consisted of going to chow, cell workouts, napping, bird baths, waiting for mail, and ending each day composing a letter to Gloria. Since I was currently housed in a reception center, visits and phone calls weren't allowed. So writing letters was my only way of communication to the outside world. When I wrote Gloria, it was like my only link to freedom. With a pencil and paper, I found it easy to describe my innermost feelings. I felt as if I could paint her a picture with my words. In a letter, Gloria informed me that she had obtained a current list of state-appointed appellate attorneys and would begin researching to find the best one to suit my case. I wished I had the money to hire a top-notch lawyer, but the funds just weren't there. In fact, state-appointed attorneys weren't only free, but sometimes proved to be more efficient at practicing law. I still had plenty of time. I had to be at least 60 days into my sentence before I could start any motion for appeal. On or about our 5th week of lockdown, on a hot sunny day, echoing from the day room speakers, we heard, "Yard! Yard! All inmates prepare for yard!" Finally, we would be getting back to our normal program. Rye and I quickly threw on our jumpsuits, anticipating a walk in some real honest-to-goodness sunlight. As the dungeon door of our concrete home slowly opened, our single-file line headed in the direction of fresh air, only to be met outside by a gauntlet of bulls, more than willing to frisk each one of us for homemade weapons. Now, in the yard, I closed my eyes and faced the sun. The natural heat felt good on my face. Taking a deep breath, a subtle breeze carried the scent of freshly cut grass. Though still confined behind 2 layers of electrified fence, for a moment, I was free. Suddenly, like a recurring nightmare, Yard down! Yard down! Ryan and I hit the ground looking up to see a full-on brawl. The Southsiders were attacking the blacks at the pull-up bars when suddenly the unmistakable crack of a gunshot from a gun tower grabbed our attention. The warning shot had no effect as the melee continued. From nowhere, bulls dressed in riot gear wielding billy clubs converged as a smell of pepper spray drifted through the air. Now, the gunners from all surrounding towers took aim, ready to take deadly control. The pepper spray and battering from the billy clubs brought the coughing combatants to their knees. Once again, we found ourselves sitting on our asses on wet grass for what seemed like hours, while each race was sorted, searched, and returned to their cell blocks. I had been at Delano for almost 3 months, which had seemingly been the worst time in my life. No phone calls, only 8 days of yard, some day room, and the rest of the time locked up in a hot, unventilated cell. I felt as if my life had reached an all-time low. As the next few days slowly passed, for once, I began to doubt myself. I wondered how much more of this shit could I take. The answer was not only obvious, but simple. I had no choice. I had to endure. Then, on the eve of September 23rd, 1998, one of the bulls pounded on our door, waking us from a deep sleep. "Ereckson, you're on the chain to Donovan tomorrow." Chapter 6. Richard J. Donovan Correctional Facility, RJDCF or RJD, is a state prison located in unincorporated southern San Diego County, California, near San Diego. Part of the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation, it sits on a 780-acre, 320-hectare facility and is the only state prison in San Diego County. Opened in 1987, the prison was named after the late Assemblyman and Judge Richard J. Donovan, who sponsored legislation to build a state correctional facility in the San Diego area. However, the Honorable Donovan died before the institution was built. Though the medium maximum security prison was built to house 2,200 inmates, as of December 31, 2012, due to overcrowding, it housed 3,600, which puts it at 161.8% of its total capacity. The prison itself is located on a mesa about 1.5 miles from the Mexico-United States border, in the foothills of Otay Mesa overlooking the Mexican border. 2 notable prisoners recently housed there are Sirhan Sirhan, who is serving a life sentence for the assassination of Robert Kennedy, and Eric Menendez, of the Menendez brothers, who brutally murdered their parents in the well-known 1989 Beverly Hills case. Midday, September 24th, 1998. Exiting the bus, the cool San Diego air filled my lungs. Maybe it was my imagination, but I could swear the subtle breeze carried the scent of the ocean. It was somewhat ironic I would find myself here, the town I grew up in. It felt good to be home, but I knew this San Diego prison may not be so welcoming. Though my journey as a Mongol had started here 18 years earlier, my name and the crime I committed would still lay fresh in the minds of some, and some being the Hells Angels. Though the Mongols had always given them a run for their money, the Angels had always seemed to maintain a stronghold in San Diego County, which I knew surely had found its way over these concrete walls and onto the prison yard. Once I was housed, I knew I needed to move quickly in finding allies, if any, and confronting any problems. This had to be done fast, and hopefully before the word was out I had arrived. I didn't want to give any potential enemies time to congregate and be waiting with a plan. R.J. Donovan, being the most southern prison in the state, was also used as the Southern Reception Center. I had already been classified to stay, so I would bypass the reception yard and be sent straight to a permanent housing unit and a yard, which for me could be the lion's den. But first and foremost, I needed to get a letter and visiting request out to Gloria. Now I was eligible for contact visits, and once the proper documents were submitted, maybe even a boneyard visit. Conjugal visit. Shit. Maybe I was putting the proverbial horse before the cart. I could find myself locked up in the fucking hole, depending on how things went in the next couple of hours. Nevertheless, with no other choice, I patiently waited in R&R for processing. Within an hour I was processed, photoed for a prison ID card, and given a new AKA, inmate number P08772. My destination would be number 3 yard, which had the reputation of being the most violent yard in the institution. Our small entourage entered the desolate yard, which was currently locked down for midday count. With the waits now some years gone, in the short distance I could see the empty pull-up and dip bars which had taken their place. The stillness of the empty yard, combined with a slight whistle of an afternoon breeze, seemed to play a song of unsureness that I forced in one ear and out the other. I couldn't let any hint of unsureness erupt into fear. Fear being my biggest enemy. I entered the V-shaped cell block, one of 5 on the yard, where an assigned cell awaited. Again, like times before, I could see the many curious faces peering through the narrow window slots. As I walked across the empty day room in the direction of my assigned cell, that's when I heard it. Scott! It was coming from one of the upper-tier cells, but I couldn't tell exactly where. Entering the empty cell, I took a seat on the lower bunk. In such a crowded system, it was rare to have no cell partner. Now standing at the cell door, it was I who peered now through the narrow window slot into the empty day room. Who called my name? Why did they call Scott and not Junior? It had to be someone who personally knew me. Only family and friends called me Scott. The scenario drowned all other thoughts from my mind. Who was it that called my name? Within minutes, the cell door popped open. Midday count had cleared. Entering the now crowded day room, I waited at the bottom of the steel stairway, looking for any familiar face, when I heard it again. Scott! It was coming from a young, thin Hispanic. Walking down the stairs in my direction, at first I didn't recognize him. Who the hell is this guy? Oh shit, it's David! He was one of my son Jeremy's friends from the neighborhood when we lived in Vista. David's hand motioned me to follow to the far corner of the day room. Once there, I strategically positioned my back to the wall, while David gave me the scoop on the yard politics. To my surprise, David informed me there were no actual Hell's Angels on the yard, but they still had a good-sized group of supporters that were led by a bully named Dennis Jameson, who could always be found at the pull-up bars. Now was the time. I had to make my move before Jameson and his boys knew I was here. David asked me to lay low for about 20 minutes until his return. As David left the building, my anxiety got the best of me, so I headed for the yard to try and get a glimpse at what I was up against. As I hit the crowded yard, the hot sun felt good on the back of my neck. Taking a deep breath of fresh air, I focused across the busy yard on the pull-up bars, where a large group of woods congregated. I knew David told me to give him 20 minutes, but my adrenaline was on high and I wanted to get this confrontation out of the way, no matter what the outcome. It was something about the adrenaline rush that always seemed to have a calming effect on me. I guess that's one of the things that always made me different from others. The bottom line was, I was who I was, Junior of the Mongols. And again, like so many times before, it was time to represent. As I walked toward the pull-up bars, I thought of Gloria. If things went sideways on this confrontation, all my chances of a contact visit would be gone. And even worse, the prison could refer any act of violence to the San Diego District Attorney's Office, who could charge me with my third felony. As I approached the pull-up bars, I saw what had to be him. Standing about 6'2" and probably somewhere around 240 pounds, they all congregated around him and laughed at every word he said. Yeah, he was big, but that didn't mean shit. I was something he wasn't. I was a full-patch Mongol and he was nothing but a fucking wannabe. I knew I had to get him alone, away from his cronies to work my magic. The magic of intimidation.
Scott!
I turned to see David with an entourage headed in my direction. Now I knew why David disappeared for 20 minutes. He'd gone to round up his Vista homeboys. A quick head count told me the odds were now just about even. With no time to waste, I made my move. With David and his homies now spread out behind me, I approached the muscle-bound Jameson. "Let me get a word with you." With a confused look on his face, Jameson reluctantly followed me from the pull-up bars to the mainstream track that encircled the entire yard. We began to walk. Looking over my right shoulder, I could see both groups following a short distance behind. "So, what's up?" he asked. "I'm Junior from the Mongols." Catching him off guard, I watched his facial expression change while searching for a reply. "You can't stay on this yard." "I'm already on this yard, and I ain't going nowhere." As we continued to walk, Jameson's eyes remained straight ahead, refusing to make contact. And that's when I saw him swallow. That was the sign I was looking for. Right then I knew I had him. Still walking, I moved closer, making sure only he could hear me. I softly said, "This ain't no chess game, but I believe it's your move." "We'll talk later," Jameson replied as he veered off in the direction of his cell block. This really wasn't the resolution I'd hoped for. The "we'll talk later" thing obviously meant this shit wasn't over, and the way he beelined to his cell block told me he was either going to make a phone call or get a shank. A knife. Still walking with David beside me now.
How'd things go?
I ran down the short conversation that I just shared with Jameson, and David agreed I needed to watch my back. As David and I rounded the track, we came upon a small patch of grass just off to the right.
"See that flat little sprinkler head?"
David said with a sinister grin. I replied with a nod.
"There's a shank sitting in the ground about 3 inches to the left. It's there if you need it."
That was all I needed to know. The confrontation with Jameson and the half-day bus ride had mentally taken its toll, leaving me tired. So David and I headed back to our cell block, where I was looking forward to a well-deserved nap. Entering the building, I noticed a biker-looking dude eyeballing me from one of the game tables. "Who's that dude over there with the eye problem?"
"Oh, that's just Doobie. He's nothing to worry about."
Now in my cell, with the door safely secured, I took a deep breath and exhaled. With that door shut, I was momentarily sealed off from the yard politics and could finally put all my senses to rest. Running some cool water to splash on my face, I stared into the dull stainless steel mirror. I looked tired and needed a shave. My mind raced with the many possibilities, decisions and outcomes that were still yet to come. I couldn't stop thinking about the knife stuck in the grass. I kept picturing myself retrieving it for use. Shit. I may have to stab this motherfucker. It had been years, but I'd been in this position before, and like then, I'd do whatever was necessary. The cold water felt good on my face and neck. Mentally and physically drained, I stretched out on the lower bunk. Looking up, I examined the many signatures and mass graffiti on the bottom of the upper bunk. I could feel my eyes get heavy. I was suddenly awakened by a rap on the door. "Ereckson, stand for count." It seemed like just seconds, but I'd slept all the way through to standing count, which meant it was only minutes till chow and only minutes till the next confrontation. When my door popped open, there stood the dude known as Doobie. Putting out his hand, he introduced himself. "The name's Ron Jubal. They call me Doobie." As we waited at the base of the stairs for David, Doobie began to tell me his whole life story. Only a year older than me, the years had been visibly rough on him. With his small, pot-bellied build and arms littered with prison tattoos, Doobie never shut up for a minute as he strolled to chow hall with David and I. Doobie chattered about all Mongols he'd done time with and heavy people he knew. I glanced over to see David roll his eyes. It was a fact that most convicts who didn't have family financially helping from the outside needed a hustle on the inside. For some, it was muling dope or smuggling fruit and veggies from the kitchen. But for Doobie, it was tattooing and drawing, which could be one of the most lucrative. That is, if you were any good at it. I looked to David, who agreed Doobie was one of the best on the yard. As we entered the chow hall, David broke away to sit with his homies, leaving me to sit with Doobie and a few of his homeboys who were all from San Fernando Valley. Like always, the slop on the plate tasted like shit, but hunger overruled, forcing me to swallow it down. As I ate and everyone else at the table rambled on about bullshit, I cautiously scanned my surroundings. I knew Jameson and the rest of those Hell's Angels sympathizing motherfuckers were in here somewhere. But where? Like a radar, I locked on. There they were, sitting to the far left, taking up 2 tables. It seemed their numbers had grown from what I'd seen earlier on the yard. As I continued to eat, Jameson and I locked eyes. I wasn't about to lose this stare down. Like fighters at a weigh-in, we continued to stare at each other, which became obvious to the others at our tables. The tension in the air was so thick you could cut it with a knife. It was as if everyone in the chow hall knew who I was, and who they were. Then Jameson looked away and began to laugh, as if to downplay the situation. Yeah, maybe he thought it was fucking funny, but the bottom line was he broke eye contact first. And like before, I knew I had him. After dropping off our plates, myself, Doobie, and Clifford, who was Doobie's cellmate, left the chow hall and hit the track to walk off the crap we'd just eaten. As we casually strolled, Doobie and Clifford debated about what California prison had the best yard, while I constantly kept aware of who and what was going on around us. As they playfully bickered, we rounded the track, bringing us almost parallel to the pull-up bars. That's when I saw them. It was Jameson and his crew. A quick head count told me the odds were 8-3. We were outnumbered almost 3-1. Now, perfectly parallel with the bars, again I locked eyes with Jameson. "They're coming," said Doobie. Sure as hell they hit the track about 20 yards behind us and were closing fast. I quickly scanned the yard for David, but he was nowhere in sight. Jameson and his crew were gaining on us. The shit was going down. Now only about 10 yards behind, I had to think fast. Get the hell out of here, it's not your fight. Ignoring my words, Doobie and Clifford remained beside me. Consequences were no longer a thought. It was all about survival. With no time to waste, I had to get to that fucking patch of grass. It was like deja vu. What kept replaying earlier in my mind was happening. Coming up on the grass patch, I quickly flung my prison ID card to the ground and dropped to my knees as if to pick it up. Now, kneeling in the damp grass, my hands frantically searched for anything that resembled the handle of a shank. As David said, it was just to the left of the sprinkler head. The handle was wrapped tightly with what looked to be mop strands. Quickly pulling the pointed piece of plexiglass from the ground, I stuffed it into my waistband. Rising to my feet, I turned to see Jameson standing directly in front of me. "Hey, Junior, can we talk?" Something about Jameson's demeanor had changed. He seemed humbler. Had he seen me put the shank in my waistband? With my hand under my shirt holding the shank from falling, Jameson and I continued to stroll. He spoke. "I talked to some people on the streets. Without going into much detail, they said your word was good, and that things on the streets are cool right now. So I really don't see why we can't coexist on this yard. So are we cool?" It was a relief. This motherfucker had no idea how close he was to getting stabbed. But then again, maybe he did. What? This guy thinks he's doing me a favor? I was already on the yard and wasn't going anywhere. Yeah, we're cool. From there, Jameson and his crew headed back to the pull-up bars, while myself, Doobie, and Clifford made another lap around the track. Coming up again to the grassy patch, we decided to sit and have a smoke. While Doobie and Clifford continued their debate on nonsense, I leaned back and discreetly replanted the shank back to its hiding place. "I'll catch you guys in the morning for chow." With that, I shook hands with my two new acquaintances and headed back to my cell block. Maybe Jameson didn't know what that phone call meant, but I sure the hell did. Chapter 7. Just shortly before my incarceration, I had come to talking terms with a few respected members of the Hells Angels, and a verbal agreement was met. Though in whole I knew most Hells Angels hated my guts, but also knew there was still a high level of respect. There were three things the Hells Angels undoubtedly knew about me. 1. I was National Prez of the Mongols MC. 2. I was a man of my word. And 3. The thing they respected most, I was a fucking killer. The agreement was simple. We, the Mongols, wouldn't start any chapters in the Bay Area, and in return, they, the Hells Angels, would refrain from starting any new chapters in SoCal. But now with me being locked up and the Mongols having new leadership, I wondered if the agreement would still stand. By no means did this verbal agreement mean a truce. How could there be a truce if there wasn't a war, figuratively speaking? It just meant maybe it was possible for two major clubs to coexist in a state and fly the same bottom rocker. After the first good night's sleep I'd had in months, I stood refreshed and hungry as my door popped open for morning chow. There stood Doobie and Clifford eagerly waiting. I must admit they weren't much to look at, but one thing was for sure. They hung by my side when the shit got hairy, and that said a hell of a lot. Especially when it wasn't even their beef. Shit! I hadn't even been there 24 hours and I already had the foundation of a good little crew. After morning chow, we hit the track for a few laps. As we walked, it seemed as if there was something on Doobie's mind. "What's eating you, man?"
"Well,
I was thinking, Clifford's gonna be paroling next week, and I was wondering if you might want to sell up with me. Let me think about it. As the three of us walked, I thought about Doobie's proposition. There was a lot to consider. Having Doobie as a cell partner meant his problems would also be mine. But then again, he'd already put his ass on the line for me. Yeah, but I'd have to watch that fat little fucker take a shit every morning. But on the other hand, Doobie could sling ink, and that meant I could probably get free tattoos. And good ones at that. I knew my single-cell status was temporary and wouldn't last for long. They could put anyone in my cell at any time, and more than likely someone I couldn't get along with. Okay, I'll do it. After a couple of laps, we headed back to the cell block where Doobie had a phone call scheduled, which he offered to me, and I gladly took. It was the first time I'd spoken to Gloria in 2 months. It was great to hear her voice, and she seemed equally excited to hear mine. She informed me that she had contacted an appellate attorney who was willing to look at my case and would fill me in on all the details during our upcoming visit. The club had also given her $100 to put on my books, which was well needed. Okay, sounds great. I can't wait to see you. As I hung up the phone, I couldn't help but feel excited and optimistic. Maybe she had found someone that might be able to get me out of this shithole. Sure enough, later that week my single-cell status ended. After an afternoon on the yard, I returned to my cell to find some old dude struggling to put sheets on the upper bunk. It took everything his frail body could muster to pull the sheets tight onto the mattress. When done, with tobacco-stained fingers, he stuck out his trembling skeleton-like hand to shake.
They call me Pops.
I'm Junior. Later that night, after he bummed a smoke and shot a coffee, I listened into the wee hours of the morning as he told his story of all things lost due to a life of heroin addiction. I acted interested even though I'd heard the same story 100 times before, and already knew how it ended. Oh, I was tired. His wheezing, coughs, and occasional fart kept me awake the whole night. Thank God I only had to tolerate this shit for a few more days until Clifford left. The day Clifford left, we put in for the cell move and it all went smoothly. Since I was traveling light, within a matter of minutes I was all moved in. Doobie's cell was set up nice and had all the comforts of home. Well, almost. I mean, it was still a fucking prison cell. But there was plenty of food, mostly top ramens, bags of instant coffee, taster's choice, and a carton of tailor-made smokes. Camel non-filters. Oh, did I mention the 12-inch Magnavox TV? The cell was also on the north side of the building, meaning no direct sunlight, which kept it cool in the summertime. It had all the little things that made doing time as comfortable as possible. That evening we skipped the chow hall and celebrated in the cell with top ramens and warm sodas for dinner, which was probably better than the shit they were serving anyway. As days passed, I got to know more about the man Ron Doobie. His mom and dad, both full-blooded German, had migrated from Germany in the mid-1950s and settled in the San Fernando Valley. From an early age, Ron was quite rebellious, and in his teens landed himself in juvenile hall. Never finishing high school, Ron relied on what he did best, which was drawing. Now, at the age of 39, Ron had spent a total of 18 birthdays behind bars, on numerous prison terms, and over time had turned his artistic skills into a lucrative business. Everybody in this fucking place needed a hustle, and Ron's was drawing. Specializing in personal cards, birthday, anniversary, and Mother's Day, he could draw whatever was requested and made money doing it. Besides the cards, he'd mastered the art of prison-style tattoos, which were high in demand. His unique drawing skills enabled him to freehand, meaning to tattoo without stencils. But the hardest thing about being a prison tattooist was acquiring ink. Just an ounce of black liquid was worth $15 in canteen items or drugs, which was risky, but still another hot commodity. At Donovan, a privileged inmate, anyone who went years without a write-up and had proof of artistic skills could apply for what was known as a hobby card. This card enabled them to purchase certain art materials through a closely monitored catalog. Things such as drawing tablets, pastels, paint brushes, and even permanent drawing ink. What? Did I say permanent ink? That's right. Doobie legally purchased his ink through the Dick Blick art supply catalog with his hobby card and had it delivered right to the freaking prison. Just selling the ink by the ounce to other tattooists was a hustle in itself. Between Doobie's hustles and the money I would soon be getting from the club, we'd be living large, as far as prison standards went. Standing in front of the mirror using borrowed clippers, I carefully trimmed my mustache to the prison compliance. Gloria had finally been approved a visit, and today was the big day. With my hair slicked back and mustache trimmed to the top of my lip, I looked sharp as a $9 butcher knife. The borrowed creased shirt and pants I wore were a little big but comfortable. Now it was just a matter of waiting for my name to be called over the yard loudspeaker. Man, I hope she shows up. With his eyes glued to the TV, Doobie replied, "Why wouldn't she?" My mind began to think of numerous but unlikely reasons. Over the years, I'd seen many guys wait all day, dressed out for a visit, only to be disappointed by a no-show. Boy, I sure hope that shit didn't happen to me. What a freaking embarrassment to be dressed up and waiting all day and your old lady pulls a no-show. The day room clock read 11 a.m., and I was starting to get worried. Damn, she should be here by now. It wasn't really that I was worried about her as much as it was my image, because to me, image was 99% of everything. Then I heard it. "Ereckson, report to visiting. You have a visit." She was finally here. I never doubted it for a moment. Yeah, right. One more look in the mirror and I was off. I entered the visiting room. Already sitting at a table, she waved me over. She was gorgeous as ever. Her shining jet-black hair seemed to highlight her emerald eyes and flawless cream-colored skin. As I approached, she smiled. Then, for the first time, we kissed. Her lips were soft as velvet, and her smell was that of a bouquet of roses. I wanted another kiss, but only 2 were permitted. One for hello and one for goodbye. Just as before, her eyes seemed to put me in a trance. I watched as her perfect lips spoke words which momentarily fell on my deaf ears. After giving a minute to inhale her beauty, I began to focus on our conversation. Her hard work had come through in locating a good court-appointed appellate attorney. His name was John Bailey. Bailey had begun practicing law in the U.S. Navy as a JAG, Judge Advocate General's Corps, and now, as court-appointed appellate attorney, had earned a stellar reputation among his peers. It was also reassuring to know that Bailey had also established case law that could be found in law books. Was I impressed? Oh, hell yeah. This was my guy. This was the dude who was going to bust me out of this joint. Next on the list, Gloria would get all my court transcripts over to Bailey's office, which was conveniently located in San Diego, for his evaluation, and then we'd take it from there. Time seemed to fly by, and before we knew it, it was time to say goodbye. "Hey, did you put the money on my books the club gave you?" With a smile, she said,
Yep, $100.
"Nice." With the visit ending, we stood for a final embrace. Purposely, I pulled her in close just to feel her enormous breasts press against me. The goodbye kiss I had anticipated for the entire visit was far better than the first. With a smile, she silently lipped.
I love you.
I winked and waved goodbye. I left the visit room feeling refreshed and confident. It was a good day. Like clockwork, Gloria continued to visit every weekend, and it seemed we were growing closer and closer. It had been over a month and there was still no word from Bailey. Maybe he just needed more time to evaluate my case, or at least that's what I kept telling myself. I had also acquired all the necessary family visit information and sent the packet to Gloria. The rest was up to her. All she had to do was fill out the application and send it back, included with a copy of our marriage license. After being approved, I would receive a date, usually within 60 to 90 days, and we'd be off to the little honeymoon cottage where we'd be alone for 44 hours. That is, except for 3 counts a day where I'd have to step out to the porch and be seen by staff. About a month and a half had gone by, and Gloria still hadn't mailed back the family visit packet, which was starting to piss me off. Maybe Gloria didn't need the sex, but I sure as hell did. Like routine, I dragged a comb through my slicked-back hair one last time before entering the busy visiting room. There at our usual table sat Gloria, patiently waiting with a subtle smile. We kissed, and I sat down. "Did you get the packet I sent?" Looking past me, Gloria replied.
It's all signed. I just keep forgetting to mail it.
Since Gloria and I had been together, I'd never lost my temper. Of course, I never had a reason to. She knew how important this family visit was to me, but for some obvious reason, she was dragging her feet on mailing it back. The more I thought about it, the more pissed off I got. Then I broke the silence. "You need to get off your ass and mail that fucking packet!" She looked at me in shock. Visitors from the surrounding table stared in silence. Shit, I didn't mean to humiliate her. But maybe a small taste of humility is what she needed. With tears beginning to well,
Okay, I'll mail it tomorrow.
the rest of our visit consisted of few words and a lot of looking at the surrounding scenery. I knew I scared the hell out of her, but I had to maintain some control of this relationship even though I was locked up. Later that night, I gave her a call and apologized for raising my voice in front of other people. My apology was accepted, and she promised to get the papers in the mail that week. I really didn't feel bad about yelling at her, because it needed to be done. I just shouldn't have done it in front of other people. The following Friday, I received a letter from Gloria, saying she had sent the papers earlier that week as promised, but due to some personal issues regarding her dad, she wouldn't be able to visit that weekend. Though I had a phone call scheduled for that night, I figured it best to give Gloria some space to handle her personal business. So I called Red Dog instead. It had been a few months since I'd talked to Red Dog, and it was great to hear his voice. He was happy to bring me up to date on what was going on with the club, or at least what was discussable over that monitored phone. He was healing slowly from his prior bike wreck, though walking with a cane, he still seemed to be in good spirits. Months earlier, Red had campaigned for the club's top seat, but narrowly lost to the incumbent by a mere 2 votes, which had understandably left him with a shitty taste in his mouth. Politics were politics, whether it be in real life or club life, and the loser's feelings always got hurt. But like I always said, if you got feelings, go work for fucking Hallmark. I thanked Red Dog for giving Gloria the $100 to put on my books. "What do you mean you gave her $200? Sure as shit that bitch had pinched my stash. I thanked Red Dog for the info and said goodbye, and immediately called Gloria with my remaining phone time. but there was no answer. My heart was racing, sweat beaded on my temples. Like a whistling teapot, my anger began to boil. Was it true? There was no way Red Dog would lie. Did Gloria steal from me? That weekend, I tried to call her 2 more times, but there was still no answer. On Monday evening, as Doobie and I walked off our dinner, the loudspeaker echoed over the quiet yard.
Ereckson, report to the watch office for legal mail.
My heart filled with excitement. It was news on my appeal. Entering the watch office, I handed the clerk my ID, which he traded for a sealed manila envelope.
What is it?
Asked Doobie. Grabbing back my ID card, we headed out the door. The large yellow envelope was sealed well and thick with contents. Looking at the return address, I saw it was sent from a law firm whose name I found unrecognizable, but I figured it was the firm Bailey worked for. We entered the well-lit cell block and found an empty table. Like a child at Christmas, I anxiously opened the envelope. Sliding out the packet of stapled papers and began to read. The smile on my face quickly melted. Just as Gloria had promised, she'd sent the packet. A fucking divorce packet. I slid the papers across the table at Doobie. Shaking his head, he looked at me.
You gotta be shitting me.
At first, I felt anger, but only at myself. The signs were there all along, but blinded by love, I failed to acknowledge them. Maybe it was my fault for never saying I loved her. Maybe I was too demanding, but like a turd in a punch bowl, the fact kept floating right back in front of my face. The bitch stole from me, which was not only unacceptable, but unforgivable. Thanks for covering the divorce costs, Gloria. Chapter 8. It was the summer of 1999. Nearly a year had passed since my arrival at Donovan State Prison, and like a fart in the wind, thoughts of Gloria had long since dissipated. Things were going well. I had scored a good job as a welder in the mechanical maintenance shop, which kept me off the yard and out of politics. Jameson and I had even become somewhat friends, often working out together on the weekends. Since the beginning of the year, I'd been in phone contact with my attorney, John Bailey, and had related every detail I could remember about my case. By April, Bailey had filed my first motion for appeal at the state level. We both agreed it was time to finally meet in person, so he could explain in detail the grounds on which my appeal was filed, and about the whole appellate process in general. In early May of 1999, I finally got my first attorney visit. He really wasn't what I had pictured. What I thought would be middle-aged and distinguished turned out to be mid-30s and seemingly free-spirited. As he opened his large briefcase, I momentarily sized him up, like I do every man I'm about to do business with. Looking at the small embroidered alligator on his tight-fitting polo shirt quickly told me 2 things. He spent some time in the gym, and taste wasn't his strong point. His clean-shaven face and freshly barbered brown hair showed good personal hygiene, which I felt indicated he was somewhat organized. Just like I'd thought from the beginning. That little prick Sergeant Butcher from the San Fernando Valley PD was a crooked little bastard. While doing research, Bailey had found several instances where Butcher had intimidated witnesses to secure conviction. We knew he did it in my case at least twice. Once with the bartender by holding a felony warrant over her head, forcing her to testify, and the disappearance of the knife. The question was, could we prove it? And did it help in my conviction? On a positive note, Bailey did have a written statement from the bartender, stating that Butcher had threatened to throw her in jail on an old traffic warrant if she didn't testify that Reno and I provoked the incident, which couldn't have been farther from the truth. She stated she also saw the investigating officers confiscate the knife for evidence, which now was conveniently missing But was this enough ground for an appeal or a new trial? On the negative side, Bailey informed me that appeals were decided only on trial issues, not on new evidence, which was a completely different process. The disturbing fact was 96%, 96 out of 100 appeals were denied at the state level. Motherfucker! I thought my chances were a little better than that. At least Bailey was a straight shooter, and that's what I wanted. My first impression of Bailey was good. We shook hands and said our catch-you-laters. On my walk back to the block, I felt nothing but disappointment. I thought for sure my chances were better than that. I only had 4 out of 100 chances to win, which were some fucked up odds. I never was much on praying, but maybe it was time to start. I'd remembered a phrase from the movie Shawshank Redemption. Hope is a good thing, maybe the best of things, and no good thing ever dies. It was now the middle of September. With the temperatures well in the mid-90s, the humid San Diego air always had a tint of an ocean breeze, which kept it just a notch above being miserable. I was lucky enough to work in the textile plant, which was always kept at comfortable temperature. I enjoyed working in the maintenance department. My welding skills made me valuable, and at 42 cents an hour, one of the higher-paying jobs, I wasn't about to complain. Like any normal day, after work I grabbed a well-needed shower and climbed up into my bunk to watch the 5 p.m. local news. Not only was it count time, but also when the mail was delivered. That is, if you were lucky to get anything. Though considered by convicts to be a sign of weakness to sweat the mail, we all waited anxiously as the bull made his rounds, just hoping to get a letter shoved through the crack of the door. As I'd hear his shuffling footsteps get closer, I'd always say to myself, "Please, motherfucker, have something for me." Again, like times before, he passed with nothing. Then, stopping dead in his tracks, the man in the green uniform returned to my cell, making eye contact through the narrow window. "Ereckson, you got legal mail. Go to the watch office after chow." I could feel my blood pressure rise with every heartbeat. Anxiety took over all other emotions. It was now the middle of September. It had been 5 months since the appeal was filed. This was it. I went to chow, but was too nervous to eat. That watch office was holding my golden ticket out of this shithole, and I was going to be first in line. Dumping my tray of slop, I shot out the chow hall door. Peering through the window, I could see the lights were on, but there was no movement inside.
"Excuse me,"
said the skinny inmate clerk as he slid by. Then, rapping on the watch office door, it opened just enough for his thin body to slip in. "Hurry up, motherfucker," I mumbled to myself. One thing you learn in prison is patience. But right now, I didn't have any. I wanted my fucking mail, and I wanted it now. After fumbling around with some meaningless bullshit, the skinny clerk opened the door. Entering with my ID ready in hand, I quickly made the transaction and left with the unopened envelope. Anxious, I trembled while tearing open what I thought was my ticket to freedom. Reading carefully down the page, I found the word denied. My heart sank. I was bummed out and angry at myself for getting my hopes up. Like Bailey had said, the odds of winning were only 4 out of 100. I was foolish to think I ever had a chance. Fuck it. No use on dwelling on the past. It was time to get on Bailey and file again in the Supreme Court. I still had another shot at it, and if that didn't work, I'd make his ass file at the federal level. I didn't deserve to be locked up, and I wasn't about to quit trying. That evening, I got a phone call. With only 15 minutes to call as many friends and family as possible, I got busy dialing. First, I called my folks. They had already heard the news from Bailey. Though disappointed, they always kept an upbeat attitude. I'm sure they knew the odds of me getting out before 2010 were slim to none. But I always remember my mom always saying,
Just take one day at a time.
which left me thinking, yeah, that's easy for you to say. But because it came from her, it still rang soothing to the heart. Next, I called Red Dog, still bitter over his narrow loss for national president. He seemed genuinely disappointed over the outcome of my appeal, but still seemed optimistic about another try at the next level. Hey, bro. Not to change the subject, but do you remember a chick named Dee Garcia? The name sounded familiar, but I wasn't sure. Why? She's been bugging the shit out of me for your address. I figured the way things were going, it sure wouldn't hurt to have a pen pal, especially a female. It had been months since the Gloria escapade, and I was well over it. Maybe it was time to ease into a little new female companionship. Yeah, sure, why not? The following week I received a letter with a photo. Okay, I remember who she is now. Dee Garcia was a chick I used to always see hanging around at the clubhouse. Because I'd see her with other brothers, I just took for granted she was a brother's private property. And the strict Mongol rule was, never mess with another brother's property. The more I stared at the photo, the more familiar her memory became. I remembered her often looking my way with a slight smile. Of course, that didn't mean shit. I was national president, and a lot of chicks looked my way with slight smiles, which always left me wondering, was it me, or the position I held? But to be honest, I really didn't give a shit one way or the other. If it was free and available, I took it. The photo she sent did do her justice. But then again, I knew how women were when it came to photos. They'd thumb through half a dozen until they found the one they thought they looked the best in, and that was the one they sent. How many times did a convict get a photo of a hot chick that ended up being a freaking heifer? Believe me, it was a lot. Regardless, I wasn't in a position to be picky, so I had no problem penciling out a 3-page, "Yeah, I remember you" letter. Within weeks of constant correspondence, Dee agreed to come up for a visit. All the same prison crap would ensue. I'd send the visiting form, she'd fill it out, then we'd play the prison's dumbass waiting game for an approval. I never really understood the visiting approval shit. I guess it was just another reminder that the California Department of Corrections was in complete control, and also check your visitors for any outstanding warrants. Within a month of our first letter, Dee was approved to visit, and there I was again, all dressed up, hair slicked back and sweating the clock. The whole Gloria thing had left a shitty taste in my mouth. But really, how in the hell could a guy locked up in a freaking pen completely trust a chick who's running amok on the streets? I'd made up my mind. I was going to keep Dee at a distance. That is, if she even showed for a visit. Just as promised, she showed up. This time the nervousness was gone. It was what it was, a visit with no emotional ties. I entered the visiting room, though it had been months. It seemed like I was there just yesterday. With the photo she sent burnt in my mind, I scanned the crowded room for her face and... wow! There at a table she sat. Sitting with her legs crossed, nonchalantly she waved me over. Arriving at the table, she stood to give me a hug. Damn, I didn't remember her looking that good. I could tell she was Hispanic, but barely. Her brown highlighted hair was gently curled and fell just past her shoulders. Her carefully applied eyeliner made her hazel eyes seem larger than life.
You want something to drink?
She asked. As she walked over to the Coke machine, my eyes were glued, as were everyone else's. The black polyester pants that fit her thick body so snug left very little for the imagination, but then again, imagination was all I had, and it was working in full force. Returning with a cold can of Mountain Dew, she sat and momentarily gave a semi-seductive stare before looking away. For a second, I searched for words. So, glad you could make it up here,
Not a problem.
she replied. She was confident, but not overly so. From there our conversation began to flow, going from people we knew to things we had in common. As I sipped my drink, I stared at her round face while she spoke. I could see the hint of a few freckles that the thin layer of makeup left unhidden. She was quite pleasant to look at, caught somewhere between cute and beautiful. I found myself intrigued. In the way a snake charmer charms a cobra with a musical tune, I too was being charmed beyond my control. As months passed, Dee consistently continued to visit, and what I promised myself wouldn't happen, progressively did. The more I saw her, the more I wanted her. Now the middle of November 1999. It had been 19 months since I'd been intimate with a woman. Everything about her screamed the word sex. From the way she walked, talked, wore her hair, and most of all the way she smelled. I found myself hungry like a wolf, and she was the lone lamb. With time and visits, a relationship had formed. Was there complete honesty? I doubted it. But then again, I didn't care. What she did in her spare time was her own damn business. All that mattered was that she showed up for visits. It was time to put this shit on the table and try to cut a deal. Hey, Dee, you ever thought about getting married?
To you?
She said with a grin. Taking a drink of her Coke, she set the can back on the table and began to chuckle.
Why? Do you love me?
Before I could give an answer, she slid her chair closer and looked me dead in the eyes.
I know what's in it for you, but what's in it for me?
You gotta be shitting me. This broad was ready to play some serious poker, and it made me want her even more. Okay then, let the games begin. My early observations had already told me she was quite vain and very much concerned of what people thought of her. I also knew she loved hanging out at the clubhouse and thrived on being the center of attention. That was all I needed to start the negotiations. Now I slid my chair even closer. Here's what's in it for you. When we get married, you'll be known as Junior's old lady, and have carte blanche at every clubhouse party, every Mongol function, and an open invitation to all the runs. Just think, sitting at the clubhouse listening to the band, getting served drinks on the house. Not to mention maybe even a little cash to help pay some bills. The money part was bullshit, but I just wanted to sink the hook. Staring at the floor with a sinister grin, I could see the wheels were turning. Like a big-mouthed bass, she was nibbling at the bait. Now it was time to reel her in and get her ass on the boat.
And all I have to do is come up for conjugal visits?
Yep, every 60 to 90 days.
Okay, I'll do it.
Yes. The fish was flopping on the boat. As the visit ended, I gave Dee a big hug and a goodbye kiss as usual. While still embraced, she whispered in my ear,
You do love me, right?
Of course I do. Chapter 9. It was the middle of December when I got denied on my final state-level appeal. Bailey came up for an attorney visit to break the news in person. With my elbows on the table and my forehead planted in the palm of my hand, all I could say was, Merry fucking Christmas. What about taking it to the federal level? I could read Bailey's lack of enthusiasm.
To be perfectly honest with you, Junior, once you exhaust your appeals with the state, the chances of a federal court even hearing it are slim to none. I'm just trying to be straight up with you. And being that I'm state appointed, I don't know if I can even file a federal level appeal with no out-of-pocket cost to you. Let me see what our options are, and I'll get back to you.
With those plastic reassuring words, we shook hands and said goodbye. There was no doubt in my mind I'd never see that son of a bitch again. Well, what the hell? There was no reason to hold a grudge. Bailey had been straight up since the beginning. After Bailey's visit, I meandered back to the cell trying to digest what I'd just been told. It seemed the light at the end of the proverbial tunnel was beginning to flicker out. I had to put the appeal behind me and somehow wrap my mind around the fact that I was going to do the whole fucking 12 years. And that was with good time. Good time, shit! That meant 12 perfect years with no disciplinary action. Even a simple 115, disciplinary write-up, could add on another year. 12 years to walk a perfect line seemed almost impossible. Shit, I couldn't do it on the streets. How in the hell was I gonna do it in here? As I entered the block, I made eye contact with Doobie, who was sitting at a table involved in a card game. A slight shake of my head relayed the bad news. Standing in front of my cell, I raised my hand to get the attention of the bull in the control tower. My door popped open. Entering the empty cell, I slammed the door behind me. The cell looked different now. What I thought would be a temporary home had now become permanent. Sitting on the bunk, my temples throbbed with every heartbeat. Beads of sweat gathered on my forehead. I thought somehow I'd wake up from this fucked up nightmare. But this was real. My whole body began to weaken. I fought to keep my composure, but felt suffocated. Reality was burying me alive. Giving in to the pressure, I dropped to my knees. Though I tried to hold it back, a tear found a path down my cheek. Erupting in anger, I pounded the bunk with both my fists. With nowhere left to turn, I screamed at the top of my lungs. Dear God, you know! You know what really happened that day! I need a break, just some kind of break! Would it do any good? Probably not. But it sure as hell made me feel better. I awoke to the sound of the door popping open. Doobie entered doing his best to be noiseless, but I was already awake. The state shot me down on my appeal. While making a cup of instant coffee, Doobie remained silent. Then sitting on the bunk, he crossed his legs and lit up a smoke. What about writ of habeas corpus? What the hell's that? Doobie explained. Well, an appeal just deals with court issues like jury tampering, incompetent representation, a stupid-ass attorney, or if a judge sentences you under the wrong statute, you know, all the shit that goes on during a trial. A writ of habeas corpus is completely different. I think in Latin it means produce the body or let me the fuck out. A writ can get you out on the same fucking day you go to court. It's when new evidence is brought in, like DNA proving they got the wrong guy or a new witness saying you didn't do it. Put it this way, a writ is the only way I've ever seen anyone get out of here. Maybe Doobie had something. What if I could get a new witness to come forward? Someone who didn't testify at my trial. I had an idea. The question was, would it work? I sure as hell had nothing to lose. I wasted no time signing up for a Monday evening phone call. I hoped Bailey would pick up, and he did. What about a writ of habeas corpus? After a second or two of silence, Bailey replied. With what new evidence? Now that I had his attention, I shared my idea. Look, there were at least a half-dozen people sitting at the bar that night that either refused or were never asked to give a statement. What if we could find them and get a statement now? Bailey listened without saying a word. Then, "We're gonna need a good private investigator." "I got just the guy. The club used him for background checks and he's ready to come aboard." Which was a freaking lie, since I hadn't talked to Tucker in years. "It's a long shot, and don't get your hopes up. But if you can get some written affidavits from new witnesses, I'll submit a writ of habeas corpus to the sentencing court for you as an individual." For me as an individual? What the hell did that mean? I knew what it meant. It meant if the writ went south, Bailey didn't want it on his resume as a loss. He was going to submit it to the court as if I filed the writ myself. Whatever. It was time to contact my old friend Dan Tucker. Standing about 5'6", Dan Tucker's plump build and Jewish heritage wasn't what I expected the first I met him. Expecting more of a Dick Tracy, Tucker's comb-over hair and his dyed black beard, I must confess, made me a bit skeptical. But in many cases, looks are often deceiving. A matter of fact, some of the most dangerous dudes I ever met looked harmless as hell, but would kill you in a freaking second. Tucker's reputation as a PI was good, though he had no spectacular cases under his belt, but known to be persistent and thorough, and that's what I needed. The question was, would he take the case for little or no money? When it came to the money, I figured I might be able to get the club to flip a few bucks my way, but that was probably going to be difficult, considering they'd already picked up all the costs on the actual case itself. On the other hand, there were two things I knew about Dan Tucker. For a small guy, he had a huge ego, and a weakness for beautiful women. But then again, what man didn't? I remember him always commenting when seeing a hot-looking chick, "I think that one needs to be punished," which always followed with a sinister giggle. I had to get Tucker on board this project, and the presentation would be the most important part. I knew the thirst of his enormous ego could easily be quenched just by the opportunity to work my case, and his love for beautiful women, it was time to put D to work. I gave Red Dog a call and shared my thoughts on the writ. He agreed using D was a good plan and was more than willing to help in any way possible. Now, I would just have to wait till the weekend for D's visit. "He's gonna come across a little perverted, but you gotta do this for me." D took a deep breath and rolled her eyes. "Come on, babe. It ain't like I'm asking you to screw the guy. You just need to use a little bit of your female charm to help persuade him to take the case." The fact I felt I was kind of begging D to help disturbed me. But now wasn't the time to make it an issue.
"Well, if you really think it's gonna free you, I'll do it."
Explaining the detailed plan made the visit pass quickly, and before I knew it, it was time to say goodbye. The following week, Red Dog and D met with Dan Tucker and laid out the plan. With the combination of intimidation and infatuation, just as I had planned, Tucker felt compelled and even somewhat excited to take on the case, and swore to get started right away. On January 6th, 2000, in the yard number 3 visiting room with my folks as witnesses, Dee and I were married, and within days my first family visit was scheduled. In 60 days I would have the well-needed intimacy I'd been waiting for. It seemed like the longest 2 months in my life, but the day I had long anticipated had finally arrived. I had rehearsed it in my mind over and over each night since our wedding day. How would it be? Would she be the aggressor, or would it be me? Would it be slow and passionate, or violent and quick? I didn't know. She was my wife, and I've never made love to her, but today I was going to find out. After a strip search, I was led through the visiting room and out a rear door, where a van awaited with other inmates and a few convicts. Still behind the well-secured perimeter fence, The van slowly cruised the gravel road that was hidden behind each yard, dropping off each man at a small one-bedroom brick apartment. I exited the van and walked the short distance to the front door of my soon-to-be honeymoon suite. Entering, I found a tiny front room consisting of a well-used vinyl couch, which was positioned directly across from an outdated 25-inch RCA TV that was permanently mounted to a coffee table which bore the carved initials of many prior guests. The kitchen, if you could call it that, had a small table surrounded by plastic chairs, a lone microwave atop an empty counter, a small sink basin, and a mid-sized fridge. The tiny bedroom housed nothing more than a dilapidated queen-size mattress on a box spring that sat directly on the floor. Peeking in the bathroom, I saw a shower tub combo. No shower curtain, a sink, and a toilet. I guess the thing that amazed me most of all was that the bathroom had a door. It had been over 2 years since I had any intimacy, or taken a shower and a shit in privacy. The sound of gravel under rolling tires quickly drew my attention to the open front door. Outside, I saw Dee exit the van with a bag of pre-ordered frozen dinners, which I quickly grabbed in a gentlemanlike manner. As the van rolled away, we entered our quaint but captive honeymoon suite. For the next 44 hours, there would be no escaping for either one of us. That's when reality set in. Looking at each other, we both realized for the first time we were actually alone. Taking our time putting away the frozen TV dinners, we engaged in small talk that mostly revolved around Tucker and the writ of habeas. If she was nervous, she didn't show it. On the other hand, I was quite anxious but did my best to conceal it. Casually, I turned on the TV and got comfortable on the couch, while she disappeared into the bedroom. There was no reason to rush. It was going to happen, and I was going to savor it like a fine wine. Within minutes, Dee reappeared.
How do you like it? It's Victoria's Secret.
I couldn't figure out why they called it Victoria's Secret. Her tiny see-through negligee left little secret for my imagination. I now saw Dee in a different light. As she stood before me, I could see every curve and tan line her near-perfect body had to offer. What started with a gentle kiss quickly burst into a fueled fire that raged throughout the night. Sweaty and out of breath, we laid next to each other, both staring at the ceiling in utter silence. For me, maybe it was the fear of having to share my life with someone other than the club. For her, silence, I didn't know and never asked. With nary a word spoken, complete exhaustion quickly forced us both to sleep. A single beam of sunlight snuck through the bedroom curtain, finding its way to my face. Morning had quickly arrived. Careful not to awake her, I crept from the bed to the bathroom. It was almost ironic how simply shutting the bathroom door seemed to open another door to momentary freedom. The warm shower water felt good on my back. It was the first time I'd taken a shower alone in 2 years. For that moment, I felt free. But the bittersweet truth revealed just another form of judicial torture. I'd gotten a little taste of happiness, only to return to gray prison walls the following day. I wanted to be free. I wanted to go home. I needed this writ of habeas corpus to break me out. Now married, we spent most of our first family visit just learning about each other. Before we knew it, our first 44 hours alone had quickly passed, leaving us no choice but to return to our separate and completely different worlds. Chapter 10. Just as promised, Tucker had kept his word about wasting no time in coming up with results. In early February of 2000, just about 2.5 years after the incident at Armand's bar, Tucker returned to the scene of the crime. One thing was for sure about neighborhood bars. They always had their fair share of returning loyal patrons. Knowing this, Tucker's intentions were to hopefully locate and interview some of the same people that witnessed the fight on August 2nd, 1997. Later, Tucker would describe the bar as if time stood still. Of course, bars seem to have a way of doing that. Entering the dingy watering hole with optimism, the bar was occupied but far from full. The jukebox in the corner still there, but at the time lay dormant. Except for the minimal amount of conversational chatter and a squeaky ceiling fan, the bar was silent. Wasting no time, Tucker confronted the bartender, who was quick to admit he wasn't there, but was familiar with the incident. "We don't really like to talk about that day. You know, one of the Mongols involved got 14 years in prison for that shit." Chatter at the bar simmered to silence, as everyone present did their best to eavesdrop. Sitting at the bar, an old man wearing a sweat-stained ball cap stared at Tucker. Pushing his empty beer bottle to the side, "Did you say 14 years? Tucker replied with a nod, and the old man gladly continued. 14 years, that's some bullshit. I was here that night. As Tucker bought the old man another beer, he was glad to tell his story. While Tucker listened closely, others at the bar chimed in. It seemed David, the guy who pulled the knife, wasn't much liked by anyone. Not only was he not liked, but well known for being quick to pull a knife to intimidate. "David got what he deserved," said another patron.
"About time someone kicked his ass."
"Yup. Pulled a knife on the wrong guys and got it shoved up his ass," someone said with a chuckle. Now, buying everyone at the bar another round, the incident that had scarred the tiny Tahunga bar for over 2 years was again an open wound. Dan Tucker left Armand's bar that day with written statements from 4 new witnesses contradicting the testimony that convicted me and never asked for a freaking penny. Now it was up to Bailey to submit the writ. In early March of 2000, with the new evidence, a rejuvenated Bailey filed a writ of habeas corpus with a motion for a new trial and submitted it to my sentencing court. On a Monday evening in mid-April, an excited Dee answered my call.
"You're going back to court! You're going back to court!"
"What?" was all I could say as my heart dropped into my stomach. Dee continued.
"I don't know all the details. I just know what Bailey told me. He wants you to call him ASAP.
After a few short words, we ended the call. As I hung up the phone, tears began to well in both my eyes, which I quickly wiped away. As I entered the cell, Doobie was watching TV. "You're not going to believe this shit. I'm going back to court." Shaking his head in disbelief, grinning from ear to ear, Doobie replied, "You just might be getting out of this shithole." The next day, work seemed to drag on. I couldn't stop thinking there might be a real chance of freedom lying shortly ahead. I couldn't keep my eyes off the clock. I needed 11 a.m. to hurry up and get here. That's when we'd be sent back to the cell block for midday count. The thing that really made me nervous was hoping somehow I'd be able to maneuver a phone call at lunch release. I felt like this was the most important phone call of my life. Though lunchtime calls were always booked in advance, I hoped there would be some way I could beg or buy a slot from someone already signed up. With no luck, I'd have to try again at chow time. The rest of the workday seemed to drag on even longer than the morning. It was hard to concentrate on anything except getting out of that freaking dump. That evening at chow release, I scored a phone call. With my heart racing and a trembling hand, I dialed Bailey's office. It was late. I wondered if he'd still be there, when on the 3rd ring he picked up.
"I was hoping I'd hear from you. I was just getting ready to leave. I've got some good news."
I listened as Bailey explained in detail.
"After reviewing the 4 written affidavits that Tucker obtained from the bar, The judge has decided to grant an evidentiary hearing.
What the hell's that? Bailey continued.
You'll be going back to court for a mini-trial, where the judge will hear testimony from the 4 new witnesses. But the downside is that the DA will also be there to cross-examine, doing his best to attack their credibility.
I was listening carefully, but wasn't quite getting the gist of the whole thing. What the hell? I thought I was getting out of this shithole, which wasn't the case.
After hearing the new testimony, if the judge finds the new witnesses credible under cross-examination, he, the judge, can then grant a new trial. Don't get your hopes up too much. You're not out of the woods yet.
I always thought lawyers were supposed to make you feel good about your case, but I always felt like shit after talking to Bailey. So when's this mini-trial supposed to take place? Since a trial date hadn't been set yet, Bailey's best guess would be sometime around the end of May or early June. The weeks seemed to drag as I waited for my court date. With my mind engulfed with anticipation, it was like psychological torture. Was I getting out? Or finishing this long-ass sentence? On Friday afternoon, May 19th, 2000, just like every other day, I left work and returned to the yard for midday count, where oddly enough Doobie was waiting by the gate.
Did you hear what happened? The Mongols got raided this morning.
How bad? Doobie just shook his head.
All I know is what I heard on the news. 700 cops from local and federal agencies hit chapters in 4 states, rounding up 80 Mongols after a 28-month investigation.
While returning to the cell block, I was instantly slapped with a surge of anxiety. A question suddenly emerged. Was I really going back to court for an evidentiary hearing? Or were they taking me back to indict me on RICO, Racketeer, Influenced, Corrupt Organizations Act charges? It suddenly all seemed so clear. The timing was too perfect. No one ever gets lucky enough for a new trial. These bastards were bringing me back for a freaking RICO charge, which for me likely meant a life sentence in federal prison. With a phone call already arranged, I dialed for the details. First, I called Long-Hair Dave, and there was no answer. My next call went to Red Dog. Again, no answer. Shit, why wasn't anyone picking up the freaking phone? Then it dawned on me. Maybe they were both busted. With minimal phone time left, I called Dee, knowing she'd have some sort of information. Within 2 rings, she picked up.
Hey, babe.
What the hell is going on out there?
The club had a fucking snitch. They picked up Red Dog and Long-Hair Dave.
My brain struggled to digest what I was hearing. Before I got busted, they were my sergeant-at-arms and vice president. Without a doubt, the feds would be coming after me next. I listened closely while Dee read from the newspaper, which confirmed everything Doobie had heard on the local news. To my surprise, our club had been infiltrated by a federal agent. After a 28-month investigation, 700 law enforcement officers raided numerous homes in California, Oklahoma, Nevada, and Georgia, arresting 54 of my Mongol brothers. This bewildered me. How could a freaking Fed sneak into our club when we ran such a tight ship? First, a respected member had to raise his hand for you, followed with months of hanging around and an extensive background check before you were even considered a prospect. Not to mention a personal interview with Red Dog himself. Surely Red Dog could sniff out a rat. Dee promised to keep me informed on any new information. Until then, I just wait and wonder about the real reason of my upcoming trip back to court. My next move was to try and reach Bailey. Maybe there was a chance he'd heard something about a possible federal indictment. The following day I reached Bailey. He had heard about the raid, of course. Who hadn't? It was blasted on every freaking news channel and newspaper across the nation. On a positive note, Bailey hadn't heard of any charges directed specifically at me, and the son of a bitch even had the gall to suggest I was being overly paranoid. I mean, really, who in the hell was I fooling? If the feds were going to indict me on RICO charges, they sure as hell wouldn't tell him. That weekend, I enjoyed a Saturday visit with Dee. Though she hadn't heard any more about the raid, she did inform me that long-haired Dave had been released from federal custody and wanted me to call ASAP. I loved visiting with Dee, but found myself spending the last hour of our visit clock-watching and wondering how I could maneuver an evening phone call. It was obvious to her my mind was somewhere else, so we agreed to end the visit early. If it bothered her, she didn't show it. With so much shit going through my head, I didn't really care. Between Doobie and I, we always kept a big stash of canteen, whether it be coffee, tobacco, or soups, top ramens, which were used for prison currency. If he or I didn't have a phone call scheduled, we could usually buy one. Sure enough, Doobie hustled an after-dinner phone call for that evening. With the phone in my hand, I stared at the wall patiently, waiting for Longhair to pick up. Just as I was ready to give up, I heard his familiar voice. "Hello? Hey, what's going on?" "Nothing good." I pressed the phone firmly to my ear, careful to hear every word. Shortly after my arrest in 1998, our San Fernando Valley chapter had dropped to a total of only 4 members. In a situation like that, the chapter is given 3 options: recruit new prospective members, accept transferred members from other local chapters, or the worst-case scenario, fold the chapter. Since San Fernando Valley was one of our most valued and oldest chapters, in my opinion, to fold the chapter was out of the question. My decision as national president would have been to temporarily transfer a couple of mother chapter members to raise the membership and to help oversee new growth. But then again, I was no longer national president. The decision was made by others for the chapter to go on what I call a recruiting spree. Desperation for new members and the threat of chapter dissolution, in my opinion, caused not only the San Fernando Valley chapter, but the whole club to lose focus on one of the most important aspects: security. Chapter 11. They knew him as Billy St. John, but his real name was Billy Queen, an actual undercover ATF agent. At San Fernando Valley chapter's lowest and most vulnerable point, Billy Queen, like a slimy eel, saw an opening and slid through a small crack into the chapter. The media made a big deal out of the fact Queen had climbed the ranks to the secretary-treasurer, but in all reality that didn't mean shit, considering the chapter only had 4 members. So do the math. You got the president, vice president, sergeant-at-arms, and finally, the secretary-treasurer. Of course that freaking rat Queen became sergeant-at-arms. There was no one left in the chapter to do it. It reminded me of the guy that bragged about coming in second in a foot race, when there were only 2 guys running. So, like a homeless scavenger bouncing from dumpster to dumpster, searching for anything that might be edible, Queen bounced from chapter to chapter wearing a freaking wire, taping any little piece of bullshit he and his boss, John Ciccone, thought might be admissible in a federal court of law. On Wednesday evening, the 31st of May, 2000, I was notified I'd be going out to court early the next morning. The day I had dreamed about for 2.5 years had finally come. But surely enough, it seemed my emotions were now caught in a tug-of-war between joy and fear. Was I returning for a chance at a new trial, and maybe even freedom? Or a life sentence in a federal prison due to a RICO indictment? Well, we didn't know exactly. Doobie and I knew this day was eventually coming, so we were readily prepared. I had become somewhat spoiled while living with Doobie. Whether it be food, coffee, or tobacco, they were always at my disposal. One of the worst things about returning to county jail custody was you weren't allowed to bring any of your state property with you, which meant, upon my arrival, I wouldn't have shit. It could be weeks before I could get any money on the county books, and even longer before I could make it to canteen. I didn't even know how long I'd be there. The bottom line was I had to have money or some sort of bargaining power to get what I needed upon my arrival. By the year 2000, the use of tobacco was no longer permitted in any county facilities, but still abundant in state prison. Without a doubt, smuggling tobacco into county jail would quickly get me all the supplies needed to make my temporary stay comfortable. Carefully stashed in his hobby kit, Doobie removed a pair of latex gloves that were saved for a special occasion. And the occasion was now. With a razor blade, each finger including the thumbs were cut from each glove and set aside, working perfectly as smuggling balloons. Besides the tobacco, I would need rolling papers and, most importantly, matches. From a book of matches I plucked out each individual match, then carefully split each one apart, turning each head to two. Then, each match was snipped about 1/4 of an inch below the half head, leaving me a total of 40 mini-igniters. After dumping them all into one of the glove fingers, I neatly folded the 25 rolling papers in half, lengthwise. Then, starting from one end, rolled them into a little snail-like circle and added them to the glove finger. Finally, I tore the striker off the match pack, peeled the paper from the back, leaving only the thin sandpaper front, also adding it to the little rubber package, which was doubled and then tripled with more balloons to ensure no moisture could penetrate. Now it was time for the tobacco. Grabbing a handful from the blue Bugler can, I spread the tobacco out evenly on a piece of paper, lightly misting it with water. This would allow the tobacco to pack tighter in another balloon. The tobacco itself was important to triple balloon. A leak with that much concentrated nicotine, especially stuffed up your ass, could easily kill you. When finally done, with each layer of latex balloon tied off at the top with dental floss, for easy reusable access, there sat 2 little 2-inch bullet-shaped pellets, greased up and ready for a quick insertion. I know for some of you reading this, it may be hard to grasp. No pun intended. But to us who are incarcerated, carrying stuff around in your ass like dope or sometimes even weapons was often necessary and considered just to be part of the program. Yeah, that's right, people. Welcome to the big house. That evening, I was careful not to eat any dinner, knowing I'd have 2 balloons crammed up my ass for at least an hour-and-a-half bus ride. Not to mention the additional time it took to be reprocessed back into county custody. I literally couldn't afford to take a shit. It could be as long as 8 to 10 hours before I got a cell. At about 4 a.m., the sudden opening of my cell door awoke me. Quickly, I grabbed the 2 pre-greased balloons from under my pillow. Wasting no time, pushed them up into their temporary vault. My ass. Within minutes, my uniformed escorts were at the door waiting. The walk from my cell to R&R had quite the different ambiance, considering it was something I hadn't expected for another 10 years. Though I wasn't going home, or at least not yet. Still, a faint tinge of freedom seemed to linger, with hope of a possible release directly from the county jail. Entering R&R, I quickly recognized the green uniforms worn by 2 members of the Green Gang, L.A. County Sheriff's Department, who were busy signing papers. There, I was placed into a holding tank where my state blue button-down shirt and creased denim pants were traded for an orange jumpsuit. In what seemed like minutes, I found myself shackled in both wrist and ankle restraints. Shuffled out the door and into a courtyard where an empty white van awaited. Wow, my own private limo? Am I that important? I said in a joking manner, but got no response. and those freaking LA County Sheriff deputies were all cloned from the same mold, with the sense of humor of a freaking sea urchin. It was hard to believe I had the whole van to myself. Then again, it was hard to believe I was leaving the walls of Donovan State Prison and headed for Interstate 5. Though the ride was quite scenic and enjoyable, I still dreaded my destination. I was on my way back to the closest place to hell on earth, LA County Jail. Once there, to my surprise, processing went quick due to the fact all the change of custody papers, state to county, had all been signed before I left Donovan. 6 hours from my prison departure, I found myself locked down in the 1600 block on the old side of LA County Jail. This block was basically Fish Row, temporary housing for gang-related high-power new arrivals, and home for some of the most dangerous men in county custody. I never really considered myself to be in that category, but due to the fact that I was the ex-national president of the Mongols MC and a direct transfer from state prison, apparently they did. The cell was small, old, and stunk like shit. Definitely a far cry from what I was used to. I found it necessary to scope things out before I could even think about extracting my 2 concealed packages. Directly across from my cell was a wall with 2-way glass, about 4 feet from the floor, meaning I would never truly know when or if I was being watched by sheriff deputies. Taking my time, I slowly made my bed and surveyed every inch of my new home. Doing this, I found what looked like a blind spot at the foot of my bunk, out of view from the adjacent 2-way glass. But I couldn't be sure. When done, I laid down for some well-needed rest and began to listen. When arriving in a new block, or at least for me, keeping your mouth shut and ears open was a most useful tool in finding out about your surroundings. Inmates in the county jail, and especially in a single cell block, always seem to run their freaking mouths 24/7, giving me insight to who was who and what cell they were housed in. Within the first hour of my arrival, I knew almost everyone's name on the tier, what cell they were in, and who was calling the shots merely by listening. It was now time to retrieve the balloons. Still in my bunk and covered with a gray wool blanket, I rolled onto my left side, putting my back to the wall. Reaching around, I released the 2 balloons into my right hand. With the balloons now cupped in my hand, I nonchalantly rolled out of bed, went to the sink, keeping my back to the bars, and washed away the residue. Once they were rinsed of all fecal matter, I cupped one in my hand and popped the other in my mouth, keeping in mind 1 balloon held tobacco and the other contained papers, match heads, and a thin strip of striker. Next on the list was to sell this shit ASAP. Just from listening, I realized I was one of only 2 woods on the tier, with the other one conveniently housed in the cell directly to the right of me. Tapping on the wall, I hoped to get his attention. Within seconds, a tattooed hand grasping a small circular mirror appeared through the neighboring bars, revealing his hardcore image. I was right. Sure enough, he was a wood. White boy.
You here from the pen?
Yep. Shoot me over some paper and a pencil, I said with a whisper. Just as I had gained information earlier by merely listening, I knew everyone else could also. So the rest of our conversation continued in kites. Small notes passed back and forth. His name was Eddie Joe, and was fighting a murder-robbery charge. If convicted, I knew that charge carried the death penalty, and I'm sure he did too. But nothing of that was said. Through our kites, what my ears had told me earlier was validated. Eddie Joe and I were the only 2 whites on a predominantly Hispanic row. Holding the keys, the shot caller, was a Southsider who we'll refer to as Temper. The tier tender was an inmate whose job it was to maintain the tier. After each meal, The tender pushed a broom passing every cell. He was also used as what you might refer to as a kind of mailman, delivering kites from cell to cell along the way. After dinner, I watched as the tier tender slowly pushed his broom past my cell. Our eyes locked, but no words were said. Reaching the end of the tier, he made a U-turn and again made his way in my direction. Clenched in my hand was a kite, a small piece of paper describing my smuggled cargo. As he passed, I grabbed his attention. "Give this to Temper," as the kite smoothly traded hands. Within minutes, he returned with a reply. Handing off the kite, he continued pushing his broom. I opened the tiny paper to read. "What do you want for it?" What I had was gold. Not only did I have the tobacco, but also the fire to light it, which was worth just as much, if not more. I could have broke down the bulk and sold individual cigarettes, making more of a profit. But along with that came more unneeded attention. And that's something I didn't want. I went through the hassle of smuggling this shit to get things I needed, not spending my stay in the freaking hole. With no need to get greedy, my list only covered basic needs. It was Wednesday evening, and though I hadn't been told an exact court date, I figured it had to be the following Monday or Tuesday, which still left the question, when would I be returned to state prison? As for my list, I wanted to keep it short and simple. Shower shoes, writing paper, pre-stamped envelopes, and munchies such as chips and candy. In prison, top ramen soups and coffee are a must. But in the county jail, getting the hot water was a problem. Within an hour, Temper, I'm sure with some help from his homies, had the tier tender deliver a pillowcase filled with my requests, where I then gladly traded my smuggled cargo, minus a few smokes and lights for me and Eddie Joe. The next morning, the whole cell block reeked of burning tobacco. It seemed a cigarette had reached almost every cell. As the main gate opened and the breakfast carts were pushed in, the deputy yelled, "Better get rid of that fucking tobacco!" Since my smuggled cargo was triple wrapped in rubber, I kept my personal balloons safely stashed in my ass. With the smell of burning tobacco being so prominent, my past experience told me what to expect next. I had just slid my empty food tray out on the row for pickup, when I heard the block gate quickly open, followed by the sound of numerous shuffling feet. Just as I had anticipated, the green gang flooded the row. It was a shakedown. Now, with a deputy at every cell, all doors simultaneously opened. Already in boxers, we were then handcuffed and seated on the floor against the wall, directly across from our cells. Fueled with anger and purpose, we watched as the green gang desperately tore our shit apart, searching for contraband. Mainly tobacco. When they were done, my cell looked like it had been hit by a freaking tornado. Sheets torn off, mattress on the floor, along with my scattered newly acquired items. Only after the strip search were we allowed to return to our cells to reassemble what little we had. Just as I had finished remaking my bed, I turned to see some fat, pimply-faced little deputy wearing Coke bottle glasses standing in front of my cell. With his hands on his hips, I caught a glimpse of sergeant bars sewn on the shoulders of his wrinkled shirt.
"Ereckson, can you explain why you arrived only yesterday with nothing, and now you have a pillowcase full of canteen items?"
It was obvious where he was going with this. I guess my neighbors felt sorry for my broke ass and all pitched in to help a brother out. I could tell by the look on his face he wasn't buying it. Since I had just arrived from state prison where tobacco was abundant and legal to possess, I'm sure he figured I was the source. But with no physical evidence, couldn't prove it. The days seemed to crawl by, and I was reminded just how jacked up the county jail was. I'd been here before, and I knew it was all about routine. You had to have a routine to keep from going insane. Mine consisted of sleeping in, if possible, push-ups, sit-ups, and running in place after every meal, and ending each night with writing 2 letters. One to D, and the other to my mom, due to the fact they were the only 2 addresses I knew by heart. When writing every night, it was easy to find myself writing the same old shit, so I tried to keep it fresh with an assortment of poems to D and my deepest thoughts to my mother. Early morning, June 5th, 2000. I again found myself shackled and seated on a county bus en route to the San Fernando Valley Courthouse. After almost 3 years, the too familiar drive that was always dreaded, this time was welcomed. This was it. With some new testimony and a bunch of luck, I could be on the trail to freedom. Myself, along with a few others, entered the rear of the courthouse and were marched down the echoing corridor to the holding tanks. As the tank door clanked behind me, for the first time in a jail holding tank, I was alone. The tank seemed bigger, and even more odd was the silence. With eyes closed, I bowed my head to help absorb what was really happening. Just the fact I was sitting there seemed miraculous. Months earlier, alone in my prison cell, and in desperation, I had dropped to my knees and cried for help. Was it possible, just maybe, someone or something greater had heard my plea? Entering the courtroom, I hoped to see some family, but, to my disappointment, the hearing had been limited to only those directly involved. Like a boxing ring, in my corner sat Bailey and Tucker. In the other sat the district attorney and that sawed-off little shit, Sergeant Butcher. Seated behind us sat 4 men whom at the time I found to be unrecognizable. As the hearing began, each of the men gave testimony to what they saw at Armand's bar on that hot afternoon of August 2nd, 1997. Though there were slight differences, each testimony was basically the same, describing what Bailey referred as the unprovoked attack against Reno and myself. Going after their credibility, the DA appeared agitated as each man stood strong when cross-examined. These were simple, hard-working, beer-drinking men who had no reason to lie and had nothing in common, except sitting at the bar on that hot August afternoon. After 2 hours of testimony, the judge sat in silence, obviously in deep thought. With his elbow planted atop his desk and fist firmly pressed to his cheek, he then cleared his throat. I find this newfound evidence most compelling. Though I have no hard evidence of any mischievous or wrongdoings on the behalf of law enforcement, I can't help but feel as if something in this case might have been overlooked. With those words said, the hearing was adjourned, only to be continued in 30 days. I was let out of the courtroom and returned to my solitary holding tank. I felt sick to my stomach as my emotions battled between joy and disappointment. It was impossible to read the judge's thoughts. Now I'd have to go another 30 days of mental torment wondering if there was a chance for a new trial, or finishing out the rest of my 14-year sentence. L.A. County wasted no time in arranging my departure. The following day I was returned to Donovan State Prison and found myself again in R&R. Though I was gone only 6 days due to prison overcrowding, I had temporarily lost my cell with Doobie. After my prison property was returned, I was given a new cell in a different cell block, which undoubtedly meant a brand new cell partner. Moving into a new cell was a pain in the ass. When meeting a new cell partner, there was always the question, who would be the alpha? I mean, I wanted to be respectful since I was moving into another man's home. But on the same token, I wasn't going to take any shit. It was midday count as I walked across the empty yard to my new home. Like always, the afternoon breeze seemed to whistle the same old tune of despair. While standing in front of my new cell block waiting for entry, I looked up to see a white dove perched atop a protruding light. Cocking its head to one side, it seemed to be watching me as well. For a good minute, our eyes remained locked on each other. Like a convict stare down, neither of us seemed willing to submit. With our eyes still fixed, the snow-white bird suddenly dove from its steel perch in my direction, landing only a few feet from where I stood. Now on the ground, almost close enough to touch. Still, it continued to stare, unwilling to surrender eye contact. I know this may sound odd, but in a way, it seemed as if it was trying to communicate. From nowhere, a chilling gust of wind came down upon us, making the hair on my neck stand up and lifting the white dove high into the sky out of view. Something felt different. It was as if my wonder and worry had suddenly been changed to a feeling of confidence.
One coming in,
Yelled from the control booth as the cell block door began to slide open. The trance had been broken. It was now time to step back into reality and meet my new cell partner. His name was Brett, from Orange County. We shook hands, and while unloading my belongings, Brett took the liberty of reciting his house rules. I just smiled and thought, whatever, dude. I was only going to be there until I could maneuver a move back to Doobie's cell. After making my bed, I climbed to the upper bunk for a little snooze. I could tell he had a thing for Oriental chicks by the numerous pictures proudly posted on almost every wall. The trip from L.A. County Jail had made my eyes heavy, and I felt myself beginning to fade.
Hey, you like Asian women?
Suddenly woke me. Okay, I replied just to be polite.
My wife is Korean.
Though exhausted, I pretended to listen as Brett rambled on. The sack lunch I'd just scarfed down in R&R had suddenly become unsettling in my gut. Sitting up in my bunk, I prepared to jump down to use the toilet when I accidentally farted.
Did you just fart while I was talking about my wife?
Sorry, dude. My stomach's killing me. Feeling momentarily relieved, I laid back down. Brett's rambling turned to silence. I was hoping he wasn't dwelling on my farting accident. I truly didn't mean any disrespect, it just slipped out. Suddenly, Brett stood and began to pace. I had a feeling where this was going, but hoped I was wrong. The last thing I needed was a confrontation, especially so close to a possible new trial. The littlest thing could ruin all my chances for freedom. It was no secret I'd been out to court seeking a new trial. Within a short time, word of my return would hit the yard, giving all jailhouse lawyers and inmates hope. In our brief introduction, I had mentioned I had just returned from L.A. County Jail out on a writ. Thinking I probably wouldn't risk any chances of near freedom, I feared Brett might try to push the fart issue. Prison was full of haters with sorry attitudes. I completely understood because I was one of them. When you're broke off with a whole grip of time, the last thing you want to hear about is some lucky bastard getting a break. Don't get me wrong. A few of the guys were honestly happy for you, but the majority just weren't feeling it. Prison's full of innocent people who, like me, got railroaded. Just ask them, they'll tell you. As Brett paced, he began to mumble to himself. With each step, the mumbling got louder until I finally understood what he was saying.
You disrespected my wife. I can't believe you disrespected my wife.
As it got louder and louder, I sat up in my bed and braced my back against the wall. When suddenly, the pacing stopped. Now facing me with his fists clenched at his side, Brett repeatedly began to yell,
You disrespected my wife! You disrespected my wife!
While he was yelling, my focus remained on his face. Though his screeching voice was piercing, it was the sight of his big, gaping mouth that I found most irritating. Now, my ego-fueled pride battled with my common sense. As he continued, the voice in my head kept saying, Don't do it. Don't do it. You'll lose everything. Then, uncontrollably, I just snapped. Like a coiled spring, I released a kick, planting my size 12 shoe directly on his big freaking mouth, knocking him backwards into the fixed steel shelving. Seeing he was disorientated, I quickly jumped to the floor to finish him off. With both hands holding his face, he dropped to his knees. There was no need to continue. In fact, I kind of felt sorry for the weak son of a bitch. Suddenly, my hallmark feelings turned to worry. What the hell just happened? If this bitch rats me out, that's another assault charge. Not only will I lose my chance for a new trial, but I could get struck out. Again, like so many times before, my impulsive temper may have just jacked things up. A week had passed since the incident with Brett, leaving a definite imprint on our relationship. No pun intended. With only 3 weeks left until my court date, it was obvious a move back to Doobie's cell wasn't going to happen. There was a lot of things that could be said about Brett, but being a snitch wasn't one of them. Though we got off on the wrong foot, again, no pun intended, he really wasn't a bad guy. Time seemed to slow down to the tick of a clock. This by far was the hardest time I'd ever done. Everything pivoted on this upcoming court hearing. It was emotionally rough. One moment I felt confident, thinking I was getting out, and the next moment I was overcome with despair. I'd heard of a few guys going back to court on appeal and even a writ, but it was rare to see someone get out. It seemed like forever, but the day had finally arrived. I was back in county custody, and again, on my way to L.A. County Jail. Though the past 30 days had moved like a snail, it now felt like I was on this bus only yesterday, except this time, I'd opted not to bring an ass full of tobacco. It was nice to have some things when you arrived, but to me, packing your ass was way more of a headache than it was worth, and who knows, there was a slim chance I might even get out. On Wednesday, July 5th, 2000, I re-entered the same San Fernando Valley courtroom, but this time to a different feel. With the seats now littered with people, the onlookers were split. Family and friends on one side, Butcher with his entourage of cop cronies on the other. Sitting before the same judge who had sentenced me just over 2 years earlier to a 14-year prison term, I found myself again at his mercy. By no means were we considered friends, but due to the many times I'd appeared before him, familiarity had become unavoidable. It was as if over the past years a mutual respect had been gained. I guess we were kind of like yin and yang, stuck together but, in the eyes of the people, representing two opposite things. Him being everything that's right and me in the being everything that's wrong. Our common bond was we were both good at what we did, and we both knew it. The court fell silent as the judge prepared his well-thought-over statement. As both factions sat patiently, the judge talked through all the preliminary bullshit that didn't make a lick of sense. And finally got to the point. Taking a deep breath, I closed my eyes and bowed my head, preparing for his final decision. The judge began to speak. After much consideration, and hearing new testimony from 4 men, in which I believe have nothing to gain by lying, I have concluded that if this additional evidence would have been presented at the time of trial, it's possible and very likely the outcome may have been different. Therefore, in my opinion, there are grounds for a new trial. The court erupted in a combination of cheers and jeers. "Order! Order in the court!" The judge continued. "Therefore, I am granting Mr. Ereckson a new trial with a date to yet be determined by the court. And may I say to you, Mr. Ereckson, in my 25 years on the bench, this is the first writ of habeas corpus I've ever granted. So, consider this your lucky day." Suddenly, Bailey rose to his feet. "Your Honor, due to Mr. Ereckson's new custody status, we would respectfully request that he be released immediately on his own recognizance." Infuriated, the DA also rose. "Your Honor, I object to this preposterous request. Mr. Ereckson is very high profile and must not be released." At that time, a bail hearing date was set for 30 days. Firmly shaking hands with John Bailey and Dan Tucker, I thanked them for doing a fantastic job. So, where do we go from here? As Bailey shuffled his large gathering of notes back into his briefcase, he turned with a slight smile and answered, "As your state-appointed attorney, my job is done. But if you wish to retain me, I would be more than happy to continue." Money was tight. The club had already shelled out more money for my case than any Mongol before me. John Bailey and Dan Tucker had got me a new trial. I again shook their hands and said goodbye. Upon returning to the county jail, the word of my judicial victory had obviously made it back before me. I was detained, alone in a holding tank, with my hands cuffed behind my back for 4 hours, before I was finally returned to my cell. The next day I was relocated from the 1600 row to the 3100 high power, where I was reunited with a few familiar faces. Chapter 12. The infiltration of ATF agent William Queen was the first hard hit by law enforcement the Mongols' MC had experienced. Though I myself was not indicted, most of my arrested Mongol brothers were detained in federal custody, including Red Dog. All along, Red Dog had a gut feeling that Billy Queen was a federal agent, but failed to convince other high-ranking brothers, who for some reason thought Red was just being what they called overly paranoid. Just as Red Dog had it out for Queen, the feeling was mutual. Wearing a wire, Queen recorded Red Dog simply saying, "Pass me the gun," which was enough for a federal indictment, since Red Dog was a convicted felon. Though most of the indictments were federal, there was still a handful of Mongols being held in state custody. One of those brothers was housed in the cell directly to the left of me, and was known as Panhead. Charged with second-degree murder, Panhead's case, as far as the state was concerned, was the whale in a sea of minnows. All the other cases against brothers were small-time bullshit, like drugs and gun possessions, that would only carry a maximum of 5 years. But if convicted, Panhead's case carried a life sentence. Ran by the Southsiders, 3100 block was a good block to be in, and most of the time, everyone on the row got along. The Southsiders had heard of the club raid, and gave Panhead and I the utmost respect. That was, as long as we played by their rules. The whole freaking jail was ran by the Southsiders, and it would have been foolish to buck their program. The tier tender on our row was a large black guy, whose name was Henry Tillman. When not sweeping or mopping, Tillman was often seen jogging up and down the row, shadow boxing for exercise. Being that I had some boxing experience, it was obvious that Tillman's quick jabs and monstrous left hooks were not that of a rookie. Only years later would I find out just who Henry Tillman was. Henry Tillman won the heavyweight amateur boxing title in the 1984 Olympics, held in Los Angeles, California, defeating Mike Tyson not once, but twice. Later, Tillman turned a professional with a record of 25 wins and only 4 losses, 2 of the losses being to Evander Holyfield in 1987. Then, 3 years later, June 16, 1990, getting knocked out in 2 minutes 47 seconds of the first round, ironically, by Mike Tyson. As I patiently waited for my bail hearing date, Dee would visit as often as allowed. Though only through glass, I still looked forward to her visits. She told me that Bailey, who was no longer my attorney, had another attorney in mind whose expertise were bail hearings, and wanted me to call his office for details. I looked forward to that call, considering at the time I had no legal representation. That same day after my visit, through Tillman, I was lucky enough to score a late afternoon phone call. Once you made it to the phone, everything was cool. It was getting to the phone where you needed to be cautious. Housed on the tier directly above us were the PCs, protective custody inmates. Long before I arrived on the row, a war between our two rows erupted. The PC row was cantilevered over ours, so if you stayed underneath the cantilever, you remained safe from falling gas bombs. Gas bombs consisted of empty milk containers or plastic bags filled with human excrement. Yeah, I'm talking piss and shit. If you veered out from the safety of the cantilever, more than likely you'd get bombed. The sad fact was the PCs had a great advantage, since they were above throwing downward, making us high-power inmates below always vulnerable and easy targets. Occasionally we'd get lucky and loft a homemade spear at one of them on their way to the shower. Spears were made up from rolled up wet newspaper into a long cone and left to dry like papier-mâché. The tips were hard and pointed, though seldom deadly. They would still puncture the skin, getting the point across. No pun intended. Once I was safely to the phone, Bailey informed me he had contacted a colleague, also a public defender, who was willing to represent me in my upcoming bail hearing.
She's ruthless and relentless. Perfect for your bail hearing.
It sounded good to me, especially since it wouldn't cost me a dime. Her name was Valerie Mills, and with my approval, I could expect a visit any day. On the second day after talking to Bailey, sure enough, I was called for an attorney visit. This was the first time I'd ever been represented by a woman lawyer. As I was escorted through the corridors to the attorney visiting booths, I fantasized on what Valerie looked like. Was she a tall blonde with large breasts? Or maybe more sophisticated looking, like a hot brunette wearing glasses? Hair in a bun, and in a tight miniskirt with a matching blazer. I didn't even know her, but somehow the anticipation of our first meeting was jabbing me with a sexual punch. Rounding the corner, I caught a glimpse of a female figure sitting in the furthest booth. As I got closer, my eyes began to focus. No, that couldn't be her. There must be some kind of mistake. As I sat down on the stool, I was now directly across from her.
Hi, I'm Valerie Mills, and you must be Junior.
I momentarily stared with no reply. She was black. Her shoulder-length semi-afroed hair shined of jerry curl, and her smooth chocolate skin was without blemish. Her thin face and high cheekbones corresponded perfectly with her frail upper body. Though not prejudice, I was completely taken by surprise. Excuse me for staring, but you're not quite what I was expecting.
I totally understand.
So, what's your game plan, Miss Mills?
Please, call me Val.
Her game plan was simple. She didn't really have one. She was just going to argue for the lowest bail she could get, which sounded good to me. By the end of our 30-minute conversation, I felt confident about two things. She knew her job, and she was ready to fight for the best possible outcome. For a minute, I guess I was a little concerned of what the club might think about me having a black female attorney, considering the Mongols didn't allow any black members. But then again, she wasn't a member. Though I wasn't really prejudiced, the majority of my Mongol brothers were. The fact of the matter was, Val seemed to be a fighter, and best of all, she wouldn't cost me a penny. If she got me out of freaking jail, I didn't give a shit what color she was. My second week on the 3100 high row, the Southsiders made a batch of Pruno and respectfully offered me and Panhead a healthy issue. It wasn't as good as my old recipe, but still had a pretty good kick. Housed in the cell to the right of me was an Armenian youngster in his mid-20s, who had also gotten a small batch of the sweet brew. Glendale, California was considered, at least to us, Little Armenia, due to the fact the city of Glendale was home to the largest Armenian community in the state of California. This also meant the county jail had its share of Armenian inmates, enough to start a clique called the AP, Armenian Power. It wasn't long before the Pruno began to take effect, and the row became noisy with a bunch of shit-talking drunks. My Armenian neighbor's squeaky, irritating mouth rambled to no stop, until finally I'd had enough. "Why don't you bring the noise down a little before the deps come in here and bust us all?" That little son of a bitch went off, calling me a few choice words, including a punk and a bitch. Well, in prison and jail, when someone calls you a punk or a bitch, those are automatic fighting words. Retaliation must be taken, or losing your convict credibility was at risk. And in prison, convict credibility was the only thing you had. The whole row suddenly sobered up and became silent, wondering what I would do next. I knew what had to be done, and said nothing else. Before I could launch an attack on another inmate that wasn't my race, I had to get permission from whoever was holding the keys. In other words, the shot caller. Since the majority on the row were Southsiders, their main guy would have to give me the okay. I personally felt like I didn't need anyone's freaking permission to handle business, but that was jailhouse politics. And like everyone else, I had to abide by them. My plan was simple. I'd ask to read the newspaper. Since only one paper was issued a day, I'd have to use yesterday's. I'd roll it up into a long, narrow cone, nice and tight. Soak it, let it dry, then dip the tip in a piece of my own shit to cause infection. Then, when I came out to shower, I'd spear the little prick right in the freaking neck. "Tillman!" When the big man arrived at my cell, I slipped him a kite, my permission slip to deliver to the shot caller. I felt sick to my stomach, realizing just how close I was to getting out. And now I was risking it all. But this dude crossed the line and left me no choice. The little Armenian heard me call Tillman over, and may have seen me slip him the kite, because he instantly got paranoid and began to ask me if things were cool. Within minutes, the Armenian passed me a kite which read,
"I fucked up. I'm sorry and don't want no problems."
As far as I was concerned, it was way too late for that shit. In this case, by remaining silent and not replying to his kite, I knew it was mentally tormenting him. But that still wasn't enough. Soon, Tillman returned with a kite from the shot caller, which read,
"Got a batch of wine cooking right now. Can I handle it my way?"
In other words, if I speared the little son of a bitch, it would probably cause a cell shakedown, and the Southsiders would lose their batch of Pruno. I replied the only way I could. Okay. While everyone on the row continued their constant cell-to-cell chatter, I sat in silence, stewing over the incident. My hands were tied. I couldn't retaliate, and no one else knew the reason except me and the shot caller. I wondered what everyone else was thinking. I could hear laughing. Were they laughing at me? In about an hour I heard a cell door rack open at the far end of the row, and the shuffle of shower shoes, flip-flops, were headed in my direction. With a towel wrapped around his neck and in boxer shorts, his thin-framed tattooed body approached my cell. With his mouth buried under a huge mustache, no words were spoken. Only a wink that said, "Trust me." The shot caller continued his walk to the shower. On his return, he stopped in front of the little Armenian's cell where I heard whispering. Doing my best to eavesdrop, it was too faint to understand. Moments later, the shuffle of shower shoes continued to the end of the row, and his cell was racked shut. Suddenly, From his cell, the shot caller's voice rang out. "Everybody! Quiet on the row!" All the chatter came to an abrupt stop. "Little David, the Armenian, has got something to say." Everyone listened while little David cleared his throat. I want to apologize to Junior of the Mongols for what I said. I spoke before I thought and don't want no problems." I could now hear some chuckling from some nearby cells. Though little David's public apology was obviously humiliating for him, it still didn't satisfy me. But for the moment, it would have to suffice. The next day, the Southsiders' Pruno had cooked to full potency, and like the time before, myself and Pan had received a good-sized issue of the sweet brew. But this time, little David was passed up and got nothing. As the rest of the row enjoyed their buzz and engaged in playful conversation, little David was ignored. Even when trying to join in on small talk, he was blatantly excluded. Like a baby bird who had fallen from the nest, he had been ostracized from everyone on the row. Later that evening, after the lights were out, the sound of jingling keys made their way down the row in my direction. Stopping at little David's cell, his door was cracked open, echoing through the now silent row. With a bag of his personal belongings strewn over his shoulder, deputies escorted little David off the row. The thing about county jail, and especially prison, is it can be a lonely place. Once incarcerated, often an inmate's family will abandon him, leaving pure acceptance the only thing to cling on to. I've personally seen this need for acceptance make a man do almost anything, even commit murder. In little David's case, the feeling of rejection and, even worse, the loss of respect from his jailhouse peers was too much to bear, which led him to the worst decision an inmate or convict can make, what we call to roll up. I never saw the little David again. Where he went, no one knew, or for that matter, no one cared. Most likely to another row, or maybe even right above us, to PC, protective custody. Before I knew it, the day had come for my bail hearing. Entering the familiar courtroom, I was seated next to an eager Valerie Mills, who looked like the proverbial cat that just ate the bird. Behind me sat my parents along with my wife, Dee. Not to mention directly to the right of them sat Butcher, the DA, and another man who was unfamiliar. Who the hell is that guy? Valerie glanced over her shoulder.
That's John Ciccone from the ATF.
What the hell is he doing here? Val just shrugged it off. Maybe it was nothing to her, but his presence was bugging the shit out of me. Why was that son of a bitch here? Again, looking over my shoulder, I saw only my immediate family. Well, where were my Mongol brothers, and why was this little ATF puke smirking at me? Something felt weird. It was only a freaking bail hearing. The judge entered. Taking his seat, he called the hearing to order. Suddenly, the rear door of the courtroom opened. Two plainclothed men quickly entered, one wearing a shoulder holster and the other displaying a gun on his hip. Turning to Val, "These guys look like freaking feds." Directly behind them entered a small-framed man in a three-piece suit. His regular men's haircut matched his neatly groomed white mustache. I stared, but he refused to make eye contact. Again, turning to Val, "Now who the hell's this guy?"
That's William Queen.
Looking him up and down, I did my best to place him, but only drew a blank. I was all too familiar with the name, but positive I'd never seen him before. "Will the state call their first witness?" "Yes, Your Honor. The state would like to call ATF agent William Queen to the stand." I did my best to keep from laughing. Now on the stand, he still refused to make eye contact. I whispered to Val, "You mean to tell me this scared little bitch is the same guy that infiltrated our club?" Rolling her eyes, she ignored me. For the best part of an hour, the court listened while Billy Queen, an expert witness for the state, testified to my position as national president, my responsibilities, the extent of my power, and the number of Mongol chapters, just to prove I was a flight risk. As we listened to Queen's bullshit, I kept a keen eye on the judge, looking for some reaction. The judge seemed bored with Queen's testimony, even using his hand to disguise a yawn. Valerie was aware the DA might bring in Queen as an expert witness, and had done a fair amount of homework. When it was Val's turn to cross-examine, like a pit bull on a pork chop, she attacked Queen's credibility, grilling him on his extensive drug use while undercover, and his role in numerous felonies, which of course he adamantly denied. Just when I was starting to feel some confidence, the DA came out with a surprise punch, bringing up the fact while out on bail in April of 1998. I left the state and was photographed at the Laughlin, Nevada river run without permission of the court. Back in 1998, while the jury was out, I had asked the judge for permission to go to Nevada and was denied. At the time, I figured it could be my last big party, and like a dumbass I went anyway. Now here I was years later, sitting in the same court before the same judge trying to make bail. And thanks to the DA, he was freshly reminded of that incident. Not that he forgot. Maybe it was Valerie's persistence, but somehow she persuaded the judge to set my bail at $250,000. Val and I were happy, and to go without saying, the DA was pissed. Was it a win? I guess so. I had a set bail amount, but where in the hell was I going to get $250K? And a bail that high, I needed $250K in collateral. I returned to county jail where my club brother, Panhead, and others were waiting to hear the outcome. Everyone seemed to be happy for me. My case was like a beacon in the night, showing everyone wrongfully convicted the way home. Even though a bail had been set, $250K seemed almost impossible. Freedom was right there within my grasp, but still out of reach. Early the following morning, the familiar sound of jingling keys made their way down the row in my direction, stopping at my cell. "Ereckson, roll it up. You made bail." "What?" As my trembling hands quickly gathered up what few items I owned, my cell door was keyed and popped open. I couldn't believe it. It was a miracle. After doing 28 months on a 14 sentence, I was out. As I passed Panhead's cell, he stood at his bars. Being in the next cell, he clearly heard the news. "You made bail?" "Yep." As we did the Mongol handshake, Panhead's eyes began to get glossy. I wondered if he was happy for me, or was it the realization that the only true brother he had on the row was leaving? It was probably both. Wishing him luck, I passed my sack of canteen items through his bars and said my final goodbye. Chapter 13. Miraculously, I found myself looking to the sky. The sun, barely awake, peeked through a small cluster of clouds. Thanks to my parents using their house as collateral, I could now inhale my first breath of freedom after 28 months of incarceration. Though Butcher and his crooked cronies gave their best effort to screw me, I'd found a tiny loophole in the system and somehow managed to slip through it. As I walked across a 2-lane back street, I recalled the time when, alone in my prison cell, I fell to my knees and pleaded for help. The number of writs of habeas corpus granted were like 1 out of 500 filed. Did I believe in divine intervention? I wasn't sure, but it felt like a greater force had heard my plea. Not only heard it, but answered it. I entered a small 24-hour bail bonds office directly across from the Twin Towers Men's Central Jail and asked to use the phone. Dee picked up on the first ring.
I'm on my way, baby.
In what seemed like only minutes, through a window clustered with a blinking neon sign, I watched as a beige Ford Contour pulled up to the curb. With nothing but the clothes on my back, I got in the tiny car and gave my new wife a kiss. As we headed down the 60 freeway toward the city of La Habra, an occasional smile at each other took the place of words. After being locked up for 28 months, I was more intrigued with the passing scenery than engaging in conversation. At that moment, just trying to digest all that had happened in the last month was mentally overwhelming. Yeah, she was beautiful, all right. But the fact of the matter was, this jailhouse marriage had suddenly become an in-your-face, move-in relationship with a woman I barely knew. Due to my conditions of bail, I needed a permanent residence. My hands were tied. I had to make this relationship work. We turned off Idaho Street into a mediocre condo complex, quickly parking in a covered carport, then hiked up a flight of stairs to the second-floor condo. With all on my mind, I must have forgotten her mentioning she had 2 teenage boys. But I was quickly reminded when we opened the door, greeted by blazing head-bashing music and the odor of marijuana. Dee pounded on the back bedroom door, yelling,
Turn down the music!
One by one, a group of red-eyed teenaged kids, boys and girls, came out to introduce themselves. It wasn't great, but it wasn't bad. A living and dining room combination with a patio overlooking the carports, a tiny kitchen with the master and the spare bedroom to the rear. I'd lived in better, but I'd just come from worse. Anything was an upgrade from the county jail. After checking out the new pad, we went over to my parents' place in the city of Brea, which was only about 10 miles down the road. There, you could always find fresh Italian cold cuts in the fridge, and like all moms, mine had mastered the art of making a sandwich. No one makes a sandwich like Mom. After lunch, while Dee and my folks chatted, I went down to the garage. There she was. I could see her silhouette protruding through the dusty cover. Dad and I had discussed selling her, but for some reason he never did. Maybe he just never got around to it, or hoped somehow or some way I'd eventually come back home. Wasting no time, I gently removed the dusty cover and unveiled her. Ah, yes. Just like I'd left yesterday. I had put a lot of work into that 1990 Springer Softail. With Patrick heads, the cam and SNS carburetor all perfectly in sync. She ran like a raped ape. I had gone to the Flanders handlebar factory and had the 22-inch ape hangers custom made. Painted burgundy with silver ghost flames. Like a beautiful woman clinging to your arm, other men stared in envy. Dad had kept her on life support, a trickle charger, and on occasion would start her up to get her blood flowing. I turned on the ignition switch and saw her heart, the battery, was good. After a couple of coughs, she fired right up. Coming out of the townhouse complex, I made a left on Lambert Boulevard, heading straight for Carbon Canyon. As I roared past the bobbing oil pumps and into Canyon, I was finally home. Thunder between my legs, wind in my face, and reunited with the open road. The first couple of days seemed to go well, considering I was still mentally adjusting to my sudden liberty. I was free, but still out on bail. Bail was different than parole, in the way I didn't have a parole agent continuously climbing up my ass or dropping by the house unexpectedly. The only stipulation, and a strict one at that, was under no circumstances could I hang out with any of my Mongol brothers, or attend any Mongol functions. If caught, it would result in an instant revocation of bail. and considering there was no new trial date, there was no telling how long I'd be locked up. I just fought like hell to get out of that shithole, and I sure as hell didn't plan on going back. On my third day of freedom, Dee had offered to babysit a friend's 9-year-old son for the day. Needing my own bathroom, cosmetics, and some clothes, the three of us headed off to Walmart. Once entering the store, Dee mentioned she needed some female items, and took off, leaving me and the 9-year-old to fend for ourselves. He was a cool little kid, but how in the hell did I get stuck being the freaking babysitter on my third day out? So, there I was, in a super Walmart with no freaking cell phone and my wife nowhere to be found. After looking down a few aisles, I gave up the search and went to plan B. "Hey, bud, you hungry?" With a giant grin, the youngster gave a positive nod, so off to the in-store McDonald's we went. I grabbed a Big Mac, a Happy Meal for the kid, and found a table. As we munched, I kept an eye out for any sign of Dee, but nothing. Now I was starting to get pissed. We'd been in the store almost an hour, and I hadn't seen Dee in 50 minutes. Maybe she's waiting at the car. "Come on, kid, grab your box. We're going out to the car." Sure enough, Dee was waiting at the car. As we approached, she saw the Happy Meal in the boy's hand.
I hope you brought me something to eat, too.
I didn't reply, thinking it was some kind of a sarcastic joke, but quickly realized she was serious. The last thing I needed was to get into an argument in the Walmart parking lot, let alone in front of the kid. "Come on, get in the car, let's go." Dee got in and slammed the door. As I drove toward the condo, Dee relentlessly complained about missing out on a freaking Big Mac, until I couldn't take it anymore. "Shut the hell up! How could I get you food if I didn't even know where the hell you were?" Dee began to pout and cry like a baby. "Give me a freaking break! How many freaking kids am I babysitting here?" Continuing to weep and looking out the passenger window, she said,
You weren't supposed to get out.
"What did you just say?" Dabbing her eyes with a tissue, she repeated those stinging words.
You weren't supposed to get out.
At that moment, I knew where we stood. Suddenly flung from a prison marriage into a real one, we were both having second thoughts. Within my first month of new freedom, I scored a welding job through Dee's brother-in-law. Perkins Iron and Fence was a small outfit located in Downey, California, specializing in small steel fabrication and erection, with an additional division that did all types of fencing. They started me at $16 an hour, which wasn't too bad for a shop welder. Plus, it kept me out of trouble and helped financially to make ends meet. With the new job, the days flew by. Before I knew it, 6 months had passed since my release from prison. With no court date, and the DA still unwilling to consider any type of a time-served deal, the thought of a new trial was not only dreading, but seemed certain. I just didn't know when it was coming. At home, things continued to deteriorate. Maybe it was the constant stress of an eventual trial or a combination of other things. But Dee and I seemed to argue over everything. Perkins Iron had scored a big contract, so I was moved to welding in the field, which also came with a raise in pay. Along with the big contract came lots of overtime. I suddenly found myself working all the overtime I could get just to avoid going home. Between the noisy, disrespectful teenagers and Dee's constant yelling and screaming about everything, I was freaking miserable. I knew I was trapped in a jacked-up relationship, but for my own best interest I had to stay. One night while Dee and I were watching TV, we came across this documentary about this guy that had been wrongfully convicted of a crime. After serving many years in prison, newfound evidence exonerated him and he was released. After his release, he sued the police department and the county for falsifying evidence that led to his wrongful conviction. Not only did he win the case, we got awarded a big chunk of money for the time he was locked up. I turned to Dee. Why can't I do that? After winning my bail hearing, Valerie Mills could no longer represent me. So, again, I found myself with my third state-appointed attorney. Max Miller would be my last and final attorney. Hopefully Max would be the one to finally cut the tether that bound me. Max's theory was to keep extending court dates, which would keep me on the streets longer and hopefully tire out the DA, eventually forcing him to cut a time-served deal. Max's bald head and gray razor stubble along with his potbelly was far from intimidating, but his knowledge of the law was impressive. After seeing that documentary on TV, I suggested the idea to Max, which, to my surprise, did have some experience in civil law.
Before you get too excited, let me do some homework.
The following week, I received a call from Max wanting to meet for lunch. Dee and I pulled off Imperial Avenue into the parking lot of The Hat, a well-known Orange County lunch joint known for their huge pastrami sandwiches. Entering the restaurant, Max flagged us over to his corner table. With both hands groping a huge pastrami sandwich, he took a bite. I watched as a drop of mustard rolled off his chin and slid down his tie.
You guys gonna get something to eat?
I'd suddenly lost my appetite, but asked Dee if she wanted anything. You know how she gets if you don't offer her food. She also declined. Max's thoughts were to go after the bar owner instead of the local police department. Even if the bar owner and bartender were to say they were coerced into lying, the fact of the matter, they both still lied on a witness stand, denying the victim had a knife, which along with other things led to my wrongful conviction. Max's research also found that along with Armand's, the bar, the Contreras, the owners, also had a stake in a few other properties, a couple of homes and a duplex.
Let's go after the liars,
said Max while dabbing at the mustard stain with a wet napkin.
I'll file a case in civil court, and after the Contreras get served with the subpoena, we'll get a court date.
I knew it was a long shot, but so was the writ. I was on a good roll, so why not throw the dice again? About a month later, I got a call from Max notifying me that the Contreras had been served with a subpoena, and we had a court date. The following week, Dee and I found ourselves standing outside the courthouse, but now under different circumstances. This time, if I lost the case, I wasn't going to prison. With optimism, the three of us entered the empty courtroom. It was 10:30 a.m. and we were the only ones there. Where is everybody? At about 10:40, the judge entered the courtroom with a disgusted look on his face and called Max to the bench. They chatted for a brief minute, and Max returned with a smile.
They didn't show. They were served with the subpoena and didn't respond.
I knew what this meant, but Max still clarified.
Maybe they think this is some kind of fucking joke. But if they don't show up to the next hearing date, there's a strong possibility you'll win this case by default, and the judge can grant you any amount he wants.
Max said it was always best to shoot high, so we did and asked for compensation of $1 million. A couple weeks later, we found ourselves again in an empty courtroom. Just like the time before, the Contreras were a no-show. On that day, in a San Fernando Valley civil courtroom, I got my second miracle. A pissed-off judge slammed down his gavel in my favor and awarded me the sum of $3.2 million. Yeah, you heard that right. I was suddenly a multi-millionaire. Or at least on paper. While I was at work, Dee used her computer skills to access public information, and along with numerous phone calls, located and validated all the properties owned by the Contreras. There was the bar, of course, a house, a duplex, and a couple of vacant lots, but no matter how you did the math, the Contreras weren't even close to being worth $3.2 million. With all their properties combined, we were still looking at a net worth somewhere around the $1.5 million range, which was still a nice chunk of change. The only problem was getting it. I figured it would be a piece of cake. The judge forces them to sell or simply hand over the property deeds to me. But I was soon to realize it wasn't that easy. Our first move was to get all the accurate addresses of the Contreras properties, which were in 3 different cities. Then, using the court documents showing my award, I filed a lien on each one, freezing all assets. By doing this, the Contreras were unable to sell any of the properties. Just as Max predicted, this quickly got their attention. Suddenly, the Contreras realized this wasn't a joke, and immediately retained an attorney who swiftly filed a motion for appeal on the court's decision. Max didn't have to tell me what this meant. I'd already experienced enough with the judicial system, and especially the Court of Appeals, to know this thing could get caught up in court for years. For me, this meant there wouldn't be any easy money. But on the other hand, for the Contreras, there was a freeze on all their assets. I'm sure when the judge ruled in my favor, he knew I'd have to pay hell to get any real money out of this thing. The truth was, he ruled in my favor simply because he was pissed off at the Contreras for not showing. Just when I thought things couldn't get any worse. They did. Dee and I were fighting over every little thing. Since she was high maintenance and very materialistic, I'm sure the fact that we were millionaires on paper and still living paycheck to paycheck frustrated her. I would usually arrive at the condo around 6 p.m., park the car, walk up the steps, and always take a deep breath before opening the door, because I knew an argument over something stupid would immediately ensue. On a good note, Dee was a damn good cook, so I just had to put up with her bullshit till dinner. Then after the tasty meal, I'd go directly to bed. It was now the first week of April, 2002. I'd been out for the best part of 19 months, and except for a deteriorating relationship, things seemed to be going well. I worked my way up to a foreman at Perkins, which came with another pay raise and a company truck. Also, in that time, I'd had a couple of court dates. With the DA still unwilling to consider any reasonable plea bargains, Max would again ask for a continuance, and it would be granted. With the same judge since day one, like Max, he'd also urged the DA to be reasonable. I mean, let's be realistic. This was only a freaking barroom brawl, and everybody, including the judge, for the exception the DA, thought I'd done enough time. But like the proverbial turd in a punch bowl, the fact that I was junior of the Mongols would always pop back up into view. Since the beginning of my newfound freedom, I'd received numerous invitations, through third parties, to attend Mongol functions. But with the club's sudden growth in membership, to be frank, I wasn't sure who could be trusted. Even though I'd missed it, I felt these parties were too risky to attend. Just the thought of going back to LA County Jail made my stomach turn. On a quiet Friday night, exhausted from a hard day's work as I lay in bed, I was startled by the sudden ringing of the phone. It was retired Mongol brother inviting me to another Mongol party, but this time he assured me things were different. This was a private party being held at a secret location, and only a select few of long-time and well-respected members would be attending. As I heard the names of some of the attending brothers, I felt secure. I'd known all these guys for years, and without a doubt, felt confident they all could be trusted. Thirsty for brotherhood, I just needed a little taste, so I decided to take the chance and attend. Sitting on the condo balcony, I watched as the late model Cadillac slowly approached and flashed the lights. My ride had arrived. Climbing in, I instantly recognized the driver as a Mongol brother I'd known for years, and felt completely at ease. Within minutes, we pulled up to the back of what looked like some sort of fabrication shop, where 2 Mongol brothers awaited at the chain-link entry gate. As one brother swung it open, the other waved us in. Once inside, I was greeted by a handful of familiar faces. One of the brothers yelled for a prospect. "Prospect! Get Brother Junior something to drink!" Surrounded by drill presses and work tables, the party area, not large but sufficient, reeked of burnt oil and ground steel. Mixed in with the low chatter of Mongol politics amongst brothers, the music of Santana played from a small portable stereo. "Can I get you something, Junior?" The prospect was a brother I knew as Bronson. "Why the hell are you prospecting?" Bronson had become a full-patched member some years earlier during my term as national president. Looking downward in embarrassment, Bronson replied, "I fucked up, and they took my top rocker." Whatever Bronson did to re-prospect was his chapter's business, not mine, so we left it at that. That night, something strange lingered in the atmosphere, like a sense of unsureness. It reminded me of a time almost 15 years earlier at the Montebello Clubhouse, as we prepared to go to the Queen Mary. Engaging in some casual conversation with some high-ranking Mongols, some concerns were shared. Like I've mentioned earlier, when I was national president, I had reached a verbal agreement with certain respected members of the Hells Angels that we, the Mongols, wouldn't start any new chapters north of our already existing Sencal chapter, located in Tulare County. And in turn they, the Hells Angels, wouldn't start any new chapters south of Tulare County, more specifically Los Angeles and Orange County. Though there was a long-time rivalry between our two clubs, at the time, myself and a few specific Hells Angels, but not necessarily the members of our own clubs, felt more than anything else that our ongoing issues had stemmed from the instigation of law enforcement, and verbally agreed that as long as our clubs stayed within the promised boundaries, there was no reason we couldn't peacefully share the state of California. The bottom line was, neither of us really wanted conflict, because in reality, the only ones that were ever truly victorious were law enforcement. Now, with the Mongols' sudden growth and under new leadership, a new Mongol chapter was started in San Jose, California, where the Hells Angels were already established, disregarding my prior agreement. Though no incidents had yet occurred, animosity was understandably growing rapidly. The major concern shared that evening was that of security. With the 2002 Laughlin River Run only 2 weeks away, like every year before, it was almost a certainty the Hells Angels would also be attending. Was it possible they would use Laughlin to deploy an attack? The concern was, some of our Mongol brothers had already booked rooms at Harrah's, separating themselves from the majority, which had booked at the Riverside Casino, leaving themselves vulnerable. Now I understood why the odd mood lingered in the air. We had backed the Hells Angels into a corner, and like others that evening, I too wondered if they'd use the river run to fight their way out. Just by attending this party, I was pushing my luck. So, after a few beers and some reminiscing, I reminded my driver it was best to leave. As we headed for the door, I was suddenly approached by Bronson. "Hey, Junior, can I have a word in private with you?" Now outside in the rear lot, we found a private corner. The glow of the full moon allowed me to see Bronson's face clearly. "I got a bad feeling about Laughlin." The always fearless look on Bronson's face had suddenly changed to that of uneasiness. Having grasped my undivided attention, Bronson continued, "I don't want to go to Laughlin. I've been having these bad premonitions." "What kind of premonitions?" "I know this sounds crazy, but I got this feeling I'm gonna die there." He was right. It did sound crazy. And the thing that puzzled me was, I knew Bronson well enough to know he was dead serious. Bronson was from East L.A. and grew up in the gang life. Even before he joined the Mongols, his reputation of being a no-nonsense, taking care of business guy was well known. I remember when he joined the club, I felt confident the Mongols had gained an asset, and most importantly, a good brother. Whatever Bronson was feeling, it was real, or at least it was to him. He had come to me in trust and looking for support, so that's exactly what I gave him. Look, brother, weird feelings are freaking normal, especially when you think you might be going into a potentially hostile situation. I mean, shit, I have premonitions all the time. Every time I get on my bike, I worry about getting killed by a drunk driver. It's just your mind playing tricks on you. He nodded his head in agreement. Yeah, you're probably right. Okay then. I'll see you when you get back. The drive back to the condo seemed a lot longer. Staring speechless out the window, I found myself enthralled in my conversation with Bronson. You okay, brother? The driver asked. I replied with a nod. On Friday evening, April 26th, 2002, after returning home from a hard day's work, an argument broke out between Dee and I, which was normal. Dee was insistent that we go to the Laughlin River run.
Why can't we go? Why can't we just keep a low profile?
Like always, Dee only cared about herself and showed no concern about what would happen if I were caught there. I just shook my head and went to the bedroom. For a minute I entertained the thought, but quickly snapped back to reality. Dee opened the door.
I don't see why we can't go if we stay at a different casino.
Again, I began to entertain the thought. Maybe we could stay in another casino. Nah, there's no way I could go to Laughlin and not hang out with the brothers. All it would take would be for someone to get one photo, and just like before in 1998 when the jury was out, I'd be screwed. Especially still having the same judge and fighting the same case. We're not going, and that's final! The phone rings. It's Saturday morning, April 27th, 2002. My bedside clock reads 8:56 a.m. Who in the hell's calling me this early? Hello? A familiar voice tells me to watch the 9 o'clock news, then hangs up. Grabbing the remote, I click on the TV. My heart sank as I heard the headline news.
Laughlin biker brawl leaves 3 dead and multiple injuries.
Just as some feared and most expected, the Mongols and Hell's Angels clashed at Harrah's Casino around 2:30 a.m. on Saturday morning, April 27th, 2002. Only one Mongol lost his life that fateful morning. Rest in peace, Anthony Barrera, a.k.a. Bronson. Chapter 14. The news of the Harrah's Casino brawl had reached all corners of the globe, leaving a deep cut in the little resort town of Laughlin's reputation. Not only there, but also leaving a slash in the Mongols' morale. This was the first time the Mongols had battled with the Hell's Angels since the Queen Mary incident some 14 years earlier. Not to mention losing the life of a brother. Personally, until now, I have never commented on this situation. I was an active Mongol for over 32 years, made secretary-treasurer the day I patched in, and over the years have held every possible office in this club, not to mention 4 terms as national president. It is my opinion the 2002 Harrah's Laughlin brawl could have easily been avoided. I mean, let's be realistic. When is enough too much? The shit between the Mongols and the Hell's Angels started in the mid-1970s. Not over turf, but who had the right to wear a California bottom rocker? Or at least that's what we've all been led to believe. This ongoing conflict isn't about the rocker. It's about one club trying to dictate what another can do. The Mongols have proved over and over no one tells them what to do. So why is it still necessary to want to piss in someone else's backyard? California is a big freaking state and has been shared by these two major clubs for almost 50 years. Whatever happened to the old, you stay on your side of the fence and I'll stay on mine? Brotherhood within the club should be first and foremost on a national president's agenda. My number one objective as national president was to keep all my members alive and out of prison. And I'm proud to say, during my 4 terms, I successfully did my job. What happened to club security that fateful morning in Laughlin? How did the Hells Angels come roaring into the Harrah's parking lot unnoticed? In my opinion, inexperience and negligence in leadership led to the cause and results of the 2002 melee. I can say wholeheartedly and without a doubt, if I were national president at that time, which I wasn't, and Red Dog was national sergeant at arms, which he wasn't, the incident in Laughlin 2002 would not have occurred, or at least had a different outcome. Being the national president of the Mongols MC, believe me, wasn't all peaches and cream. Yeah, there were a few perks like all the dope you could snort and all the women you could screw. But with the good came the bad. I was always under constant investigation and scrutiny from law enforcement, and knew my phone was tapped. I was tailed everywhere I went and dodged numerous indictments, specifically a federal grand jury inquest on charges for extortion in 1996. I've been asked many times over the years, was there money in it? The answer to that is, for me, no. Yeah, the club paid for my phone bill and picked up the costs on all business trips. But besides that, it seemed I was always on the verge of losing everything I had. Most importantly, my loved ones. Never, during my 4 terms as national president, was I paid a salary or accumulated any personal money. The job, or at least back then, was strictly voluntary. It's a fact I'm not proud to admit, but a week before my incarceration in 1998, I was actually homeless, staying with different women and brothers. I even slept in a borrowed car for a couple of nights. Putting my personal life on hold, the Mongols MC always came first. And I knew without a doubt the job was dangerous when I took it. I've also been asked over the years what kept me motivated. My answer to that is the dream. The dream. My dream of the perfect motorcycle club is a club where there's no deceit or envy amongst brothers. A club where unconditional love for a brother comes before money, drugs, or women. A club where the need for power is non-existent and the health and welfare for a brother is most important. Though I always strived for this, I knew it to be unobtainable. For our club is made of mere men who are far from perfect, and in mere men, a world of envy, money, and the hunger for power will always exist. Scott Jr. Ereckson. Saturday morning, May 11th, 2002, the day before Mother's Day. I pulled into my parents' driveway in a brand new Dodge Ram I had purchased with hard-earned money a week earlier. Entering the garage, I pulled the cover off my bike and quickly checked the oil. Carefully, I backed down to the street and fired her up. The upgraded cam made the idle sound like an angry African drum beat. With nary a cloud in the sky, the day was perfect for a ride to the beach. Pulling into the La Habra complex, I rolled up directly beneath our condo balcony and revved the motor. Within minutes, wearing tight Levi's and knee-high leather boots, Dee came running down the stairs. There it was decided we'd head out to Long Beach to one of our favorite places, the Blues Cafe. After a 30-minute putt down the 710 South, we weaved our way through the downtown side streets and entered the bar parking lot. Upon entry, I immediately noticed one of the tables to the far right of the patio was surrounded by a group of Mongols and their old ladies. My first reaction was to leave, but after a quick survey, I found none of them recognizable. I figured I'd been away from the club and all functions, except for the private shop party, for almost 4 years. Surely, if I didn't know them, they wouldn't know me. Dismounting from the bike and still apprehensive, Dee and I nonchalantly maneuvered through the crowded patio. Finding a table on the opposite side of the partying Mongols, we took a seat and ordered a couple drinks. We had just barely received our cocktails when out of nowhere came one of the Mongol brothers. "Brother Junior, remember me?" I've always been good with faces, especially when it came to my Mongol brothers, but I was sure I'd never met this guy. After telling me his name, I still couldn't place him. Trying to convince me we knew each other, he then became very adamant about Dee and I joining him for a drink over at the group table.
"Let's just go over for one drink,"
said Dee. With reluctance, we followed him over to the table where the Mongol brothers and old ladies resided. After meeting all the new faces at the table, I felt overwhelmed with a feeling of uneasiness. Quickly chugging what was left in my glass, I said a quick goodbye, grabbed Dee, and headed for the bike.
"Why are we leaving?"
It wasn't the time to give Dee a class on gut feelings. "Don't argue with me, just get on the bike!" Disappointed, she climbed on and we abruptly left. The following day, Sunday, Mother's Day, we joined my parents at their place in Brea for dinner. Even though the day belonged to my mom, she had no problem preparing a pasta and meatball dinner. My mom was full-blooded Italian and mastered the all-day art of making spaghetti sauce. Though my parents never really approved of my prison marriage, they accepted it for what it was and always treated Dee with respect. After a fantastic dinner and some positive conversation, I gladly grabbed the to-go plate Mom had in her hands, handing it to Dee. I love my mom. Her unconditional love and unselfishness was always apparent. Oh, I had hoped to find those same traits in my wife. They just weren't there. Early the following Tuesday, after returning home from work, I got a phone call from an excited Max. After 20 months, the DA was finally ready to offer a plea bargain. A court date had been set for the following Thursday at 9 a.m. Thursday morning, our small group consisting of my parents, Max, and of course Dee and myself, met in the San Fernando Courthouse cafeteria. As we all sat for breakfast, an enthusiastic Max hoped for a time-served deal, but deemed it unlikely.
You know, it's like making an offer on a house. If we don't like the offer, we'll counteroffer.
We all listened while Max continued with his shoot-from-the-hip strategy.
Everybody's burned out on this case, including the judge. It's been going on for over 4 years, and I feel confident they're going to come with a deal we can work with.
Swallowing what was left in my coffee cup, I checked my watch. It was time for court. As we entered the near-empty courtroom, the DA awaited, and beside him sat Billy Queen's boss, ATF agent John Ciccone. Like the time before, Ciccone stared my way with a smirk. Within minutes, the judge entered the courtroom, immediately calling Max and the DA to the bench. I turned back to see Ciccone, who was now wearing a grin. After the short bench meeting, Max returned and asked me to step outside the courtroom into the foyer. I could tell by Max's expression he wasn't happy.
So where did you go last Saturday?
My heart sank, and I knew I was screwed. Max continued.
They got a fucking photo of you at the Blues Cafe with a group of your brothers.
Pausing for a moment, Max scratched the back of his bald head.
They want to revoke your bail right now.
I had no one to blame but myself. I knew I should have left the moment I got there. My mind immediately started to replay the Saturday scenario. How did these guys get a picture? I was only at the group table long enough to finish a beer. It was obvious what had happened, but I didn't want to believe it. The unknown brother was adamant about getting me to the group table. Could it be true? No, it couldn't be true. My club wouldn't set me up. Maybe the brothers at the table were under surveillance. Max suddenly interrupted my sacrilegious thoughts.
The DA wants to talk to you.
Max stuck his head through the courtroom door and waved the DA to join us in the foyer. Reaching his hand out to shake, I reluctantly took it. I had no choice but to listen. The deal was this. I would take a plea bargain of a total of 6 years with credit for the 3 years I'd already served. If I took the deal today, I'd be allowed 30 days to get my affairs in order before having to turn myself back into court custody. I had to ask, what if I refuse this offer?
Well, Junior, if you refuse, I'll be forced to revoke your bail and immediately take you into custody, where the state will formally refile charges and you will be held in the county jail until another court date is set. Not to mention, if you're found guilty again, you'll start a fresh new sentence of 14 years.
Just the thought of going back to L.A. County Jail and waiting for a court date made me want to puke. I could be sitting in there another freaking year before this thing even went to trial. I remained in the foyer while Max and the DA returned to the courtroom, where minutes later I was joined by my family. Embarrassed and ashamed, I broke them the news. I'd had a good run. I'd been out for 20 months, and after a short family huddle, the decision was unanimous. We were all in agreement. I would take the deal. It just wasn't worth the risk on a new trial, and possibly getting convicted again. I'd surrender myself to the court in 30 days. Screw it. I'd rather do another 28 months in prison than a freaking year in L.A. County Jail. Chapter 15. The 3 of us pulled into the courthouse parking lot. It was hard to believe 30 days had passed so quickly. Lenore, Dee's best friend, shuffled through her purse. Even though things between Dee and I weren't that great, we agreed to stick it out for the next 28 months, giving our relationship the benefit of the doubt. Since I had recently bought a new truck, I decided to sell my bike for a quick $10,000 to help Dee make the payments during the time I'd be locked up. Sadly, because I had taken the plea bargain, a motion was filed on behalf of the Contreras, and the $3.2 million I'd been awarded in the civil suit was reversed.
Found 'em,
said Lenore, as she pulled out a prescription bottle from her purse.
These should do the trick.
As she tapped the bottle, 4 zany bars, Xanax, fell into my palm. There was no telling how long I'd be sitting in a court holding tank, so why not take a little nap? Dee wiped what looked to be a real tear from her face, and after a final embrace, I walked alone in the direction of the courthouse for my surrender. I entered the courtroom where Max and the DA awaited. After about 10 minutes of formal bullshit, again, I was in county custody. This time was different. Over the duration of this case, I'd grown familiar with almost every deputy that was assigned to the court. No handcuffs were needed as I was escorted down the hallway to the holding tanks I knew all too well. Over the past 4 years of court hearings, I had not only become a familiar face, but also kind of a celebrity with the deputies, and was honored with my own holding tank, and not 1, but 2 sack lunches. Immediately, I found a new roll of toilet paper to support my head. Laying down on a bench, I stared at the ceiling as the last 20 months replayed like a movie in my mind. How in the hell could this happen? I'd gone from being a free millionaire to right back where I started almost 4 years earlier. I had no one to blame but myself. Just like the ancient tale of the sirens whose beautiful songs lured ships and sailors to their crashing death on rocky shores, I was lured back into the grips of law enforcement by the desperate need of brotherhood. This time there was a big difference. I only had 28 more months to do. I could now feel the weight of the Xanax pushing on my eyelids. Just 28 more months and it would all be over. Just as I had closed my eyes, the sound of keys startled me back into consciousness. What seemed like only seconds had been hours. Abruptly, the tank door opened.
Ereckson! Let's go! The van's waiting!
The only thing that ever changes at L.A. County Jail are the faces and names. Processing was minimal since I'd only been out on bail. Again, punched in the face by the disgusting smell of sweat and raw garbage, I was marched down to the bowels of the old county jail. Back to my old home, 1600 block. The judge had done me a great favor in ordering me back into state custody forthwith. Returned to state prison ASAP, and I couldn't get back to prison soon enough. I'd only spent about 2 weeks in the county jail when notified I was on the transfer list to state prison. Even though I'd been out for 20 months, I knew I was still on R.J. Donovan's out to court list, which suggested, at least to me, I'd be returned directly to Donovan State Prison. But that wasn't the case. I was being transferred to the Central Reception Center at Delano. This would be my second time at Delano during the summer, which made it quite miserable. But then again, miserable was just a frame of mind. On the eve before my bus ride, myself along with numerous others were moved upstairs to a transfer cell. Everybody housed in that holding tank were leaving for somewhere early the next morning. Though I was extremely exhausted, the combination of noise and anxiety made it impossible to sleep. While engaging in conversation with other anxious convicts, I'd acquired a handful of Somas, carisoprodol, a muscle relaxer that was issued through the jail infirmary. Desperately needing rest and hoping to get some sleep on the long upcoming bus ride, I washed a half-dozen of the mini disc-shaped pills down with a cup of coffee, hoping they'd take the edge off. Still overwhelmed with anxiety and with very little rest, at sunup, myself and a few others were herded onto a bus headed for Delano State Prison. About an hour into the bus ride, I began to get immense cramping in my neck. It was the Somas. Instead of putting me to sleep, I was having an allergic reaction. My neck pain only increased as the bus slowly made its way through the hot desert. Now to the point of contortion, the more I fought to hold my head up straight, the cramping seemed to only push harder, forcing my head to rest on my left shoulder. After a 2.5-hour bus ride, we met our destination. Though still feeling some pain, the majority of the cramping had subsided. Again, like my last trip here, the summer sun was unforgiving. This time was different. Though I was free for 20 months, in the eyes of the state, I was still considered out to court. Instead of the 90-day stay at Delano Reception, I was only there on a layover, meaning I'd be on my way back to Donovan within a few days. With the combination of the heat and Somas, I began to feel nauseated. I had to somehow make it through processing without puking. All I could think about was getting to a bunk so I could sleep it off. Within 2 hours, I was assigned to a cell block and cell. The neck cramps had pretty much subsided, turning into exhaustion. My assigned cell was located on the second tier, south side of a building that was facing north, which avoided direct sunlight, making it somewhat cooler than other cells. A sheet had been jury-rigged to cover the narrow window that faced the yard, leaving the tiny room well shaded. My cell partner, who went by the name Steve, was a soft-spoken, middle-aged convict who, like myself, was convicted of his second strike. Sharing some small talk, he found my Soma story quite amusing, which drew a chuckle from both of us. Chow was still 2 hours away, which gave me some time to rest. The coolness and shade of the tiny cell projected a safe atmosphere, feeling much different than my prior visit 4 years earlier. Relaxing came easy. Suddenly, I woke to the opening of the electronic cell door. It was chow time. Every prison had their own way of dispersing their inmates to chow. Since I was housed on the reception side of Delano, chow was delivered to the cell block. In case of a riot, the violence could be contained to the actual building itself, instead of turning into a chow hall free-for-all. The reason for this was due to the fact reception inmates had yet to been classified, meaning all inmates were housed together. The reception yard was a prison melting pot that boiled down to two types of people: convicts and inmates. Or should I say the hunters and prey. Except for the county jail, the reception yard was always the most explosive, with violence erupting at any given second and for any dumbass reason. Standing at attention in front of our doorway, we waited for the signal to proceed downstairs to the day room, where chow was served. Standing there, I began to feel lightheaded, and through my eyes everything looked to have a pink tint. Rubbing my eyes and blinking had no effect. Everything I was seeing was still pink in color. Once we got the signal, we made our way to the end of the tier and down the stairs to the day room. Grabbing a tray of food, Steve and I found a seat at one of the circular tables, where I began to inspect my food. My eyes suddenly opened. Still blurry, they quickly focused. I was on my back, surrounded by bulls. "Don't move! Don't move!" Turning my head, I could see everyone in the day room was on the ground, looking in my direction. What the hell just happened? The back of my head was itchy and wet. Touching it, my fingers were covered in blood. My first thought was I'd been moved on, attacked. Turning to Steve, who was sprawled out next to me. "Who hit me?"
No one hit you. You passed out.
With food all down the front of my shirt and my tray splattered next to me on the floor, it was obvious I must have pulled it off the table as I fell. The gash on the back of my head was caused from the impact of the concrete floor. It suddenly dawned on me. It was the somas. A delayed reaction from the somas had caused me to black out in front of everyone eating in the day room. Shit! What a freaking embarrassment. Still surrounded by bulls, I tried to sit up. "Don't move!" Within minutes, medical staff had lifted me onto a rolling gurney and was wheeling me out of the building. I soon found myself in the infirmary being pummeled with questions about my medical history. Has this happened before? Are you diabetic? Are you on any medication? All my answers were the same. No, no, no. The last question began to worry me. What if they check my blood and find the somas? I just told them I wasn't on any medication. Would they give me an under the influence charge? I was rolled onto my stomach. The back of my head stung as a nurse dabbed at it with a moist compress.
Looks like you're gonna need a few staples.
The infirmary cell was nice. Larger than a normal cell and a definite upgrade in bedding. Quiet and felt safe. Sleep came easy, and when the food trays were delivered, they were still hot and seemed to have more flavor. The doctor took a blood sample, but nothing of the somas was ever mentioned. The luxury of the infirmary was short-lived. On the morning of the third day, I was moved to a different cell block. When inside the block, they all looked the same. The only difference was the direction the building faced. Like a broken record, again I found myself in a new cell with a new cell partner. He seemed like a nice enough guy, but we really didn't have much in common. After our initial introduction, he asked about the staples in the back of my head, and found the soma incident quite comical. We continued to share stories, but his were no match for mine. He found the shit I'd been through the past 4 years somewhat amazing. How does any story compete with getting out on a writ, becoming a millionaire, losing it all and having to come back to prison? And getting a 20-month break on the street in between prison terms was unheard of, not to mention an 8-year reduction in sentence. Even though I was broke, I was still the luckiest guy I knew. About an hour before chow, a balloon and a lighter came sliding under our door. Jumping from my bunk, I quickly grabbed the gifts and looked out the window to see who delivered it. It was the tier tender, who nonchalantly continued past, pushing his broom. While my cellmate took point, lookout, I checked the contents of the balloon. It was tobacco. Who in the hell was sending me a balloon of tobacco? I'd only been in the block for hours. Did someone recognize me as I walked in? As I stood in front of my door at chow release, I scanned all the other standers on the tier for a familiar face, but none rang a bell. Being in the reception center, tobacco was considered contraband and was not allowed to be possessed, which only presented more questions. Who had the connections, and what did I owe in return? Grabbing my tray, I quickly found a table and continued to scan while I ate. Across the day room at a distant table sat a group of Southsiders who were staring in my direction. Finding none recognizable, I gave a courteous nod of respect, and they returned the gesture. It was them. Something in my gut told me it was them who sent the tobacco. 10 a.m. the next morning, the doors popped open for day room. The line to the lower control office was long, as inmates and convicts alike patiently waited to check out decks of playing cards and board games like Scrabble, chess, and checkers, not to mention everyone's favorite, dominoes. While the others staked claims on playing tables, I wandered the crowded day room floor looking for an unoccupied seat. Sitting at the same table as the night before, the Southsiders who had kindly acknowledged me were enthralled in a game of cards. The one and only wall-mounted TV, an octave louder than the day room chatter, was airing an episode of Forensic Files. With nothing else to do, I found an empty seat and began to watch. Suddenly, grabbing a seat next to me was one of the Southsiders from the card table. "Come over and join us." Following him over to the filled table, I silently watched. Like always, the Alpha introduced himself. Sticking out his hand, he introduced himself. "Danger, from Watts." I always thought black gangs dominated the city of Watts. Shows how much I knew. Danger's huge hand dwarfed mine. An extremely big man for a Mexican. His large tattooed shaved head was nicked and scarred, most likely from a life of violence. Danger continued. "My dad's a Mongol. His name is Rage. Do you know him?" Yep, I knew him all right. It was back in mid-1996. I had just been re-elected as national president. Among the many issues at hand, most importantly at the time was club membership. The Mongols' membership had lingered to roughly 100 members nationwide. Though it was kept a secret, we knew we were the smallest of the big 3 California bike clubs, being us, of course, the Hells Angels, and the Vagos. To maintain respect, I had to figure out a way to boost our membership in bulk. Prospecting potential members one at a time was okay for bringing in some new blood, but due to a constant turnover, proved to be futile. A new brother would patch in and an old brother would retire, which left growth in numbers impossible. The only way to achieve substantial growth was to absorb a large group at one time. I had received news of a group of independent bikers wanting to form a new Los Angeles area motorcycle club. With roughly 80 potential members, a meeting was arranged at our El Sereno clubhouse with two of the group's spokesmen. Al the Suit, brother Doc Cavazos, and another dude introduced only as Grizzly. Wanting to call themselves the Cobras, Al and Grizzly did their best to convince me that having another LA-based motorcycle club was to my benefit. But I didn't see it that way. Though they had no idea, at 80 potential members, if allowed to start, the Cobras would almost be as large as the whole Mongol nation, and with some recruiting, could soon outnumber us. Before they could finish, I gave my answer. No way. Don't even think about it, and if I see or even hear of a Cobra patch, I'll consider it an act of hostility. But there was another alternative. This was exactly what I was looking for. Now it was my turn to do the convincing. Instead of the Cobras, what about joining the Mongols? Without an answer, a disillusioned Al and Grizzly left the clubhouse. Before our meeting, unto my knowledge, other Mongol members had also tried to convince this independent crew to join our club, to no avail. Rage, Danger's dad, was one of them. Within a month I was contacted again by Al the Suit, wanting to set up another meeting at a neutral residence. But this time, with his brother Reuben, Doc Cavazos. I agreed, and arrangements were made. Doc had numerous questions which I was happy to clarify, mostly just bullshit rumors he'd heard.
Is it true we have to hand over the pink slips to our bikes? Is it true we have to share our wives and girlfriends with other Mongols?
Doing my best not to laugh, I assured him these were exaggerated and long-extinct policies. A more relaxed Doc replied,
Let me see what I can put together and I'll get back to you.
With that, we shook hands in agreement. Our meeting and any further correspondence for the time being was best kept a secret. As the new national president, I chose to attend individual chapter meetings, not only to show support to the presidents, but assure the meetings were conducted fairly and according to Mongol protocol. Remember, I had been on a 5-year hiatus, leaving in 1990 and returning in 1995, on request of the current national president, Poor Boy, to rebuild a deteriorating San Diego, Dago chapter. After a year as Dago chapter president, I left the rejuvenated chapter only to be elected again as national president in 1996, with intention of rejuvenating the whole Mongol nation. But things were different from when I held the office 9 years earlier. Respect for the highest elected office in the club had somehow diminished amongst common membership. In the 5 years I was gone, turnover in the club had produced many new faces. Though many had heard my name, they really didn't know me. Also, by attending these chapter meetings, gave me a chance to answer questions, properly introduce myself, and establish forgotten policies. In a surprise visit, myself and 2 other mother chapter members, Red Dog and Beaver, decided to attend a San Gabriel chapter meeting. The duration of the meeting went well. Then, right before closing, the San Gabriel chapter president, Lil Ron, asked his members if they had any questions for me. Like always, the first question asked was, "What are you going to do about membership?" Without going into too much detail, I began to reassure the San Gabriel brothers that a plan was in the works. When suddenly, I was rudely interrupted by an intoxicated brother.
Are you talking about Doc Cavazos and his crew?
The room went silent while the drunk brother continued.
I tried to recruit those scared motherfuckers months ago, and they don't want nothing to do with us. And as a matter of fact, the next time I see one of those pussy motherfuckers, I'm gonna personally punch him in the fucking mouth.
This guy was pissing me off.
What the hell was he doing drunk at a club meeting anyway? All the brothers in the room were now looking at me, waiting for a reply. Or then again, maybe I was getting mud-checked. Whoa! Wait a minute, brother. What's your name?
I'm Rage, Chapter Nomad.
Well, let me tell you something, Rage. If you or any other brother does so much as lay a hand on one of those guys, you'll be prospecting quicker than you can say the word Mongol. For a good 10 seconds, Rage and I locked eyes. And then he said it.
Fuck you!
Rage had just told me, the national president, fuck you in front of the whole San Gabriel chapter. I was never one for hitting a brother, but it was obvious I was being tested. At that very moment, I knew everything was at stake. My reputation, image, and most importantly, respect from my peers. My hands were tied with no other options. Now was the time to properly introduce myself. With one leap, I hurdled the only table that separated us. Grabbing his neck, we went to the ground. Landing on top, I quickly maneuvered to the ground and pound position and fired 3 straight punches to the bridge of his nose, leaving him bleeding and unconscious. As he lay motionless, I rose to my feet. Then, looking at every brother in the room, I calmly asked, "Anyone else want to tell me fuck you?" As he lay there, members of his own chapter began to remove the club colors from his limp body. "What are you guys doing?" "We're gonna pull his patch for disrespecting you." "What for? He's already been punished." Though unorthodox but necessary, word of the incident quickly spread throughout the ranks, elevating my level of respect as national president. Did they respect me, or was it fear? I really didn't give a shit. Whichever it was, it worked. As leader of the Mongol nation, I couldn't afford to be challenged by a brother, or for that matter, anyone else. By October of 1997, Red Dog and I had cut a deal with Ruben, Doc Cavazos, and Grizzly. The initial 80 members that we'd hoped for, after vetting, ended up being 40, which enabled us to start 2 new chapters the following month. Pico Rivera, Pico, and El Sereno, Sereno. As part of the deal, Cavazos was appointed Pico chapter president, and Grizzly was to oversee Sereno chapter. These 2 new chapters, I guess you could say, got the ball rolling, which quickly led to the beginning of the Covina and Rosemead chapters. By mid-1998, not quite a year later, the Mongol nation had doubled in size, and since then has continued to grow, not only into a multi-state, but an international MC. Yeah, I know your dad. Danger pushed away from the table and stood up. Now I could see the actual size of him. Standing well over 6 feet and outweighing me by at least 50 pounds. He said, "Let's go talk." I followed the huge tattooed Southsider to the TV area, where with only a nod, a couple of vacant seats quickly appeared. Clearing his throat, he began to speak. "Yeah, my dad's a nomad out of San Gabriel chapter. He's a stand-up guy and has always been loyal to your club. That's why I can't figure out why he got the shit beat out of him at a chapter meeting. And I gotta tell ya, that shit fucking pissed me off." My heart was beating like an African drum. I wondered if he knew it was me that did it. Thinking I might have to fight this freaking monster, I quickly glanced over each shoulder to see if his crew was getting into position to flank me. Danger continued. "When I first heard about it, I'd made up my mind I was gonna kill any Mongol that crossed my path. I mean, what the fuck?
I'm already doing life for murder. I got nothing to lose. But after reading my dad's letter telling me he had it coming, I've reconsidered and decided to support his club and brothers 100%. So, let me know if there's anything else I can do. Oh, and by the way, I wrote my dad a letter telling him you're here.
That told me for the time being I was safe, or at least until Rage replied. Hopefully, since I was just here on a layover, I'd be long gone to Donovan before Rage's letter arrived, possibly fingering me as the one who kicked his ass. What was supposed to be a couple of days had turned into a week. I should have been gone by now. What was the freaking holdup? Impatient, I decided to ask one of the bulls to check my custody status, and why I hadn't yet been put on a bus headed south. The following day, I got my answer. Yes, it was true I was only supposed to be there on a temporary layover. But while I had those freaking staples in my head, I was stuck there on a medical hold. Not until the staples were removed would I be cleared for a transfer. My hope was to catch a bus before Danger got the reply letter from Rage. But that wasn't the case. One afternoon in the day room while watching TV, I was approached by Danger, letter in hand.
I got a letter from my dad.
The time I was dreading arrived. I braced myself for the outcome.
He sends his love and respect.
My racing heartbeat quickly downshifted from third to first gear. The letter had validated what I hoped to be true. Rage was a stand-up Mongol. With no hate or malice, like a true Mongol, he took responsibility for his own actions. Suddenly, I felt like a proud father. Members like Rage was what we looked for. If only we had 100 more like him. For the strength of the pack is the wolf, and the strength of the wolf is the pack. The Lion King. On my 12th day at Delano, the 6 staples were plucked from the back of my head. 2 days later, I was on a bus headed south to San Diego. Chapter 16. I loved San Diego. Usually greeted with an ocean breeze, the hottest summer days rarely rose above the high 80s in temperature. This was my home, where I was raised, but also where I was known. Here, danger lurked around every corner. A smiling face and a handshake didn't mean shit. Total awareness was a must, and any mistake could be costly. We exited the bus at R.J. Donovan, single filing into R&R, where I was plucked from the small group of new arrivals in order to take a seat in the package receiving area. Deja vu. Though it had been almost 2 years since my departure, nothing in the room had changed. From the faded Dare poster on the adjacent wall, to the same wise-ass bulls that worked the counters. It was as if I'd never left, and my time on the streets was only a dream. Staring at the Dare poster, I momentarily became lost in what was real and what wasn't.
Ereckson!
Suddenly I snapped back into reality and bellied up to the counter. While I stood in silence, the same sergeant that checked me out 23 months earlier read over my paperwork. You've been out to court for 2 fucking years. What the hell happened? It's a long story. The dusty gunny sack that held my few belongings was set atop the counter. Make sure it's all there. Loosening the drawstrings, I opened it to refresh my memory. The beat-up tennis shoes, Tupperware tumbler, and photo album I'd forgot about were accounted for. Of course they were easy to forget. I never planned on coming back. In a short time I found myself back on the number 3 yard, sharing a cell with an old dope fiend that talked to himself. Being on the streets for so long and now having to come back to this shithole left a bitter taste in my mouth and easily irritated. After making my bed, I slipped on my well-worn tennis shoes and headed out to the hustle and bustle of the crowded yard. In the 2 years I was gone, things had changed. The people I knew were gone. No Doobie, no Jameson. My few acquaintances that were still there had all heard I'd beaten the system and gotten out. For those who saw me back on the yard, like so many others that had left, it was taken for granted I'd already turned on a parole violation, or new case. It didn't take long to find out about the biggest change of all. Now there was a validated Hell's Angel on the yard. A shot of adrenaline shot up my spine. Screw it. Here we go. I wondered how our soon-to-be confrontation would go down. The recent Harrah's Laughlin incident had put a damper on any decent relationship between our two clubs, leaving a tremendous cloud of hostility that lingered, like a meat fart in an elevator. Though I hoped for a positive outcome, something told me violent confrontation was inevitable. Alone, I walked the gravel track in search of my potential nemesis. On such a small yard, it wasn't long before I located him. Tall, with tattooed sleeves, he stood out like a sore thumb. As I approached, we locked eyes. There was no doubt he knew my identity. Even though he was surrounded by a large group of supporters, his demeanor signaled a sign of passiveness. My battle senses suddenly downshifted from third to first gear. My senses told me this soon-to-be introduction wouldn't be violent. Reaching out his hand to shake, I clearly saw the brightly colored Hell's Angel's death head tattooed on his forearm, giving me positive identification. Much taller than me, I grabbed his large hand and firmly gripped it. Let's walk. Gladly agreeing to my request, we began to stroll the track. His name was J.D., a tattooist by trade. He ran a little tattoo shop located in the Pacific Beach area of San Diego. Much younger than me, his shop tattoos, tall medium build, chiseled facial features, and greased back hair may have been intimidating to others, but not to me. He had heard of my name and seemingly knew everything about me, down to the year I became a Mongol, and even the fact I was the shooter in the 1982 Fat Ray incident. Oddly enough, instead of resentment, he showed respect. At that moment it was obvious to both of us that a bad choice would determine how we spent the remainder of our incarcerations. So we chose to leave the hatred and animosity between our two clubs on the streets, for others to contend with. Politely he asked, "Tell me about the old days." Knowing only one side of the story, he was curious to hear my version of why and what caused our two clubs to hate each other. Feeling a bit awkward, I searched for a way to give an unbiased explanation, but there was none. As we walked and talked, I kept a cautious eye, wondering if something I said might trigger a violent reaction. But no. In a way, J.D. almost seemed sympathetic for the Mongols. I was curious of what had become of the local Dago chapter Hell's Angels that were once my enemies some 20 years earlier. Though a few still lingered, most had long passed. This was a rare opportunity. A game of question and answer with a long-time adversary. So, I also took advantage of the situation. I'd always wondered what the Hell's Angels thought of me. It was obvious they freaking hated me. After all, I killed one of their members. But how did they rate me as a man? I figured if I was ever going to get an honest answer, now was the time to ask.
They told me you were a killer, and if we ever crossed paths, to watch my back.
I found that answer to be quite rewarding. Being feared by your enemies was the greatest honor a warrior could have. At that moment, I realized all the work I'd put into being a Mongol had been worth it. Though I kept a poker face, inside I was smiling from ear to ear. It didn't take long to realize J.D. wasn't a threat. He was just a young buck wanting to do his time, and unfortunately happened to be a Hell's Angel. As our after-dinner strolls became a common occurrence, so did the yard gossip. It's not every day you see a Mongol and Hell's Angel walking the yard together. As of my recent return to Donovan, which was a level 3-4 prison, my sentence had now been cut in half, lowering my custody to a level 2. Knowing it was just a matter of time before I was reclassified and shipped to a level 2 prison, I quickly scheduled another family visit. Though Dee and I had been down some rough roads while on the streets, we both looked forward to some much-needed intimacy. Just as I had anticipated, in the middle of my 3rd week back, I received a ducat for reclassification. After I was reclassified to level 2 custody, I was moved to another yard awaiting transfer. I knew I'd soon be leaving for a lower custody prison, but didn't know when or which one. My major concern was that all level 2 prisons were located in Northern California, which would put a damper on receiving visits. Being that far away surely meant visits from Dee and my folks would be few and far between, if at all. My best shot was to hopefully get to Tehachapi State Prison, which was located south of Bakersfield, California. Still a 2.5 to 3 hour drive from Dee's condo in La Habra, Tehachapi was still the closest level 2 prison. Though an inconvenience, the drive was still doable. The fact of the matter was, you could request a prison till you were blue in the face, but the CDC sent you to wherever the hell they wanted. You never really knew for sure where you were going until you got there. Now on the transfer yard, I searched for a familiar face but found none. My new temporary cell partner was a guy named Von Helm. Von was an easygoing guy who worked as a clerk in the auto shop and loved to cook. Von had ordered a hot pot for heating water through the canteen catalog. Upon its arrival, he immediately disassembled it, removing the thermostat, allowing the water to come to a full boil, which immediately changed the hot pot's status to contraband. With his connections in the kitchen, he acquired some cooking oil, along with a nightly issue of fresh vegetables, onions, tomatoes, green bell peppers. Though the canteen contained many different items, we purchased just the things we needed. Lots of coffee, and some stuff we couldn't steal from the kitchen, like canned roast beef, Hereford, and tortillas. Like I said before, almost everyone in prison had a hustle, and Von's was food. Up on the shelf was a Bugler tobacco can, containing pencils, pens, and other knickknacks, including a spool of thin copper wire. Von filled the unbridled hot pot with cooking oil, turning it up to a deep frying temperature. Next, with a razor blade, he methodically chopped the assortment of fresh veggies into a large pile. But most important was the meat. Though expensive, at about $3 a can, the Hereford roast beef was also chopped into small pieces and mixed with some pre-cooked top ramen noodles for bulk. Finally, the large tortillas were laid out on a towel and sparingly filled with the chopped ingredients, then carefully folded into a burrito. Using the thin copper wire, each burrito was bound to maintain its shape and carefully submerged into the hot pot. Deep fried until golden brown in color, the result was one of the best chimichangas I've ever tasted, still to this day. Even at the price of 4 top ramens apiece, inmates and convicts alike would form a line halfway down the tier, with hopes of buying just one of Von's homemade chimichangas. This became an almost every night ritual. Though it was work, it was one of the most profitable prison hustles I'd ever seen. After enjoying the filling chimichangas, came a bloated stomach. Within an hour of the delicious meal, we were both farting like pack mules, leaving our cell smelling like a freaking sewer. This was where we invented fart wars. In the back of my upper bunk was about a 2-inch gap separating the steel bunk frame from the concrete wall, which left just enough room to press my bare ass against the gap and shoot a fart down the wall, ricocheting directly into Vaughn's lower bunk area. Though this probably sounds warped, you gotta remember, we're in freaking prison, where anything's game for a good laugh. Being that heat rises, Vaughn retaliated by farting up the wall and smoking me out through the same gap. The question was, which one of us could come up with the most devious idea? One of my best moves was farting into a paper sack and slowly squeezing out the stinky air by Vaughn's nose while he was sleeping, abruptly waking him up and leaving us both in stitches, especially me. Just when I thought I was the fart king, I was mistaken. After a normal work day, Vaughn entered the cell with a plastic container in hand. About 4 inches square, the small container had a circular lid, which was screwed on tightly, sealing the contents.
"This will be perfect for storing our cooking spices,"
said Vaughn. I nodded in agreement.
"It smells like someone was storing some fresh cinnamon in it."
Nonchalantly, Vaughn tossed the sealed container in my direction, landing on my bunk. Fresh cinnamon? I loosened the tightly secured plastic top, anxious to smell the fragrant spice. Shit! With just a whiff, I began to gag on the contents. Vaughn burst into laughter.
"Got ya, motherfucker!"
As I continued to gag, Vaughn went into detail on how he cupped the container to his bare ass, farted into it, and then quickly secured the lid. You're a freaking pig! Vaughn was right. He got me on that one, and was temporarily crowned the Fart King champion. Looking back, my only regret was that I didn't think of it first. It was November 23rd, 2002. Pacing in my cell, I anxiously listened for my name to be called to the family visiting area. With still no sign of transfer, I was lucky to have one more intimate visit with Dee before I was stuck on a bus headed north to an unknown Level 2 penitentiary. I knew she'd be here like the many times before, but the anticipation still plays tricks on my mind, pinching and prodding me with doubt, questioning her loyalty. Minutes later, my doubt was proved to be a worthless emotion. I was summoned to the family visiting area where I patiently waited for a van ride to the bungalow. Shortly after my arrival and walkthrough, Dee's van showed up, dropping her off with our pre-bought drinks and microwavable meals. After putting away the groceries, we sat down for a chat. Something was different. Doing her best to paint a happy face, I saw right through the mask. Though she had promised to stick it out for the next 28 months until my release, a cloud of doubt had encumbered us. At the time, I'm sure her intentions were sincere, but now I sensed a tint of uncertainty in her words. After 44 hours alone, we kissed and said goodbye. The intimacy was good, but not great. I compare it to a beef stew that was filling but lacked meat and seasoning. Dee's multiple monthly visits had dwindled down to one. I could feel the relationship slowly fading away like a boat drifting out to sea with no anchor. The fact I'd soon be heading north would certainly contribute even more unstableness to what a weary relationship was already. Christmas had passed and a new year was about to arrive. Vaughn and I celebrated our New Year's Eve dinner with a couple of fat chimichangas, and welcoming in 2003 with Dick Clark's dropping of the ball in Times Square. On the eve of January 2nd, 2003, a transfer Ducat was slid under my door, informing me I'd be en route to Tehachapi State Prison early next morning. I was lucky. I had hoped to get to Tehachapi, and that's where I was going. Chapter 17. Tehachapi State Prison, CCI, is in the Cummings Valley, west of the small city of Tehachapi in Southern California. CCI has 1,650 acres, including a Level 1, open dorms with a secure perimeter housing, Level 2, open dorms with secure perimeter electric fencing and armed coverage, housing, Level 4, cells, fenced or walled perimeters, electronic security, more staff and armed officers both inside and outside the installation, housing. This also includes a security housing unit, SHU, which is the most secure area in a Level 4 prison designed to provide maximum coverage for the most violent of inmates. As of March 2012, this prison's total population was 4,753, or 170.8% of its design capacity of 2,783. Opened in 1932, this prison was California's first and only prison for women. For many years, Tehachapi Prison was independently operated until the beginning of 1944, where it became part of the California Department of Corrections. After the 1952 Kern County earthquake on July 21st made the brick dormitories unsafe, the institution was closed, and the 417 female inmates were sent to what was then the New California Institution for Women, CIW, in Corona. In 1954, Tehachapi Prison was reopened as CCI, an all-men's prison. On the afternoon of January 3rd, 2003, our bus sat in an idle while the 15-foot chain-link gate mechanically opened. Though the buildings looked well-weathered, the surrounding scenery was beautiful. Nestled in a valley encased by snow-covered mountains, I felt a sense of comfort, knowing this prison would be my last and final home until my release. My EPRD, earliest possible release date, was set for the first week of July 2004, leaving me with only about 18 months until freedom. But in the back of my mind, something felt wrong about that date. To my calculations, it seemed a couple months early. I'm sure it was me that had miscalculated my good time credits. Thank God they were the date-calculating experts. As our bus rolled into the R&R Sallyport, a small group of correctional officers and inmates holding clipboards anxiously waited to check us into our new facility. Their pink faces and thick denim jackets gave hint to the outside temperature. Exiting the bus in only an orange jumpsuit, the cold, breezy mountain air cut like a knife. Though the surrounding mountains still wore a blanket of snow, only slush remained on the ground where we now stood. The large outdoor thermometer, which dangled off the canopy eave, danced in the wind, making it impossible to read. In between gusts, I caught a quick glimpse at the thermometer needle locked at 40 degrees. Standing in the cold like frozen statues, our shackles were removed.
As I call your name, you may proceed into the building.
Our small group entered the dilapidated building and into a dingy but warm R&R holding tank. To my surprise, processing went rather quickly. Due to prison overcrowding, not just at Tehachapi, but also everywhere else in the state of California, we'd all temporarily be housed in the gym until vacancies in one of the 8 dorms were available. The gym was a freaking nightmare. The closest thing to LA County Jail I'd experienced since I'd been there. Divided into 3 sections according to race, the giant room lacked any privacy, down to the open showers and toilets. After making my bunk and changing into some warmer issued clothes, I slipped on a jacket, a size too small, and headed for the yard I'd heard so many stories about. First and foremost, I had to figure out a way to get out of that shithole of a gym and into a warm, comfy dorm. Everything in prison was about connections, who you knew and what kind of strings they could pull. With the amount of time I'd done and all the people I crossed paths with over the years, I was certain I'd find a familiar face. All the stories I'd heard were true. The yard was huge, by far the largest I'd ever seen or been on. There was a grassy, now muddy, area with picnic tables in front of the dorms and behind them, a huge quarter-mile dirt track which encumbered a vacant soccer field. There were tennis courts and a handball area. Where convicts once lifted weights, remained a covered patio now protecting an assortment of multifaceted pull-up bars and sit-up benches. As I walked to the far end of the huge open field, the chatter of voices dissipated into the distance, leaving me to a moment of complete solitude. For the first time while incarcerated, I stood completely alone, temporarily unbothered by other humans, hearing nothing but the slight whistle of a mountain breeze. For once, there were no voices. Gazing through the double chain-linked perimeter fence, it momentarily became invisible from obstructing my view. Staring at the distant snow-covered mountains in tune with the whisper of the wind, it was as if I'd been plucked from inside the prison walls and placed in the middle of a mountain meadow. At that very moment, I felt totally free. I decided to take a final walk around the abandoned muddy track when I heard it. Someone in the distance was calling my name. I could see a figure standing at the corner of the building, but too far for any facial recognition. I raised my hand in acknowledgement and began to walk in his direction. Wearing a pulled-down beanie and a thick jacket, it was hard to make out his face. But as I neared, his distinctive walk left no doubt. It was Doobie. While free on my 20-month habeas corpus vacation, Doobie's custody had also dropped to a level 2. The word at Donovan was he'd been sent to Folsom, which, despite its vicious reputation, was now a level 2 prison. Obviously, the word at Donovan was wrong. Doobie had been here at Tehachapi almost 2 years, and just like at Donovan, had connections. He'd scored a job in the watch office as the lieutenant's clerk, and would try his best to get me into a dorm ASAP. It was like my prayer was instantly answered. After almost a week, I finally made the gym phone list and got a call out to Dee to let her know I'd arrived at Tehachapi. It was good to hear her voice, and she seemed anxious to come up for a visit. Fortunately, Dee was already on my approved visiting list, which Tehachapi honored. There were other prisons that made new arrivals visitors reapply. Someone once said, "Patience is a virtue." I guess after all my years in prison, I must have finally become virtuous, because I had to wait for everything. Even though Dee was approved to visit, it would still take another week for my approved visiting list to be updated. Everything in prison was a freaking waiting game. You stood in line for canteen, chow, visits, medical attention, even to take a shit on a Sunday morning after breakfast. Forget any privacy. The toilets were side by side and only about 2 feet apart with no partitions. The trick was to bury your face in a newspaper and keep your mind off the guy who was farting next to you. Let's put it this way. The toilets were so close that if you were right-handed and the guy shitting next to you was left-handed, you'd bump heads if you wiped your ass at the same time. After 2 miserable weeks in the gym, Doobie pulled through and somehow maneuvered my name to the top of the dorm transfer list. Thanks to the power of connections, I was transferred to dorm 8. It was a night and day difference. The dorm was quieter and more laid back. The showers and toilets were in the front right-hand side of the dorm, well secluded from the barracks, making it more comfortable to shit and shower. Living in a dorm meant learning a whole new set of rules. When brushing your teeth, you never spit in the sink. You only spit in the nearby trash can or designated toilet. There were 2 types of toilets, stainless steel and porcelain. The stainless ones were used for spitting and pissing, and the porcelain for shitting. Violations of these rules could lead to a freaking riot. Anyone just entering the dorm started out on an upper bunk, unless you could prove you had an existing medical condition which required a lower, such as a prior knee or back injury. Otherwise, getting a lower bunk could take months on a waiting list, according to seniority. Nearly a month after my arrival, I got my first visit from Dee. It had been almost 8 weeks since I'd seen her. After grabbing a couple sandwiches from one of the many vending machines, we were lucky to find our own table without having to share. After her initial complaining about the drive, we engaged in some normal small talk. She looked tired and had noticeably lost weight, doing her best to hide her tired eyes with makeup. I wasn't fooled. As we talked, I wondered if it was drugs or depression that was stealing her beauty. Knowing both issues had plagued her in the past, I knew one thing. Our first visit wasn't the time to discuss it. After a 4-hour visit, we said our goodbyes. It was good to see her, but the visit seemed to leave me with more concerns than satisfaction. I figured it was just the lack of intimacy causing my sudden sense of insecurity, so I scheduled a family visit. One of the most important things in doing time is what we call programming. Having a good program helps time go by faster, and a good program meant having a job. The problem was there were more inmates than jobs, especially good jobs. Just to get a job as a dorm porter, which consisted of sweeping, mopping, and cleaning toilets, meant getting on another freaking waiting list. To get a good job that paid, again, took connections. Doobie's working as a clerk directly for the lieutenant, though frowned on by some, gave him first-hand access to the available job list and upcoming jobs that hadn't yet been posted. It so happened that the prison's X-ray tech assistant was due to parole, and that job would soon be available. "Hell yeah, I'm interested," Doobie replied with a,
"Let me see what I can do."
This job wouldn't be easy to get and would have numerous hurdles to jump, mainly because the X-ray tech was female. Due to the fact I'd be working in close quarters and occasionally behind locked doors with her, meant my C-file would be closely scrutinized. Thanks to Doobie, I was the first and only applicant since the job hadn't yet been posted. The first hurdle was a meeting with the watch commander. Sitting before the overweight, balding lieutenant, I watched his gray caterpillar-like mustache twitch as he silently scanned my C-file, confidential file. Everything about me was in that file. Every arrest, every prison write-up, CDC 115, since my first incarceration in the early 80s, including being a validated member of the Mongols MC. I knew what he was looking for. Any record of sexual misconduct. The lieutenant broke the silence.
"Well, Mr. Ereckson, I can see you're not a pervert, just a violent motherfucker."
Removing his glasses, he looked me dead in the eyes.
"I recommend you for this job. You're not going to lose your temper over something stupid and kill my X-ray tech, are you?"
"No, sir." I waited for him to crack a smile, thinking he was joking. But he wasn't. The following day, I was interviewed by the X-ray tech herself. Her name was Sylvia, small in stature but big in words. With shoulder-length black hair and a flawless olive complexion, obviously Hispanic. She wore no makeup and baggy scrubs. most likely to shun any thoughts of sexuality. But it didn't work. I needed this job and had to keep focused on the interview. As her perfect lips asked questions, I mixed the truth with what I knew she wanted to hear, hoping for a much-needed good impression.
Okay, Hector.
Her assistant.
Still has another week before he goes on S time.
No work 10 days before parole.
You'll be hearing from me.
Thanks to Doobie. In just a little over a month, I was in a dorm and in line for not just a job, but a good freaking job. 2 weeks had passed with no word when I ran into Hector walking the track. He'd been on S time for a couple days and lacked any knowledge on the status of my employment. I began to wonder if maybe I'd failed the last hurdle, the interview with Sylvia. The very next day I received a work slip to the X-ray department. Walking to the medical facility for my first day of work, I was so happy. I could have done a freaking cartwheel in the snow. This time my experience in the infirmary was different. Instead of waiting in that miserable line for medical attention, I was escorted straight back to the X-ray department, where Sylvia was waiting to give me the opening tour.
Okay, your job is fairly simple. I take the pictures and you develop them. You'll be expected to keep the floor swept and mopped and everything tidy. Oh, by the way, can you type?
Before I could answer.
Don't worry, you'll learn.
Next, she took me in the dark room.
When the door is shut, the red light on the outside comes on, which tells others you're developing. When you're developing, no one, I mean no one, can enter.
Not even correctional officers?
Nope, no one. Any exposure of light will ruin the film.
So there I was. The door shut, the outside red light on. All alone in that tiny room with Sylvia. I watched carefully while she went step by step through the developing procedure.
Okay, now you give it a try.
With the room completely dark except for the faint glow of a power switch, she got behind me. Smelling of bubble gum, I could feel her warm breath on the back of my neck. Something was developing all right. And it wasn't an X-ray. Chapter 18. Now May of 2003, with the snow months gone, the real beauty of the Tehachapi Mountains was truly revealed. A constant subtle breeze kept the skies clear of any clouds, and an orange blanket of California poppies covered the meadows and hillsides, divulging a new season. Truly, nature at its finest. Not only were the 4 seasons gorgeous here, but it also seemed to aid the months in moving swiftly. Things were going well at work, making it my favorite place to be. Sylvia and I had formed what I would describe as a trusting relationship. Though it was kept on a completely professional level, we seemingly had become friends and often found ourselves consulting each other on personal issues. Sylvia had pretty much given me free rein over the darkroom, allowing me to transform it into my own personal mini-gym when not developing X-rays. There was a closet filled with numerous sandbags assorted in weight. The handles on the bags easily slipped over the ends of a mop handle, making the perfect curl bar. Along with an extensive push-up routine, the sandbag curls quickly added size to my arms much faster than any pull-up bar could do on the yard. She also had a radio cassette player that I toted from the office to the darkroom, giving me tunes no matter what I was doing. Along with developing X-rays, my typing skills rose to around 40 words a minute, which I know isn't great, but considering I'd never touched a typewriter before, it wasn't bad. This was by far the best job I'd ever had. I used to hate people that said, "I love my job," because I thought they were freaking liars. But for once in my life I could say I loved my job and really meant it. When the yard was on lockdown, Sylvia would call me in just to free me from captivity. Yep, I loved that job. Too bad it only paid 8 cents an hour. At the end of the month, Dee came up for our first Tehachapi family visit. Though the rules were the same, the visiting quarters were set up completely different. Looking more like a cheap hotel, the worn-down 2-story building had apartments on both floors. To the left of the structure was a small playground rendering a rusty swing set and a sandbox, keeping visiting children occupied while their parents handled business. Though forbidden by prison policy, the layout made it easy to intermingle with other couples and even hang out in each other's rooms. On the yard, I'd heard tale of wife-swapping orgies occurring on family visits, which I thought to be bullshit. But now, I understood how it could be possible. Unlike Donovan, where each little apartment was enclosed and separated from others, this place was wide open. Entering the 1-bedroom apartment with the best intentions, Dee quickly became distraught. Once the groceries were put away, we watched a little TV, and soon after, made love. It was different this time. She was thin, and her body felt frail. Though she tried to satisfy, her lack of enthusiasm was obvious. When done, we both laid there, staring at the ceiling, and like times before, no words were said. We watched a lot of TV that weekend, and the few conversations we shared revolved around her wants and needs. Right before my eyes, I could see our relationship deteriorating. I wanted it to work out, but I knew with me being locked up, things would be difficult to fix. As the visit came to an end, I waved goodbye as the white van drove her away, wondering if I'd ever see her again. These visits were designed to strengthen and prolong a prison marriage. Instead of strength, I felt weakness. For the first time, I doubted if our marriage would last. As I returned to the dorm, I couldn't help but notice a flyer on the bulletin board advertising the Spring Bike Show, presented by the Protestant Chapel, featuring the Peacemakers Biker Fellowship. I was aware of these so-called Christian biker clubs, and considered them all to be bullshit. As far as I was concerned, they were nothing but a bunch of freaking wannabes that couldn't make the grade in a real 1% club, who hid behind the Bible when confronted. Later that evening, while walking off dinner, surprisingly Doobie seemed excited about the upcoming bike show, and explained the details. The Peacemakers were a Christian MC, biker fellowship, from the New Wine Church out of Orange County, California. Visiting 3 times a year, they would line their bikes up on the yard for all to see. While inmates and convicts voted on the best bikes, the Peacemakers and their old ladies would mingle with inmates, preaching the Word of God. After the bike contest, they would join the general population for lunch in the chow hall, followed by a service at the Protestant chapel. Almost everyone on the yard would squeeze into the tiny prison chapel, not because they were Christians, but to watch a few decent-looking women sing worship songs, then closing with a sermon from the club president, Pastor Bob. Well, I knew Doobie sure wasn't a Christian, but he was a freaking pervert. For him, the show was all about the Harleys and the old ladies. Shit, who could blame him? He hadn't been laid in 15 years. When the day of the show arrived, instead of going back to the dorms after breakfast as usual, crowds of all races lingered on the yard in anticipation. Though there was a definite buzz of excitement, I wasn't feeling it. I'd been with the Mongols, real 1%ers, since I was 19 years old, and wasn't about to waste my time with a bunch of fake-ass Bible thumpers. Like any other Saturday morning, I returned to the dorm. Changing into my sweats, I headed to the backyard to work out. The usually crowded workout area, except for a couple of black inmates, was abandoned. After jogging a lap around the track to warm up, I started my routine with some dips. On my second set, I heard the thundering sound of Harleys echoing through the mountain canyon. Though the familiar sound had been a major part of life for years, it had been a while since I'd heard it. My loyalty to the Mongols, true one-percenters, made me try to ignore it, but its magneticity pulled me in. Like a sharp knife, my curiosity whittled at my pride. I couldn't fight it. I had to see where the sound was coming from. Rounding the corner of the dorms entering the front yard, I could see the small pack of bikes waiting at the gate to get checked in. Due to the unsupervised contact between the peacemakers and inmates, hypothetically, it would have been easy to exchange drugs, weapons, or cash. This was why the small group endured 35 minutes of extensive bike searching, frisking, and dope-sniffing dogs before being allowed to enter the yard. Finally, as the main gate slowly opened, the napping Harleys suddenly awoke with thunder. Excited inmates and convicts clapped and cheered as the 20 bike pack aggressively entered the yard. Though this wasn't my club, the roaring pack made me smile with memories. I watched as they neatly lined their bikes up and dismounted. This being my first encounter, I was aware they'd been here many times before, which explained their familiarity with specific inmates. One by one, I checked out each bike, especially admiring the few that had been customized. The Peacemaker members were friendly and more than willing to brag about their bikes to those that were interested. Doobie always meant well, but had a habit of giving out a little too much information, introducing me to Pastor Bob and a few others as Junior, the ex-national president of the Mongols. Surprisingly, unlike most people, they didn't seem to be that impressed, which I respected. After a couple hours of mingling, the peacemakers and their old ladies joined the rest of the yard for lunch. With everyone packing into the tiny chow hall, the peacemakers gladly grabbed their free plates of state food and with no prejudice shared tables with inmates. Instead of the normal slop, lunch for that day had obviously been upgraded for the guests, consisting of a decent-sized chicken breast saturated in a ketchup-based barbecue sauce, a half a corn cob, a small square of cornbread, and a dab of potato salad. With my tray in hand, I scanned the overly crowded chow hall for a place to sit, when in the far corner, Doobie's flailing hand caught my attention. As I sat down, Doobie introduced me to Peacemaker RJ and his old lady Sharon. "Hey, how's it going?" was all I said before I dove into that dry-ass piece of chicken. While RJ and Doobie swapped bullshit, I stuffed my face. After chow, we headed back out to the yard to check out RJ's bike he'd so proudly boasted about.
"That's mine right there."
Acting interested, I listened as he described in detail the upgraded motor work he'd done himself. Though I braced myself for it, not once did he try to preach the gospel, and except for the lack of numerous F-words, it was almost like talking to one of my Mongol brothers. After another hour of mingling, I was invited to follow the crowd to the prison chapel for what RJ described as worship. Going to the chapel wasn't my thing, and attending church while in prison was frowned upon by convicts and considered to be a sign of weakness. It was true that many inmates with questionable charges often hid behind the Bible to avoid confrontation, but because of RJ's authentic conversation, I felt somewhat obligated to attend. I didn't give a shit what others thought. My affiliation was no secret, and neither were my charges. I figured if anyone had a problem with it, they knew where to find me. Entering the chapel, I found it to be standing room only. Lucky enough, RJ's old lady, Sharon, had saved some seats about 5 rows from the stage. Like I said before, church wasn't my thing. Being raised Catholic as a kid, my memories of church were that of sitting on a hard wooden bench for 2 hours listening to a priest babble in some foreign language, Latin I couldn't understand, and not to mention being forced to submit to an angry freaking nun every Sunday for catechism. But on the other hand, I do recall getting drunk for the first time on a tall can of Coors beer at my confirmation party, 8 years old. Now comfortably seated, within minutes a 3-piece rock and roll band began to do some serious jamming. The lead guitarist, armed with a Fender Stratocaster, ripped it up. This wasn't the way I remembered church. This was more like a mini-concert. After the initial jam, the music mellowed and numerous women took turns singing gospel songs with a rock and roll twist. I was impressed. These gals could freaking sing. After the music, Pastor Bob took the stage. I found it intriguing how this long-haired, bearded biker had his own approach on preaching the word. This way of church was far more interesting than what I'd been subjected to in my youth. The whole experience was quite enjoyable. Chapter 19. The summer of 2003 arrived, quickly bringing yet another season to the Tehachapi Mountains. It was crazy how a place that was so cold only months earlier had suddenly changed to sweltering days. During daylight savings time, the yard stayed open later, which gave me plenty of time to walk off my dinner and enjoy the warm summer evenings. Due to constant custody changes throughout the state prison system, Tehachapi State Prison received new inmates almost every day. With Doobie working in the watch office, he was privy to the new arrival list, which had its benefits. Not only would I get first-hand information on the arrival of any potential enemies, but also allies. During an evening stroll, I heard Doobie call my name in the distance. Waiting for him to gain, he approached out of breath.
There's another Mongol here. You got another brother here.
Did you get a name?
Yeah, Richard something. It was Mexican last name.
As we headed in the direction of the gym, I wondered who it was. Richard something could be anybody. Aware a bus arrived from Corcoran State Prison earlier that day, I didn't know of any other Mongols that were housed there. Not to mention, I hardly knew any of the brothers by their real names. Doobie said this guy was a Mexican. Shit, more than half the club were Mexicans. Whoever he was, there was a possibility he might not even be a Mongol. Maybe just an affiliate. Or for that matter, just another prison liar. Entering the crowded gym, I anxiously headed for the far side, the Mexican section. From the end of each row, I searched for a familiar face. Since I was a wood and wasn't housed in the gym, to boldly walk down a Mexican row looking from bunk to bunk could easily be misconstrued as an act of disrespect. When I hit the third row, about halfway down, I saw him making his bunk. Tweety! Some years earlier, when on the streets, I had taken 13 hand-picked brothers, known as the California 13, to Tulsa, Oklahoma, to deal with a renegade chapter. Though the mission was achieved with no violence, these 13 brothers willingly traveled across country in rented vehicles to support and uphold our Mongol constitution. Tweety was one of these brothers. Now, not only did I have a Mongol brother on the yard, but one I could trust as well. Within a week, we got Tweety moved into Dorm 8, my dorm, which was quite convenient. During evenings, we ate chow together and reminisced of old times while strolling the yard. And in the case of a dorm lockdown, I now had a domino and spades partner. Due to prison overcrowding, jobs became sparse. Getting a job, and one that paid, wasn't only about having connections, but timing. It was all about being in the right place at the right time. Though Doobie and I did our best exhausting all resources, we were futile in finding Tweety a job. Maybe it was my constant bragging about how lucrative my welding career had been on the streets, and I had learned the trade while incarcerated, that inspired Tweety to enroll in a vocational welding class. Even though it didn't pay, it would keep him occupied and pay off after he paroled. Having a Mongol brother on the yard for the most part was great, but when it came to prison politics, there were some serious concerns. Not so much for me and Tweety, but for the Mexicans. The issue was, I was a Wood, and Tweety was Mexican. The Mexicans ran a strict program. In case of a riot, it was mandatory they all stand and fight or suffer the consequences, which was what they referred to as getting regulated. An ass whipping, or worse, depending on the situation. Everyone on the yard knew Tweety and I were Mongol brothers, and we'd fight side by side. But the concern was, what if the shit jumped off between the Woods and the Mexicans? What would we do? Even though we were Mongol brothers, when incarcerated, prison politics had to be considered. The Woods didn't seem overly concerned about this issue, but the Mexicans pressed hard for an answer. To me and Tweety, the answer was simple. If it were a club issue, we'd handle it together. But if the unfortunate circumstance of a riot between the Mexicans and the Woods were to occur, we'd fight with our own race, but not against each other. Though understood, this was still a complicated issue. Our simple explanation seemed to suffice those concerned for the time being. By September 2003, Dee returned for another family visit. The first half of the day seemed to go well, until a discussion ensued about a new car. Dee complained that the payments on the Dodge Ram were too much. Her idea was to trade it in on a brand new, smaller, sportier car to make her payments more affordable. My answer was freaking ridiculous. First and foremost, that was my freaking dream truck. You gotta remember, I sold my bike, and along with a small savings, left her with about $15,000 in cash, specifically to cover the truck payments during my short 28-month incarceration. The discussion escalated into a full-blown argument, suddenly making Dee ill.
I feel sick and I want to go home.
Hey, for the next day you're stuck here behind these prison walls just like me, and you ain't going nowhere. Like a 2-year-old kid, she began to throw a tantrum.
I want to go home. I want to go home.
Her extreme anxiety caused her to puke and hyperventilate, and demanding I immediately call for emergency help. Reluctantly, I called the watch office from the room, and within minutes an RN from the infirmary arrived. As Dee lay on the couch, the nurse took her vitals and found nothing wrong.
I want to go home,
Dee whimpered. Looking at me with a sympathetic smile, the nurse rolled her eyes and validated what I'd said earlier.
Sorry, ma'am. You can't leave until tomorrow.
The next morning, Dee's bags were packed hours before her pickup time. Peeking continuously through the window, she waited anxiously for the departure van. Dee's dramatic episode left no doubt this was more than likely our final family visit. I figured, what the hell? It was good while it lasted. And besides, I only had 10 months before I paroled. The following day I returned to work where Sylvia waited with a smirk.
So how was your family visit?
In the infirmary where we were employed, and also the RN that treated Dee, gossip flowed like a river. Sylvia had already heard the tale of the dramatic event.
That girl has got some serious issues.
Yeah, you think? Just before the chill of winter, the New Wine Church returned for their last bike show of the year. It was great to reunite with RJ, and just as I anticipated, he also hit it off well with Tweety. Though the peacemakers were far from being Mongols, they still demonstrated a sincere show of brotherhood, and not only them, but the old ladies also. This gave me an idea. It was obvious my relationship with Dee was headed south. But the truth of the matter was I needed her. With less than 9 months remaining on my sentence, I really didn't give a shit about the family visits. I needed a place to parole and some wheels to get me around. I figured once I was out and got back to work, I'd be in a better position to do what was necessary, whether it be a divorce or possibly reconciliation. After sharing my personal situation with RJ and Sharon, they agreed with my thoughts. It was obvious what Dee's problem was. She was struggling with this whole prison relationship thing and needed support. It just so happened some of the peacemaker old ladies were involved in a woman's support group. Meeting once a week, the group was designed specifically for this reason, to support wives in prison relationships. This was perfect. The question was, could I convince Dee to get involved? For some reason, Dee had this thing about going to church. She wasn't having it. Look, it ain't about going to church. It's about making new friends. Just go one time. For me. Reluctantly, Dee agreed to one time. I'd schedule another phone call the following week to follow up. A month had gone by and, surprisingly, Dee had not only come to enjoy the women's support group, but was regularly attending Sunday church services. Maybe I had prejudged the fate of our relationship. Maybe there was hope. Chapter 20. Christmas Day, 2003. For most people, this was a time of celebration, a time of joy, when families gather for Mom's home-cooked meals and children giggle with anticipation as they open their gifts. But for us who were incarcerated, this was a time of anger and tension. It was easy to blame the state, the prison, and the bulls for depriving us of our Christmas cheer. But the truth was we were angry at ourselves. It was our own actions, based on poor decisions, that put us in this situation. A rumbling sound from the rear of the dorm was a common occurrence, but during the holidays became more frequent. The rear of the dorm was where disagreements were settled, usually a one-on-one fight between two men of the same race, ending with a handshake and nothing more than a bloody nose. Or at least you hope that's all it was. An unsanctioned fight between two men of different races could quickly ignite into a full-blown riot. Like any normal evening before chow, we all sat quietly on our bunks while the bulls walked up and down the rows, counting every individual head. When done, routinely they returned to their office and shut the door. After count, it was mandatory that we remain on our bunks until the words, "Count clear," were announced over the loudspeaker. Only then were we allowed to leave our bunk areas and line up for chow release. As I lay on my bunk thumbing through a magazine, rumbling from the back of the dorm suddenly erupted. Naturally, I rose to see who was involved. Two Southsiders were violently trading punches when suddenly, a black convict bunked near the altercation yelled, "What the fuck are you looking at?" Was he talking to me? He must be talking to me. He was looking right at me. I'm sure most of you hearing this are thinking, so what's the big deal? Just let it go. But that ain't how it works in prison. Immediately I began to put on my boots. I was just challenged in front of half the dorm, and no matter what the outcome, failure to immediately confront this situation could end up biting me in the ass later. They called him Johnny. After receiving a life sentence for murder, 20 years of clean time had landed him here at Tehachapi, a secure level 2 prison. Everything I represented was at stake. First and foremost, the Mongols, and secondly, the woods. With less than 8 months left, this was the last thing I needed. But it had to be dealt with. I wasn't about to do the rest of my time labeled as a punk. Though the count still hadn't cleared, I didn't give a shit. Suited, booted, and fully prepared, I snuck away from my bunk, beelining to the rear of the dorm in Johnny's direction. This guy had been locked up over 20 years, and had the battle scars to prove it. There was no doubt he'd seen every prison game and knew how to play 'em. The thing I had in my favor was the fact he'd worked hard doing all those years of clean time just to get here. and probably wouldn't do anything stupid to jeopardize it. I approached Johnny's bunk. Unaware of my presence, I caught him seated and off guard. The way his bunk was situated, last to the wall, he was trapped with no escape. And by the look in his eyes, he knew it. I was standing. He was sitting. Advantage Junior. Were you talking to me?
Nah, man. Not to you specifically. I was talking to everyone in the general area who was looking this way. I just didn't want them dudes to get busted.
I don't know. Maybe he was telling the truth. Or maybe he was lying because he knew at that moment I had him. Whichever it was, I really didn't give a shit. I'd accomplished what needed to be done. Confronted him on his comment. Satisfied with his non-combative demeanor, there was no reason to push the issue. Relieved with the outcome, I went back to bunk, thinking of a phrase I'd once heard. It was only when a mosquito landed on my testicles I learned to solve a problem with no violence.
Count clear! Count clear!
Sounded through the speakers. I had just grabbed my jacket and was leaving my bunk area when I saw them. Johnny and two huge-ass black dudes barreling down the row in my direction. Within seconds, they blocked my passage. Now I was the one that was cornered. Advantage Johnny.
Hey, man, you fucking disrespected me. Let's take it to the back.
It was obvious that peer pressure was the motivation of Johnny's sudden change in demeanor. Nevertheless, the old mosquito on the nutsack metaphor didn't apply anymore. Throwing my jacket on the bunk, I pulled off my shirt. I wasn't about to take a chance of any potential hindrances for this fight. Shirtless, I followed Johnny to the rear of the dorm, where a crowd of black onlookers awaited. Now in the back, I suddenly realized I was alone and surrounded by blacks. Where's my backup? Suddenly, memories of the Queen Mary incident from 1989 resurfaced. Where's all the woods? In a second, my situation had turned bleak. Alone in a crowd of antagonizing blacks, I squared off with Johnny. Voices from the crowd rang out.
Come on, Johnny! You got this! Let's go, Johnny! Beat that Peckerwood's ass!
Johnny started dancing around doing a Muhammad Ali imitation. With my feet firmly planted and my right hand cocked, I patiently looked for the knockout. Then, out of nowhere, Tweety came barreling through the black crowd.
What the fuck's going on here?
The tides had instantly turned. Now the crowd of blacks that surrounded me found themselves surrounded by the Southsiders.
Break it up! Break it up!
Yelled the bulls as they ran from their office. What was almost a raging fire had quickly dwindled to a simmer. Later that evening, a meeting was held between shot callers from the blacks and Southsiders. The blacks didn't understand why the Southsiders were backing me, a Wood, but the fact was, they weren't backing me. They were backing Tweety. Nobody really wanted a riot. The repercussions meant a lockdown, hold time, and loss of visits for all those involved. After some negotiation, the incident was accepted by both races as a simple misunderstanding and squashed. Though the incident was over, another problem had surfaced. Tweety's choice to back me up had gotten him into some hot water with his own race, the Southsiders, and was looking at a possible regulation, ass-kicking for punishment. The question raised when Tweety first arrived had come into play. What if a riot between the Southsiders and the Woods were to jump off? What would we do? Even though this wasn't the situation, in the Southsiders' eyes, Tweety had violated protocol by backing me, a Wood, against another race, the blacks, which in turn almost drew the Southsiders into a riot. The bottom line was, it should have been the Woods that had my back, not the Southsiders. Let me clarify. By no way am I implying that the woods and prison are weak. On the contrary, for having the smallest numbers, they are considered by many to be the most dangerous. But on that day, the ones that were housed in the south side of Dorm 8 wouldn't and couldn't bust a grape with a sledgehammer. This was some bullshit. My Mongol brother had backed me when no one else would, and now he was facing an ass-kicking? Somehow, I had to figure out a way to stop the regulation. Though the Southsider shot caller for the yard wasn't housed in Dorm 8, he had a reputation as a reasonable guy, and at my request, agreed to join me for an after-dinner stroll the following night.
Look, Junior, I told you when Tweety drove up this could turn into an issue, and now it has.
Believe me, I understand how Southsider politics work. I ran a motorcycle club that consists of 2/3 Southsiders, and though the Mongols ain't no prison clique, our rules are pretty much the same. One Mongol fights, we all fight. Look, man, Tweety wasn't backing a wood. He was backing his national president. And just like a Southsider, he didn't have a choice. So if you're gonna regulate Tweety for doing what a Mongol has to do, I guess you gotta regulate me too. The shot caller cracked a smile.
Believe it or not, there is a democracy in our clique too. I'll pass your reasoning on to my people and see what happens. No promises.
Hey, that's all I can ask for. With some luck and understanding, the Christmas incident blew over and Tweety wasn't regulated. Though it was never said, I knew how prison politics worked. Get a favor, owe a favor. Chapter 21. By early February of 2004, most of the snow had melted, making the drive to the prison much safer, enabling Dee to come up for her first visit of the year. When I first saw her, the change was remarkable. She had gained weight, looked healthy, and had a glow, the same glow that drew me to her. The dark cloud that had encumbered her months earlier had been lifted. It turned out introducing her to the New Wine Church had been a good choice. Dee couldn't stop talking about the church activities. She went on and on about Pastor Bob, the peacemakers, and their old ladies. She mentioned that the church had introduced her to what you might call a surrogate family to oversee her welfare while I was locked up. The Kramer family consisted of Joe and Lily Kramer, the two boys, Tony and Jack, and their kids. The Kramers as a family never missed a church service or a function, and were well respected by the rest of the congregation. The eldest son, Tony Kramer, took pride in video recording each service, and oversaw sales and distribution of all CDs sold at church functions. Then there was Jack. Recently divorced, Jack Kramer rode a Harley, and was well on his way to becoming a full-patched peacemaker. Like any other bike club, you had to earn your patch, prospect, before you were accepted as a full-patched member. The peacemakers ran the same program, not to the extent of a one-percenter club, but basically the same principle, referring to their prospects as disciples. As a disciple, Jack ran errands and tended to the peacemakers' needs. Though I'd never met the Kramers personally, I trusted the church's judgment and felt confident they had Dee's best interest at hand. I was pleased to find out that Dee had also made a friend in the women's support group, Linda, that showed interest in meeting Tweety and was looking forward to a visit. This was great. Once Linda was approved, Dee would have someone to keep her company for the long drive up, and could hopefully visit more often. Things were going well at work. My typing skills had drastically improved, as did my relationship with Sylvia. She was not only my boss, but had become a friend and a confidant. There was even some talk on the yard that our relationship had become sexual. Though I may have fantasized about it, it couldn't have been further from the truth. I'd now been in the X-ray department about a year, and was considered by all staff to be dependable and trustworthy. When I say all staff, that also included the watch commander. Another job had become available in R&R, receiving and release. This was considered by all to be the dream job, and only the most trusted inmates were eligible. Like I said before, there were convicts and there were inmates. To us inside, we knew who the convicts were. The ones who represented their race and hometown. The ones that had nothing to hide and would fight at the drop of a dime. But through the eyes of the prison staff, we were all referred to as inmates. To get a job in R&R, you had to have a clean prison record and be recommended by someone with clout. In my case, it was the watch commander. Then came interviews with the R&R sergeant, the bulls, and even your would-be co-workers, other inmates. The job entailed checking in all new arrivals, unloading the transport bus, distribution of clothes to new arrivals, inventory of inmate packages as they arrived, and not to mention janitorial work, cleaning the holding tanks, pissers, shitters, etc. But the benefits outweighed the work. In prison, getting the jump on potential enemies was one of the keys to survival, and by working in R&R, you had first-hand information on everyone who was coming and going out of that prison. Let's cut to the chase. Even though the X-ray job was damn good, the R&R job was better. So, after jumping over all the necessary hurdles, I scored the job. After a year in the X-ray department, I said goodbye to Sylvia and transferred to R&R the first week of March 2004. In the middle of the month, again we were visited by the peacemakers in the New Wine Church. Over their numerous visits, I'd become familiar with not only RJ and Sharon, but many other members of the church. It was always a pleasure to see and talk to these people, but my biggest concern was Dee's welfare. A few of the support group women were present and proudly boasted of Dee's growth and positive interaction. Everything Dee had told me checked out. Not that I thought she'd lie, but on the contrary, it was reassuring to know she was in good hands. Just like she said, she'd been attending church with the Kramer family on a regular basis. I had to hand it to these Kramers. Whatever they were doing seemed to be working. By April, I had settled into my new job. And like I've said before, everybody needed a hustle to make ends meet. And thanks to the new job, my locker stayed full of everything I needed. Each inmate could be sent one personal package per yearly quarter, for a year from family. Once the package arrived at the prison, it was received into R&R, where it was opened and searched with a fine-tooth comb. Before the package could be sent in from the streets, a list was pre-sent to the family with details regarding package size, weight, and most importantly, allowed contents. Anything not on the list would be confiscated, labeled as contraband, and returned home at the inmate's expense. Though the list was specific, almost every package contained some type of contraband. These items usually consisted of unauthorized candy, foods and clothes items such as bandanas, sweatpants, beanies, and do-rags that were not the specified colors. Navy blue or gray only. Since most inmates didn't have sufficient funds to send back their confiscated items, all remaining contraband was boxed up and locked in a special room. Every Friday, one of the bulls would unlock the door, allowing us workers 10 minutes to stuff our pockets full of confiscated candy. When on the yard, it was easily traded for needed commodities such as cosmetics or top ramens, which were used as currency. The big money wasn't in selling candy. It was smuggling out confiscated items and returning them to the rightful owners. Let me specify, I wasn't charging convicts to give them back the shit that was already theirs. I was charging for the risk of smuggling the shit out of R&R. If I were caught, without a doubt I'd get fired and probably catch an added charge, leading to additional time. One evening while walking off dinner, Tweety and I were approached by the Southsider shot caller. Remember earlier I said, get a favor, owe a favor? It was no secret I worked in R&R. and though never advertised, my hustle was known among convicts. At the time, there were no Mexicans employed in R&R, and no denying I still owed a favor. Obviously, I was the go-to guy. The mission, if I decided to accept, was to locate and smuggle out a pair of confiscated white Fila Disruptor, shark-bottom tennis shoes. It was risky, but with the proper planning it could be done. I could have said no, but that really wasn't an option. I knew two things. It had to be done on a Friday, since that was the only day we had access to the contraband room, and I had to have a point man, a lookout. The point man was the biggest issue. Here's why. Contrary to what people may think, I'm not a racist. Remember, over half my Mongol brothers are Mexican. But in prison, the rules are different. In there, it's highly frowned upon to conduct business out of your own race. In this case, all my R&R co-workers were black, which meant I had no choice but to use a black for a point man. Though I knew this may end up biting me in the ass later, my want to fulfill this favor outweighed the prison political bullshit. So, I was willing to take the risk. Out of all my co-workers, there was this one guy I had a decent rapport with. I didn't really know much about Ernie, except the obvious. He was black, kept to himself, and only spoke when spoken to, which I thought made him the perfect candidate. It was risky just asking him. What if he said no and decided to rat me out? I rolled the dice and asked him anyway. Without any hesitation, Ernie said yes. For a small fee, of course. Though the plan was simple, it had to be pulled off without a hitch. On Friday, when entering the contraband room, I first had to locate the shoes, which in itself could be a problem. Once I found them, I'd give Ernie the nod and he'd start a conversation with the bull, keeping him occupied just long enough for me to stuff the shoes in my waistband, hidden by a baggy jacket. Since we were already considered some of the most trusted inmates, we were seldom, if ever, searched when leaving the premises. I gotta admit, this whole thing made me a little paranoid. Even as a kid, I'd always been a shitty thief. That whole week seemed to crawl by. Then finally, Friday arrived. Like every Friday, we lined up, single file, while the bull unlocked the door to the contraband room. Standing last in line, it was as if I could feel and hear each individual heartbeat pounding in my chest. Beads of sweat began to gather on my forehead. Not only was I already in prison, but completely held captive in the moment. Everything teetered on the next few minutes. My job, my word, my image, and if caught, maybe even my release date. Entering the room, I nonchalantly passed the candy shelves to the clothing area, where, conveniently, everything was organized. Sweats and beanies on one shelf, and all confiscated shoes taking up two others. Shit, so many shoes. Come on, where are you? Bam. There they were, sticking out like a sore thumb. Brand new, shiny, white Fila Disruptors. Quickly, I made eye contact with Ernie, who, as planned, began a conversation with the bull. Pulling the shoes off the shelf, I calmly wedged each one in my waistband and covered them with my pre-buttoned jacket. It was done. Everything had gone according to plan. Time's up. Let's go, guys. With pockets full of candy, everyone exited the room. The mission was accomplished. Just one more door to the yard and I was home free. Ereckson, hold up a minute. I stopped in my tracks. Looking straight ahead to the yard, I swallowed to moisten my dry throat. Ereckson, do me a favor and grab the wall. Putting my hands against the wall, I spread my legs in compliance for the frisk. Going directly to my waistband, the bull removed the shoes.
What do we have here? Aren't these a little too small for you?
From the office, I was escorted to a holding tank, where I was strip-searched and placed in handcuffs, and escorted to the sergeant's office. For 20 minutes, I was reprimanded as a father does a son. How he wasn't angry, but disappointed. How he trusted me, and I betrayed him. As I listened, his repetitious words fell silent. Though I didn't say it, I wanted to. Okay, fat ass. Enough with the sad dad bullshit. Do what you gotta do. From that day on, I was no longer employed in R&R. Terminated. The following week, I patiently waited for my CDC 115, prison write-up, and a loss of time hearing. Due to what I can only describe as divine intervention, nothing else became of it. No 115, no loss of time, only embarrassment and termination of the job. The way my bust went down and the fact the bull went directly to my waistband, I couldn't help but wonder if Ernie had last-minute thoughts and decided to snitch. What better way to get rid of the only wood in R&R? About 2 weeks later, the bull that busted me with the shoes was working our dorm. I couldn't help but ask, "Hey, man, how did you know?"
You were the only one without pockets full of candy.
Chapter 22. Just like a small town, so was Tehachapi State Prison. Gossip spread fast, and it wasn't long before word of my termination was the talk of the yard. The consensus by inmates was,
"Why would someone risk such a good job over a freaking pair of tennis shoes?"
And by staff, "I always knew he was a piece of shit." Regardless of what a bunch of nobodies thought, the few people that knew the truth respected my efforts. With only 2 months left before my release date, I scored what I'd hoped to be my last job, working as the Dorm 8 porter, janitor. The sudden fall from the top of the food chain, R&R, to cleaning toilets was a little humbling, but being a short-timer was all that mattered. With not enough time to apply for another family visit, Dee and Linda still continued to visit on a regular basis. Tweety and Linda had built a relationship, and had even gone as far as mentioning the word marriage. As for Dee and me, talk of my upcoming parole was always the main subject. Dee seemed genuinely excited over the fact I'd be coming home soon, and suggested buying a house together. It was hard to believe after all I'd been through. It was finally almost over. Before leaving, Dee mentioned there were some serious issues going on with the club, and it was urgent I contact my club brother 8-Ball for details. Being the Dorm 8 porter sucked, but it did have a couple of perks. I always had extra rolls of toilet paper stashed, which, believe it or not, was quite lucrative, and action on all the unsigned phone call slots, meaning I could usually get a phone call a day. That evening I got a call out to 8-Ball, and without going into detail, he mentioned some heavy shit had gone down involving the club.
"You and Tweety need to watch your backs."
"What do you mean, watch our backs?"
"I can't go into detail over the phone, but I'll be up next weekend to run it down to you. So for the meantime being, you guys be careful."
8-Ball was right about one thing. All the dorm phones were heavily monitored and recorded, so you always had to watch what was said. I was hoping for some type of news to ease my mind, but unfortunately, our short phone call had left me with more concerns than answers. Why is it the closer you get to getting out, the more shit happens? The following weekend, as promised, 8-Ball came up to visit. Somehow, during my incarceration, Doc Cavazos had slithered his way up the ranks to the position of national president. Though the club had doubled in size under his leadership, The quality of the Brotherhood had taken a drastic hit. I listened while 8-Ball vented.
This dude is fucking everything up. He's selling a patch to any gangbanger that's got the money, and a lot of these guys ain't even got bikes, let alone know how to ride. Worse yet, he's filling his pockets with the dues and membership fees.
I don't get it. Why is the club allowing this? 8-Ball continued.
He's forcing out all the old members and bringing in new ones that don't know any better.
I'd always had a gut feeling about Doc. Years back when Red gave him the Pico chapter, there was something shady about the guy. It was like he always had a hidden agenda or an ulterior motive. And now that son of a bitch is getting rich off the club. That's not the way it's supposed to be. Though our original Mongol constitution stated the office of national president was a voluntary position, Cavazos and his crooked cabinet took it on themselves to rewrite the constitution, purposely omitting that section. Like I said before, when I was national president, I was always broke. There was even a short time I lived out of my car. Yeah, the club paid my cell phone bill, but that was it. And when we had president's meetings, the first issue was always the national treasury, the total, what went in and what came out. Any chapter president, or for that matter, any Mongol member at any time, had the right to ask how much money was in the national treasury, and how it was being spent. Now it was my turn to vent. That money belongs to the Mongol nation, not to the freaking national president. When I was prez, anything I bought with club funds had to be pre-approved at a president's meeting, and afterwards, I had to show all the freaking receipts. Trust me when I say, while holding the position national president, the negatives outweighed the positives 3-1. Yeah, there were some perks, women, free drugs, and being catered to. But along with that came mental stress, an often overwhelming sense of responsibility, and worst of all, constant harassment by law enforcement. I couldn't go anywhere without being tailed, pulled over, or ticketed. Shit, I got sentenced to 14 years for a freaking bar fight. What's that tell you? Maybe I should have hidden my house and put the club dues in my pocket like that punk Cavazos. But I believe the only way to gain full support and respect from my Mongol brothers was to lead by example. No matter what challenges the Mongols MC faced, I made sure I was the first one in and the last one out. That's part of the freaking job. The only difference between me and any other Mongol brother was my title. Though I had the respect of all my Mongol brothers, looking back, I guess my style of leadership may have contributed to what eventually led to my downfall. The Wild West is history, as are the true outlaws. So why do me and Tweety have to watch our backs? 8-Ball explained.
A lot of these new brothers left their neighborhood gangs to join the Mongols, which is causing some hard feelings. Many of the local street gangs are demanding money or threat of violence.
You mean they're trying to tax us?
Yeah, don't worry. The club voted as a whole and we ain't paying them shit. But now, some of the neighborhoods have banded together and put a green light on us.
Everyone on the streets of L.A. knew what a green light meant. And it wasn't good. For those who don't know, a green light meant the Mongols were now a target for L.A. street gangs. Not only on the streets, but especially in the L.A. County Jail. This meant any Mongol ending up in the county jail would be in imminent danger. Now, not only did we have an ongoing conflict with the Hells Angels, but also with numerous street gangs in Los Angeles.
Sorry my visit couldn't be under better circumstances.
That's okay, brother. Good looking out. With a Mongol handshake and a hug, I thanked 8-Ball for coming up. My main concern was obvious. Did the green light stretch beyond the streets of L.A. and the county jail into the prison system? More importantly, had it reached here to Tehachapi? If so, that left me and Tweety with two options. Option A, PC up off the yard. Or option B, get ready for battle. Before discussing it with Tweety, I already knew A wasn't an option. Leaving the visiting room, I entered the yard where Tweety anxiously waited.
So? What did he say?
Tweety carefully listened while I described the situation.
So, what now?
Well, brother, I don't know about you, but I ain't gonna wait around for a bunch of Southsiders to roll up on us. Nodding his head in agreement.
So, what's the plan?
I say we take it to them first. Since I'd been fired from the R&R, I'd seen the shot collar on the yard numerous times, but nothing about the Filas was ever mentioned. Only a slight smile and courteous nod when passing. Like I said before, the few that knew the real reason I tried to steal those stupid-ass shoes seemed to respect my effort. But did the shot collar respect it enough to give me a straight answer on this green light shit? Maybe he didn't know about it and I was shooting myself in the foot by asking. Deciding it was best to confront the problem, that evening after dinner, Tweety and I hit the yard looking for the shot collar. It wasn't long before we spotted him, sitting at a table playing dominoes, safely encumbered by his Southsider soldiers. As we approached, all except him rose to their feet. Whoa, hold on. I just want a minute of your time. He gave a nod and all his boys sat back down. It was obvious by the look on his face. The sudden interruption of his game was far from welcomed. Reluctantly, he pushed away from the table.
Okay, Junior. You got me for one lap.
Followed by his entourage, we hit the track. Before I could say a word,
I'm sure this is about the green light. Look, man, I ain't gonna hold you responsible for what some idiot in your club did on the streets. This ain't L.A. and this sure the fuck ain't the county jail. What happens there is beyond my control. But as for here, the green light doesn't carry. That is, unless I'm told different by higher-ups.
Though I did my best to remain cool, I couldn't hide my exhale of relief. As we finished our lap, he turned to me.
Oh, by the way, nice try on the Filas. Too bad you got caught.
Chapter 23. On Monday morning, June 28, 2004, I found myself sitting in front of my counselor, filling out my parole plans. With my release date set for Wednesday, July 7th, I only had 10 days left before this nightmare was over. Now, on what the state referred to as S-time, I was too short to work. I was so short I could sit on a dime and swing my legs, figuratively speaking. The next time I would see Dee would be on Wednesday, when she came to pick me up. It's hard to put into words all the mixed emotions and thoughts that go through your head as the days wind down closer to freedom. All my parole conditions were handled. I had a job waiting at Perkins Iron. I had a place to live. And Dee still had the new Dodge. Everything was lining up perfectly. Though Dee and I had seen some rough times, with a little effort on both parts, I felt confident things would work out. As the infamous day neared, it was normal to find yourself second-guessing reality. Asking yourself questions like, am I really getting out? Or is this a dream? What if they screwed up my date and I've got to stay longer? Having your date yanked at the last minute was probably a short-timer's biggest fear. Though I'd heard tale of it happening, it was a rare and seldom occurrence. On Tuesday night, July 6th, I made my last phone call to Dee, and she assured me everything was set according to plan. A good friend of mine, Josh, would pick her up around 6 a.m., giving them plenty of time to arrive at Tehachapi before my noon release. After doing 29 months in prison, getting out on the writ of habeas corpus for 21 months, then having to return to prison for another 26 months. I was more than ready to put this shit behind me. Yeah, it had been one hell of a journey, but tomorrow it was finally over. Tossing and turning all night, I was in a constant kung fu fight with my sheets, and was losing. The thought of freedom just hours away made sleep impossible. From my bunk I could see the clock that hung above the office window. The movement of the second hand and my heartbeat were in perfect sync. I felt my eyes getting heavier, but my mind was moving like a hell-bent roller coaster. Though I wasn't tired, I wanted to sleep only to pass time.
Chow time! Chow time!
My eyes opened. The morning sunlight flooded the dorm. It was here. Parole day was finally here. Though anxiousness and excitement ate away my hunger, I went to the chow hall anyway, not to eat, but to say my goodbyes. During my 18 months at Tehachapi, I had many acquaintances, but just a handful of friends who each wanted some private time to joke and hang out, helping me to reach the 10 o'clock hour. By 9 a.m., I was back in the dorm taking my last public shower, and by 9:30, I was dressed and cleaning out my locker. Everything I had in food and cosmetics went to my Mongol brother, Tweety, who loyally stood by my side, putting our brotherhood first and foremost, just as he did on the streets. At 10 o'clock sharp, I entered my old place of employment, the R&R office. Though I'd been fired from there months earlier, any animosity from staff had dissipated. After they rummaged through what few belongings I was taking home, mostly paperwork, I was handed a box that contained my dress-outs, parole clothes sent from the streets. I couldn't remember when something so often taken for granted, like a pair of Levi 501s and a pocketed black t-shirt, felt so good. Ironically, Dee had sent in a brand new pair of size 13 Fila disruptors for me to walk out in. She thought it would be funny. I felt good. 190 pounds, dressed to kill, and on my way out of that shithole. From the R&R office, a phone call was made to verify my ride had arrived. Sure enough, Dee and Josh were at the front gate office waiting. Everything's a go. From R&R, I was escorted past the canteen toward the visiting room. While walking, the bulls I'd worked with and come to know had no problem cracking jokes.
Hey, Ereckson, ain't those the same shoes you tried to steal?
Ha ha ha, yeah, whatever. As me and my two escorts arrived at the visiting room entry door, one of the bulls' walkie-talkie radio sounded.
Hold custody! Hold custody!
What the hell? Suddenly, bursting through the watch office door, my counselor began running full speed in our direction, yelling,
Ereckson, be cool, just be cool.
Out of nowhere, two more bulls emerged from the visiting room.
Stay cool, Ereckson.
I was surrounded. Out of breath from the short sprint, my fat-ass counselor now stood before me.
Ereckson, please, just calm down.
What the hell's going on?
Your release date was miscalculated. You still owe 120 days.
I began to laugh. Okay, guys. Nice try. Enough with the jokes. Surrounded by stone faces, I looked for a hint of a giggle, but there was none. It wasn't a joke. It was real. The worst thing that could possibly happen to a convict had just happened to me. With freedom at the tips of my fingers, it was suddenly ripped from my grasp. Instantly, I entered an emotional place I'd only been once before. The day I was sentenced to 14 years. A place of silence. A place of darkness. A place where hurt and anger are intertwined. A moment where reality and nightmares collide. Then, something I'd once heard suddenly came to mind. There's a battle in every man. Two wolves that exist inside us. One is evil and anger. The other, love and hope. Do you know which one wins? The one you feed.
Ereckson? Ereckson, you okay?
Yeah, man. I'm good. In a trance of disbelief, I was escorted back to R&R, where I removed my dress-outs and put back on the same state clothes I'd worn only minutes earlier. Trying to keep my composure, I walked across the busy yard in the direction of my dorm, while inmates and convicts of all races stared in disbelief. Standing in silence, I stared at the empty locker that was once full of canteen, and the stripped bed I'd slept in only hours earlier. Like a wildfire, the word had quickly spread throughout the dorm. Now sitting on my bunk, I was approached by two Christian inmates, one carrying a Bible, and the other holding a brand new toothbrush. I'd seen them on the yard, but had never spoken or knew their names. I listened while the one with the toothbrush spoke. "Hey, brother, can we pray with you?" "No, I'm good." "That's cool. We thought you might need a new toothbrush. You know, God has a plan for everyone. Though you may not see it now, what just happened to you is part of a bigger picture. There's a reason you're still here, and only He knows why." "Hey, thanks for the toothbrush, but I really ain't in the mood for the preaching stuff right now. So why don't you guys take a hike?" Chapter 24. Like always, word of my misfortune had quickly spread throughout the yard. I was no longer known as the guy that got fired from R&R, but now the guy that lost his date at the gate. As Tweety, Doobie, and I strolled the yard, people from all races approached to give their condolences. They came not out of respect, but out of fear. The fear of reality. The fear of what had just happened to me could also happen to them. As we strolled, not much was said between us. What could be said? Tweety broke the silence.
"So what are you gonna do now?"
After a minute of self-contemplation, I replied, "You know, brother, I've always wanted to write a book." At the moment, all I could think about was talking to Dee. I wanted to hear her voice and explain what happened. I was sure she probably thought, somehow, I was to blame for the mishap. With a 3-hour ride home ahead of her, at that minute, I knew a phone call was futile. Luckily, Doobie's connections in the watch office helped to secure my same bunk. Another hour and the next shift would have issued it to someone else, leaving me no choice but to start all over from the gym. With help from a sympathetic friend, I was able to get a phone call the following day.
Hello?
Her tone was noticeably different. "How are you doing?"
Not too good.
She replied. As we talked, she never once asked how I was or what happened. It was all about her. What would she do now? And with the sudden change, how would she make ends meet? The more I listened, she made me feel as if I were nothing more than a source of income, and the sudden change of my release date, like I thought, was somehow my fault. The excitement and joy I'd heard in her voice only 2 days earlier had suddenly dissipated like a fart in the wind. "Shit, Dee, it's only 4 more months. After all we've been through, that ain't shit." After a brief pause, she replied,
I don't know. Maybe I just need some time to figure things out.
"Need some time to figure things out? What the hell's that mean?" I was starting to get pissed, but I wasn't about to get in a screaming match over a freaking dorm phone. "Okay, you need some time, fine." Trying to understand her sudden self-centeredness, I began to second-guess myself. Maybe it was me who was being insensitive. Just as mine, all her hopes and dreams had suddenly been crushed, or at least temporarily. I knew one thing. I had to quit the pity party shit, and somehow put the next 120 days to work in a positive way. This is when I made a conscious decision to write my first book, The Unknown Mongol, at the time nameless. I knew the only way to stay focused was to change my daily routine. Immediately, my days became consumed with extensive exercise, and after dinner, with only a yellow legal pad and golf pencil, a mandatory hour of writing. With my new routine, the days seemed to move quickly, and before I knew it, 2 weeks had passed since my last phone call to Dee. She said she needed some time. Surely 2 weeks was long enough. Anxiously, I waited while the phone rang, but to my dismay, the call wasn't accepted. My heart sank. There must be a mistake. I was sure I dialed the right number. Frantically, I redialed, and again my call was denied. What the hell is going on here? I just lost my date and now my wife too? Maybe she just needs a little more time. As weeks went by, my 1-mile jogs turned into 3-mile runs. My evening hour scribbles became 2 hours of intense writing. I had to keep focused and my brain occupied. The first week of September 2004, we were again visited by the New Wine Church and the Peacemakers. As I watched them line up at the gate preparing for entry, I couldn't wait to inquire about Dee. It had been over a month since I'd spoken to her, and I was sure my friends at the New Wine could bring me up to date on her well-being. After the normal, lengthy security procedure, the gate slowly opened, and a thundering pack of bikes entered the yard. Watching the bikes lined up, I looked for RJ and Sharon, and quickly spotted them. As they dismounted, instead of the usual joyful greeting, the atmosphere seemed dark and clouded. "How's Dee?" Looking at the ground, RJ shook his head. "You need to talk to Pastor Bob." I turned to Sharon and saw her eyes begin to well. "What's going on? What's wrong with my wife?"
Go talk to Pastor Bob.
As I began to look for Pastor Bob, my anxiousness suddenly turned to anxiety. Something was wrong. The first thing that came to mind was Dee must be sick. In my search for Bob, I came across a couple of the girls that were in Dee's group. "How's my wife doing?" The faces that always smiled were now filled with pity.
Go talk to Pastor Bob.
At the far end of the bike, surrounded by a crowd of people, I saw Pastor Bob. As I approached the small crowd, our eyes locked. Stepping away from the group, he greeted me with a hug and a whisper in my ear. "We need to talk." As we strolled alone, Bob broke the news. "I had to ask Dee and Jack to leave the church." A knot instantly began to form in my stomach. I knew what was coming next, and I listened for the details. As time went on, Dee was spending more and more time with the Kramers, especially with Jack. Though they tried to keep their affair under wraps, it couldn't be hidden. Dee had been spotted outside the church riding on the back of Jack's Harley, as Jack was often seen driving my Dodge truck. Though Jack and Dee denied any wrongdoing, Jack's parents, Joe and Lily, came before the church to ask forgiveness for their acknowledgement of the affair, and because of their honesty, were allowed to stay. The sudden impact of this news made me sick to my stomach. I was angry, but more embarrassed. After thanking Pastor Bob for his time, I beelined for the dorm and immediately maneuvered a phone call. My last attempt to contact Dee had been a month and a half earlier, and to no avail. But surprisingly, this time she picked up.
Hello?
"Hey, Dee, you'll never guess who's here at the prison today." Before she could speak, I said,
The New Wine Church! She began to scream.
They're liars! They're all liars!
No, bitch! You're the liar! I gotta admit it hurt, but it was only my pride that was damaged. I'd always been the one to end the relationship. Now the shoe was on the other foot and it sucked. Though embarrassed, I returned to the yard and did what any real Mongol would do. Acted like it wasn't shit. The end of the day came quick. I shook hands with RJ and gave Sharon a hug. She smiled and said,
Don't worry, Junior. When you get out, we'll find you a good Christian girl.
Chapter 25. By the middle of October 2004, I found myself again counting down the days. With a new EPRD of 1110, I was only a month from my second, but this time accurate, release date. Things seemed to be going well. The initial anger and humiliation I felt over the D incident had subsided to feeling of relief, especially after finding out from Lenore, Dee's friend. Dee and Jack's affair had been going on months before my bogus July parole date. Yep, that's right. Dee was already sleeping with the guy when her and Josh came to pick me up. What the hell was she thinking? Did she plan on telling me on the way home? Your guess is as good as mine. With a mixture of persistence and dedication, I'd completed 10 chapters of my book. One of the pros of living in a dorm is you're always surrounded by avid readers. In prison, good books are a delicacy and are traded from hand to hand. Books by authors like Stephen King, Dean Koontz, and James Patterson were hot commodities and could only be had by waiting lists. Needless to say, the dorm was full of self-proclaimed book critics, so I had no problem sharing my memoirs for some feedback. After lending out Chapter 1 to a friend, word had spread throughout the dorm, and others would ask to read it next. The feedback was good, so I loaned out Chapter 2 and so forth. Within a week, every night after yard lockdown, a group of inmates and convicts would gather at my bunk hoping to get a glimpse at the next chapter. This is when I began to realize I might really have something. One evening it dawned on me. The bigger picture that the Christian inmate had mentioned had suddenly made perfect sense. Now I knew the reason I was still here. Like that day alone in my cell when I fell to my knees and screamed for help. Again my prayer had been heard, but in a different context. A greater power had relieved me of a deceitful wife and a disastrous situation, and enabled me to fulfill my dream of writing a book. I can only thank God for not releasing me on that hot July day. Most assuredly, I would have already returned on a third strike and never started my book. With only 2 weeks until my release date, on a cool afternoon, word of the largest Tehachapi scandal consumed the yard like a wildfire. On that day, all the R&R employees I had worked with months earlier, including Ernie, were rounded up and removed from the yard in handcuffs. Only later would the unbelievable details be revealed. In each dorm day room was a TV and numerous playing tables. Along the wall opposite from the windows were also 4 individual mini-rooms, closet size, referred to as the hobby rooms. Equipped with lighting, a small workstation and a locking door, these rooms could only be had by privileged inmates holding current and up-to-date hobby cards. The rooms were in such high demand that once on the waiting list, it could take up to a year or even longer before there was an available vacancy. It happened that one of these hobby rooms, located in a different dorm, was occupied by an inmate named Jamal. Jamal was popular throughout the yard mainly from his job, lead inmate in R&R. Though Jamal and myself had worked together months earlier, few words were ever said. Besides Jamal's obvious R&R hustle, he was also known for his quality leather work.
His hand-tooled wallets, belts, and women's purses were in high demand and sold for top dollar. With everything handmade in his tiny hobby room, when not at work, you could always find him there. But there was something a little odd about Jamal's hobby room. The traffic. Black inmates and convicts were always huddled around the tiny room, often taking turns going in and locking the door, then coming out minutes later. After weeks of this odd activity, not only did it draw the attention of other inmates, but also with staff. On a late October afternoon, Jamal's hobby room was raided by the prison's SSU, Special Service Unit, also known to convicts as the Goon Squad. Let me put it this way. When the Goon Squad was involved, it meant someone's in deep shit and part of an ongoing investigation. Upon a search of Jamal's hobby room, this is what they uncovered. It turns out Jamal's leatherworks was nothing but a front for a lucrative pornography business. You gotta remember, this is 2004, and any form of porn is considered contraband, illegal to possess. Somehow, through his R&R connections and most likely with the help of staff, Jamal had acquired a 7-inch widescreen high-resolution portable monitor with a built-in DVD player and an assortment of DVD porn movies to go with it. Now all the traffic made sense. He was using the hobby room for black inmates to watch porn movies and charging big money for it. You gotta admit, it was pretty freaking clever. The only problem was the greedy bastard got caught. Not only him, but also everyone else involved that worked in R&R. Needless to say, getting fired from R&R months earlier over those freaking feelers ended up being a blessing. Though I was momentarily detained and interrogated, enough time had passed, assuring investigators I wasn't involved, saving me from a trip to the hole with the rest of those suckers. That's right, who's the dumbasses now? Chapter 26. On Monday night, November 8th, 2 days before my parole date, I received a ducat to see my counselor the following morning. Early Tuesday I reported to his office and was told my parole custody had been upgraded to high control, meaning I must report to the parole office within 24 hours of my release. So, what's the big deal? It so happened that the day after my release date was Veterans Day, and the parole office was closed. Yep, they did it again. My parole date was changed from the 10th to Thursday the 11th, Veterans Day, so I could report to an open parole office on Friday the 12th. At 12 noon on Thursday, 11/11/04, with 150 handwritten pages of my first book in hand, I walked out of Tehachapi State Prison, and to my surprise, was greeted by April and my kids, Jeremy and Bonnie. Leaving the town of Tehachapi, I stared through the window in silence, reflecting on the past 6 years of my life. Who'd have believed it? With help and dedication from others and a desperate cry to God, I was one of the few who beat the system by only doing a total of 6 years on a 14-year sentence. Once a millionaire on paper, now with only $200 of gate money to my name, I was encumbered by family and freedom, feeling richer than I'd ever been. On Friday morning, November 12th, 2004, I reported to the parole office and was informed Dee and Jack, because of my club affiliations, had previously given a written statement to the parole department stating they were in fear for their lives. You gotta be freaking kidding me! Now I knew I had been upgraded to a high-control parolee. My conditions of parole were strict. No drugs, no bars, no leaving the state without permission, no affiliation or contact with any members of the Mongols, and absolutely no contact with D. Oh, and not to mention unexpected visits from my parole agent and pissing in a cup on demand. Living with my parents and working full-time at Perkins Iron left me with no social life. Not to mention I'd been a Mongol since I was 20 years old, leaving me with no friends or acquaintances. Feeling as if I owed RJ and Sharon for their friendship and support while incarcerated, I decided to attend a service at the New Wine Church and was greeted with open arms. The camaraderie the church offered substituted for the Mongol brotherhood I so deeply missed, so I began to attend on a regular basis. Within a month, Sharon made good to her promise and introduced me to a good Christian girl, Lisa. In an Orange County divorce court, after forfeiting my Dodge truck and agreeing to pay off $6,000 in credit card debt accumulated during my incarceration, the 120 pounds of dead weight I carried for the past 4 years was finally lifted. On December 16th, 2006, at our home in Yorba Linda, California, surrounded by family, friends, and my best man, Red Dog, Lisa and I were married. The Orange County Division of State Parole did their best to violate me, but to no avail. During 3 years of constant harassment, pissing in cups and 8 different parole agents, on 11/11/07, I was finally discharged. Working for Perkins Iron was good. At $26 an hour and a company truck, who could complain? But having to pay $2,100 a month rent for the Yorba Linda house was making things tough. Then, out of the blue, I received a phone call from my childhood friend, Kurt, who now lived in Salt Lake City, Utah. A lot had happened since Kurt and I fished at the lake in 1974. After taking different paths, we had both risen to the top of our trades. I had climbed to the top of the Mongol nation, serving 4 terms as national president and 2 terms in prison, and he had climbed to the top of the largest glass company in Utah, to the position of project manager, and after 33 years, again we were in contact. With a 4-year contract coming up in downtown Salt Lake City, they desperately needed welders and offered me a job. But with a move to Utah came a lot to consider. The pay was considerably lower, but so was the cost of living. And there was Lisa's 13-year-old son, Trucker. Did we really want to take him out of school? After many discussions, I decided to take the job. With the housing market 50% lower in Utah, the possibility of owning our own home was in reach, unlike California. There was only one thing. I wasn't leaving California without my Mongol colors. It was a Mongol policy that any member who was incarcerated must leave his club colors with his chapter for safekeeping until his discharge of parole. At the time of my incarceration, I was national president of the entire club, and also the president of Mother Chapter, who I proudly gave possession of my colors. Now, discharged from parole, I wanted them back. At this time, Doc Cavazos was the reigning national president and had possession of my club colors under lock and key. Doc's unorthodox style of dictatorship and constant theft of club funds, in my mind, was not only unacceptable behavior, but forbidden by our Mongol constitution, and I had no problem being outspoken on the subject. With my sudden return as an active member, I quickly became Doc's adversary, threatening his power and source of income. Other longtime members who had confronted Cavazos on this issue were unfairly labeled as traitors, beaten and expelled from the club, put out bad. Upon asking Doc for the return of my colors, he demanded I attend a Mother Chapter meeting before handing them over, in which I agreed. A date and time was set. Remember, just before my incarceration, I was the club boss, and though 6 years had passed, a large faction of my supporters still remained, not only in the club as a whole, but in Mother Chapter itself. The day of the agreed meeting, I received a phone call from a loyal Mother Chapter member.
Don't come. It's a setup. They're waiting for you.
Right then, my thoughts were confirmed. As long as Doc Cavazos was in power, I was in danger. The following week, I received another phone call from the same member who had warned me about the meeting.
I got it. I got your patch.
This member had been sent to a club storage unit to retrieve some items, and while there, grabbed my patch. Right under Doc's nose, my patch was returned. Chapter 27. On December 5th, 2007, we entered the snow-covered town of Harriman, Utah. With Lisa and Trucker following in my new Dodge Ram, I carefully maneuvered the stuffed U-Haul rental into the newly built apartment complex that would temporarily be our home. For $600 a month and equipped with a washer and dryer, the 900-square-foot apartment was more than adequate. The following Monday would be my first day of work. Within a week, I had gone from driving a company truck and running a crew in sunny California to welding on the side of a building 75 feet in the air on a JLG lift in 4-degree weather, freezing my ass off. I quickly began to wonder if our move was the right decision. At the end of our 6-month lease, with the money we'd saved and a little help from my folks, Lisa and I bought our first home together in Magna, Utah. The house was beautiful. At $267,000, the 3,100-square-foot home, including basement, sat on a 1/3 of an acre corner lot, with the backyard bordering another 60 acres of privately owned property, where horses, goats, and cattle grazed. There was no way we could have afforded this in California. Our dream had been fulfilled. Shortly after our move to Magna in June of 2008, I'd received word from California that Doc Cavazos had stepped down as national president to manage a production company he'd started with stolen club funds. No longer in power, along with his brother Al the Suit and his son Little Rubes, under the new leadership, Cavazos was brought up on club charges for misappropriation of club funds and put out bad. Now with Cavazos and his regime out of the picture, and no Mongol chapters in Utah, I retained my active status as an OG nomad based out of Southern California, meaning I was only required to attend one chapter meeting every 3 months. On Saturday, October 18th, 2008, I flew into Long Beach Airport and was greeted by 2 OG Nomad members. From the airport, I was shuttled to a house in Whittier, California, where I attended my first chapter meeting since I was national president 10 years earlier. Sadly, I wasn't there only for the meeting, but also to attend the funeral of Brother Hitman, who had been murdered by cowards 10 days prior. The following day, I accompanied the OG Nomads to the Santa Monica Cemetery, where 500 Mongols congregated. This was different from the many funerals I'd attended before. Something was odd. The presence of law enforcement was nowhere to be seen. At past funerals, law enforcement was always in full force, often posted at all entrances and surrounding side streets, writing tickets and harassing brothers as they came and went. But this day, there were none, as if quiet before the storm. On the following Tuesday evening, October 21st, safe in my Utah home, I watched the news in disbelief. In a federal sweep dubbed Operation Black Rain, federal agents and local police with 160 search warrants raided homes across Southern California, Nevada, Oregon, Washington, and Ohio, arresting 110 Mongols under a federal racketeering indictment, including charges of murder, attempted murder and assault, as well as gun and drug violations. Like so many times before, my gut feelings were right. The funeral was quiet before the storm, a storm that showered black rain. Shortly after the indictments, a federal court judge ruled The Mongols' patch represented a criminal organization and temporarily put an injunction on the club insignia, giving law enforcement the right to confiscate the Mongols' patch or any item bearing the Mongols' insignia, including motorcycles. Since Doc Cavazos was arrested in the raid, it was rumored he had cut a deal with the federal government by forfeiting the rights to the patch for a lighter sentence, which he never actually owned. So there I was, active for only 4 months, unable to fly my patch. The township of Magna, Utah was a quaint little town, located about 15 miles west of Salt Lake City, south of Interstate 80. Once a booming mining town, it was basically unchanged since the early 1900s. Like any small town, there was a main street. Being the main drag, it separated the bars on the south side of the street from the churches on the north. Too dangerous to fly my colors for fear of confiscation, I had no problem wearing a Support Your Local Mongols t-shirt to the local bars every chance I got. A block down from one of the bars was the Sundowners MC clubhouse. Though our paths had crossed many times, there were never any incidents. Besides the Sundowners, Vagos and Bandidos was the Barons, the oldest and first established club in Salt Lake City. It wasn't long before the word of a lone Mongol frequenting the Magna bars spread throughout the biker scene, sparking curiosity. Soon, high-ranking members of all the above-mentioned MCs began to show up at the tiny Magna bars, not looking for confrontation, but conversation. They all usually started the same, questions about the patch forfeiture and what we as a club were doing about it. The consensus among these clubs was that of concern, and with good reason. If the feds could take the Mongols' patch, how long would it be before they took every club's patch? Then the conversations always ended with the same question.
You guys planning on starting a Mongol chapter here?
I easily read through their facades of bullshit. They were more worried about a chapter of Mongols popping up in their backyard than losing their patch to the feds. While celebrating Lisa's birthday in the local bar, I was approached by an intoxicated woman in her mid-40s.
Hey, you a Mongol?
That's right. I listened while she rambled on.
My old man's a retired Mongol from San Diego.
I'd heard this kind of bullshit from drunks all the time, and did my best to ignore her, until she started dropping names. Suddenly, she had my undivided attention. The names and the time frame were accurate. She described, and all the brothers that were in the San Diego, Dago chapter when I prospected in 1980. Though drunk, she knew way too much information to be a liar. So where's your old man now?
I already called him. He's on his way down here.
Though she described him and told me his name, it drew a blank. Was it true? Did I have another Mongol brother here in Utah? Within minutes he walked through the door, putting his hand out to shake.
I'm Jimmy Solis.
Though Jimmy was never actually a full-patched Mongol, he was a hang-around who left the San Diego area right around the time of the highly publicized 1982 murder of Hell's Angel, Fat Ray, which I was convicted on. Though for some reason our paths had never crossed in earlier days, Jimmy was all too familiar with my name and who I was. Still skeptical, I did my own investigating, and with a few phone calls validated Jimmy's early relationship with the club. As the months passed, Jimmy and I grew to be good friends, and also became the closest thing I had to a Mongol brother within 700 miles. I knew I could trust him, and had no doubt he had my back. Jimmy knew hanging out with the only Mongol in Utah could be dangerous, but was always ready and willing to face whatever came our way. After a couple of Crown and Cokes, we'd often bullshit about starting a Mongol chapter in our little town of Magna, but thought it futile while the Mongols' trademark was still tied up in federal court. Why start a chapter if you can't legally fly the patch? In early 2009, an individual member of the Mongols filed a case in federal court, stating his constitutional rights had been violated by not allowing him to wear his patch. Freedom of speech. And the judge ruled in his favor. Using his case as court law, the Mongols' MC as a whole followed suit, and the right to fly their patch was restored. The minute I heard the news, accompanied by Jimmy, I flew my patch to every bar in Magna. With a phone call and only a block away, word quickly reached the Sundowners clubhouse. At the bar, for only minutes, Jimmy and I suddenly found ourselves surrounded. "Magna belongs to the Downers," someone in the group muttered. I'd been in this spot many times before, and this is where I shined. Killing what was left of my drink, I slowly set down the empty glass. Turning, I put my back to the bar. I could now see what we were up against. There was 8 of them, and only me and Jimmy. I knew this was just the beginning of a long road ahead. Making eye contact with the biggest one, I calmly asked, "Did you say something?" "I said Magna belongs to the Downers." With a grin, I replied, "Not anymore." In May of 2009, Jimmy was diagnosed with throat cancer, putting a hold on our plans. For a minute, I thought I might lose him, but like a true warrior, he came out the winner. The removal of the cancer left a scar on Jimmy's neck that spanned from ear to ear, reminding me of a Pez candy dispenser. That's when I gave him the name, Jimmy the Pez. On September 29th, 2009, after a year of loyalty, Jimmy the Pez became the first member of the Mongols' MC Westside Chapter, Utah. What started with only 2 of us, today has grown to be the largest MC in the state of Utah, with 5 chapters and expanding into the state of Idaho. To say starting a chapter in uncharted territory with the nearest backup 700 miles away was done without adversity or opposition would only be a lie. And a liar I'm not. How'd I do it? Well, that's another story. A lot has changed since I was national president 12 years earlier. But 2 things hadn't. I was still junior of the Mongols, and I never bowed down to anyone. Be strong when you are weak. Be brave when you are scared. Be humble when you are victorious. Be badass every day. Unknown. Builders, sustainers, destroyers. Builders. Builders are people of vision. Those who see what can be and strive to build a company or an organization. Most builders remain builders, but can become destroyers if disillusioned. Builders will generally attempt to align with a sustainer, so that their organization will succeed. Builders start chapters, organize things, and always have new ideas to keep everyone enthused. They do all the groundwork for sustainers to work with. Sustainers. Sustainers are the ones who built this country. They strive to get to work on time, do their jobs efficiently with great pride, and rarely complain. Sustainers are often nondescript. Do what's asked without question, keep a low profile, and push through adversity. Sustainers will pick up the pieces after a storm and carry on, like when a chapter starts falling apart. Destroyers. Destroyers tear down what builders have envisioned and began, and what sustainers have kept going. Most destroyers believe they are great builders, but can't do it on their own. Most destroyers are above sustainers, so they will set out to destroy a person or organization, or both. Destroyers are very clever, and at first are accepted, well liked and looked up to. They will access all means to use and set you up, justifying in their minds and to others that their actions are proper. Destroyers backstab and work against the whole in a manner that appears to be positive. Most of them are power-hungry, controlling, and feed off the accomplishments of others. Destroyers badmouth an organization when they quit. Very rarely will you see a sustainer become a destroyer. Destroyers who can't keep power will destroy, rather than give power to others. Remind you of anyone? Who in your chapter or club fits these roles? What can be done to prevent a destroyer from continuing his destructive behavior? How can we recognize what is happening and deal with it as a chapter before he destroys the whole club? It starts with recognizing these described personalities. You as a member must always strive to be a builder and a sustainer. For the strength of the pack is the wolf, and the strength of the wolf is the pack. The Lion King. Acknowledgements. I'd like to thank my beautiful wife, Lisa, whose unconditional love and support inspired me to fulfill my dream of being a writer. After being denied by numerous publishing companies and told by a literary agent my first book, The Unknown Mongol, needed to be rewritten by a professional, Lisa, without me knowing, took my manuscript and had one hard copy published. She surprised me with it in 2009 on our 3rd wedding anniversary, convincing me to self-publish. Thanks again, honeybee. We proved 'em wrong, didn't we? Thanks, Mom, for always supporting me, through the good and bad. Dad, you always said, whatever you do, be the best at it. I published my first book, The Unknown Mongol, in 2010. It sold well, but I only made it available in paperback. Then, in 2012, I got an email from a complete stranger in Virginia. After reading my book, he wrote to tell me how much he enjoyed it. Little did I know that one email would start a friendship that has lasted for years. Troy Mason is also a writer, but he's also more than that. He's truly a hardcore biker. He and his wife Pam have traveled all the lower 48 states on his Harley, putting over 100,000 miles on it in under 4 years. When they passed through Laughlin in 2013, I got the chance to meet him. He's a retired Marine who looks like he could still kick some ass. Troy's authored a 4-novel fictional series about an MC called The Iron Kings. I'm sure if you enjoyed my books, you'll also enjoy his. They are all extremely well researched, and the storyline makes them all real page-turners. Troy helped me get my book on Kindle and Audible, helping me to sell more copies than I ever dreamed possible. So, I just wanted to take this opportunity to say thanks, bro, and encourage you to check him out on Amazon.com. Last, I'd like to acknowledge a photo I saw in another book that was taken at the Riverside Casino in Laughlin, 1996. Left to right, Joe Fish, Red Dog, myself, and long-haired Dave. Though at the time of the photo I was national president. In it, I was dubbed an unknown Mongol. Thanks for the name, Billy.